A woman offers Malaria a hug for her newborn baby. She says she doesn't know what to do. What if he gets hurt? They reassure her and ask her not to worry. The main thing is to support his neck with your hands. The baby was sleeping in the girl's arms. From now on, he's a new member of their family. The woman asks a girl to take care of him. The hero never stopped trying. The host introduces this year's winner of the Daikush Manga Award. This is the author of Vengeance Match, which sold over 50 million copies. Kamishiro Akira Senmei. The man stood on the stage and smiled. He debuted at 18. His first manga sold 1 million copies and was even adapted into a film. He soon gained popularity and was called the author of the century. On his way to the top, he became harsher with his assistant, telling her to quit if she couldn't handle the job. His friends were upset with him because they thought he thought of people as tools. Even his girlfriend left him. Her parting words were that not everyone can live like him. But the hero never regretted anything. He was successful and therefore right. Or so he always thought. However, he was very wrong. This thought never occurred to him. He thought, and only then did he understand. The doctor said this disease was called polycythemia vera. The hero asked what it was. The doctor explained that it caused an increase in the number of red blood cells, which impaired blood circulation. Simply put, it's a blood thing. Fortunately, compared to other types of tumors, his outcome may improve if he receives the right treatment. Many people survive at least 1 year. Tears well up in Akira's eyes. He's only 29 years old. The nurse said he needed a thorough examination. She asked him to bring his family during his next visit. Akira had long since realized, but desperately denied, that he was completely alone. He has a mother who only thinks about money. He has no friends who could go with him to the hospital. He doesn't even have a girlfriend who would be sad if he died. He's been wrong all this time. He was captivated by external success, and because of this, his life lost its meaning. Akira got a call on his phone. It was his mother. He asked her what had happened this time. She replied that she had a problem. She can't pay the rent. She asked for 100,000 rubles less. The man pursed his lips. He asked her why she always acted like that. She replied that it wasn't that much of a sum for him. Akira told her about being in the hospital. The woman asked what was hurting him. He replied that he had cancer. He could live for a few more years. He silently asked his mother for help. He's very scared. He asked his mother to go with him to the hospital, as he was asked to bring his family for the procedure. She agreed, but the next moment, she again asked him to transfer her 100,000. She really needed it. Even at such moments, she worries more about money than about her only son. The young man doesn't answer, but his mother continues calling his name. He can't take it anymore and tells her to go to the next world. He can't believe how bad his life is. Suddenly, he notices that he is driving towards a woman with a child. He turns the steering wheel to avoid hitting them. The woman calls Akira and tells him that she bought the latest issue for him. The hero forgot what he truly desired. It was a peaceful place for himself. Unaware of it throughout his life, the first peaceful place for him, oddly enough, was death. Akira opened his eyes. He doesn't understand what's happening or where he is. Everything suddenly goes dark. The last thing he remembers is crashing into a power pole. Suddenly, a window appears in front of him. It said that his life was over. He was asked to choose a mother to start a new life with. Akira doesn't understand anything. 5 photos of beautiful women appeared in front of him. Ursula Stormheim. The Life of a Royal. Meltoria Venaris. The Life of a Millionaire. Fatima Yggdrasil. The Life of an Immortal. He must choose one of these women. It's reincarnation in another world. Just think, it exists. And so as not to blame his parents, this time they even let him choose for himself. Katja Gardenberg, an aristocrat. The Life of a Sword Saint. A wealthy family. All of them are candidates, brimming with high stats. If he chooses one of these mothers, wealth and fame are guaranteed from the very beginning. He's had enough of this. All he's gotten from fame and fortune is loneliness. He's finally free from that life, and they want him to fall back into the hell of success. He wants a normal life, a quiet place to relax. Then he noticed a woman. She was a commoner from a magic shop, Diva Roland. Akira didn't remember the details of her profile, but she was different. She had a gentle smile. It felt like she was saying to him, "Welcome, Akira." Diva Roland was chosen as a mother. It's also mysterious. People's relationships. Who makes the decisions? and where it all begins. Diva and her husband had a child. They are grateful that he was born 7 years later. Stormheim, the royal capital. Reinford's magic shop. Someone buys 2 scrolls of healing for 2 gold coins, then promises to come again. Diva and Akira thank the customer. Akira Reinford. This year he turned 7. Diva thanked her son for his help and said the busy hours were over and he could go play, and he can leave the store to his mother. Diva Reinford. Maiden name Roland. Akira refused. He said his dad had asked him to look after his mom until he returned from the guild, so he wouldn't leave her alone until his dad returned. The woman was touched by her son's words and rushed to hug him. The hero still has memories of his previous life. He destroyed his life in pursuit of success, so much so that Akira Kamishiro's pain and loneliness remain vivid. Akira's father, Karl Reinford, announced his return. The boy ran to his father. That's why Akira tries to stay average and not stand out. No one wants him to be successful, because even so, he still has a family that loves him. This is the kind of place he was sincerely looking for. This is the only thing he doesn't want to lose. Karl announced that he had bought a cake for his son, but someone said the boy couldn't eat him. Akira recognized that voice. He had found his happiness. But there was one obstacle in this house. And this is the maid Aria. The girl said there shouldn't be any snacks before dinner. It's detrimental to education. Then she asked if the young man had missed his fencing lesson that day. Aria easily defeats the boy in combat. She tells him to parry instead of relying on strength. He replies that he has no talent with a sword. The only obstacle in his perfect life is Aria, the maid who has lived with them since he was born. He knows nothing about her, except that she's an elf of unknown origin. Furthermore, she's skilled with a sword, magic, and even excels at housework. There is no doubt that she is a skilled maid, but the problem is that she sees him as an enemy. Aria tells the hero to stand up and hit her. If he can't, she'll eat his cake, which Karl bought him. Akira is shocked that she intends to steal a cake from a 7-year-old. He guesses why she hates him. He is sure that this woman likes Karl, her father. She thinks she hides it well, but she can't fool his adult eyes. From her point of view, the existence of a hero is the same as proof of love between the man she likes and another woman. Doesn't she get irritated every time she sees him? She makes fun of him because of it. He asks to wait until he grows up to reveal this elf's nature. He will throw her out of the house after doing both. Aria noticed the hero was lost in thought and slapped him. She didn't know what unholy thoughts were on his mind, but what followed was a magic lesson. He needs to write basic healing spells on all 5 scrolls. The deadline is by morning. Since he lacks magic, he needs to get used to making scrolls. If he can't, he'll be without sweets tomorrow. Blank scrolls lie before the hero. What is a scroll? In this world, it's a common object that can store magical power. A mage only needs to write down the spell and imbue it with magic. Writing just 1 scroll would take 2 hours. Does she really want a 7-year-old to spend the entire night poring over scrolls? But she won't get that. Akira decides to use his cheat power. Although he had no talent for magic or swordsmanship, he still wanted to help his father. He thought about creating scrolls with a small amount of magic, and became fascinated with it for a long time. And then one day it dawned on him. Even writing simple magic usually takes several hours. However, the young man could achieve the desired effect by simply drawing it. It can achieve the same effect as the written scrolls. The scroll of healing magic has been completed. The scrolls themselves contain magic, and even he, with his vast magic pool, can create them. 5 scrolls wouldn't even take 10 minutes. The hero wondered if he could create even more amazing things. Diva screamed when she saw the slime. Aria began to deal with the creature. Akira was the culprit. It was just a coincidence that he summoned a living monster. Not on a small scroll, but in the open. He was conducting an experiment. He drew an empty magic circle on the surface of the lake, then drew a monster and it materialized. In fact, one can't materialize life from a scroll, but one can materialize it using the magic circle he creates. Could this be called some kind of summoning magic? He doesn't quite understand, but it's an incredible cheat. A force capable of revolutionizing this world. Like Kamishiro Akira's talent, which influenced millions, the chosen one with extraordinary talent always comes at a steep price. He's tired of such talent. He'll hide it, because it's a threat to his normal life. Such a dirty ability. Arya said that the hero did not convince her. She asks him to make a scroll here and now. He can do it, after all. Carl assumed his son hadn't done his homework, but she replied that he had done it, perfectly. The problem was, he'd done it too quickly. Besides, the formula on the scroll is too perfect. Could he have copied it with a quill? And yet the healing effect is excellent. He went to bed early yesterday, wondering when he created them. The young man replied that he simply woke up early and worked hard. Akira thinks he should have limited himself to one scroll. Arya says it's early morning, and he slept and still managed to finish. That's impossible. The only thing that comes to mind is that he prepared the scroll in advance and copied it. She doesn't blame him for his lack of ability, but she will forgive him for lying. She demands an answer from him for how he did it. The guy remembered how he told the editors that it was difficult, but they only told him to work harder. Akira asks if he can't cheat a little. Is it wrong for him not to work hard? But why is it his fault she wasn't chosen? Why is she trying to push him back into that hell? He ran off somewhere and said as a last word that someone like Arya would be better off disappearing. His parents tried to stop him. The young man came to the lake he always visits when he's feeling down. There, he feels a little better. He tries to come up with some excuse, but nothing good comes to mind. He remembered the words he'd said to Arya. He'd said too much. It was the first time he'd seen her like this. He should go back and apologize to her. Suddenly, someone rushed at the hero and flew away with him. It was Arya. She was wounded. Akira looked ahead and noticed a huge monster. It was a forest basilisk. Arya came to her senses. She pushed the child away and told him to run. It's mating season for the monsters now, and they need food. She'll be the bait. The young man doesn't understand why she came to find him. She hates him. She's angry at him. The girl is shocked by the nonsense, he says. She's her family. She looks after Akira. It's only natural that she defends him. She asks him to run away from here quickly. The hero doesn't understand how he can remain stupid for so long. Remembering his parents' disappointed faces, he realized it. Arya wasn't like those editors who had simply bossed him around. True, she is strict, but she is always there and protects him. The girl shouts at the guy to run away. Akira thought that Arya was only trying to raise him properly. She didn't understand what the boy was doing. He needed to run away quickly. He replied that he wouldn't run away. He decided that he would definitely protect his quiet place, and Arya was one of these places. The hero formed a canvas on the water. Arya doesn't understand what it is. Akira is wondering what he should draw to make sure he gets out of this mess. Before him is the basilisk. He will copy and materialize it. He starts quickly drawing a monster and then tells him to act. The drawing is complete. The basilisk has appeared. Arya is shocked that the boy has summoning magic. The hero's basilisk lunged forward. The youth's consciousness was fading. He lacked magic. He had to focus. He would not lose. Compared to the hell of his past life, this is too easy. He says he won't be taken so easily. That's the spirit of a professional. The real basilisk was defeated. Akira started to faint, but he was glad he had done it. He had saved Arya. The monster's body fell into the water, and the painted basilisk disappeared. Arya emerged from the water. She thought about how their blood flowed in his veins, and how he had no talent for magic, but to think that such power lay hidden within him. She walked up to him. She took him in her arms. This boy is the child of Carl and Diva. Diva cried. She was glad her son had come to. He'd been in a coma for 3 days due to magical exhaustion. His mother was beside herself. Diva will never forgive the sewer bat that sucked Akira's magic power. His dad got rid of it. He assembled a squad for that very reason. Akira is glad that Arya is okay. He doesn't understand what kind of sewer bat this is. Could it be that Arya hid the fact that he used a hidden skill? She said that Carl gave him the elixir because he had lost consciousness due to magical exhaustion. Not every adventurer can obtain this elixir. It's extremely rare. Moreover, Diva hadn't slept for 3 whole days. They watched over him and supported him with their magic. He was lucky to have such wonderful parents. Akira understands that they are deeply worried about his selfishness. In this life, he promised himself to be a good son, and yet he still lets his parents down. Pearl bursts into the room and says there's no sign of the bat. They searched everywhere, but there were no traces of the attack. Then he noticed that Akira had woken up. His son apologized for worrying his father. His father replied that there was no need to apologize. He was so glad he was okay. And then he began to fall asleep. The diva is shocked that her husband passed out while standing on his feet. When his magical power drops to 0, the hero will pass away. It's like dying from starvation. He was saved by that elixir and his mother. It feels like his body is about to burst apart. Then Arya came into him and realized that he couldn't sleep. She heard him groaning in pain and came to check on him. It seemed he was still having trouble circulating his magic due to exhaustion. His face is burning. She decides to call Diva. The hero said he's fine and doesn't have a fever. And it's not because of her breasts or her nightgown. In any case, he's fine. No need to call Mom. Besides, she hadn't slept for 3 days. He didn't want to burden her like that and worry her even more. Arya decided to lie down next to the boy and hugged him. The elixir he drank not only restores his magical power, but also increases its maximum limit. It will take some time for his body to adapt. So tonight, she'll help him circulate the magic within his body. Akira couldn't understand why his heart was suddenly pounding like that. He'd never seen Arya like this before, so why was she acting like this now? Arya is so warm. Her warmth is calming. The boy apologized to the girl. He knew she suppressed her feelings for his father and cared about him. He didn't want to acknowledge her feelings. He was trying to embarrass her in front of her father. It must have been hard for her to see her father make his mother smile. And he was standing in her way, too. He was very sorry for that. He asked her to forgive him. Arya said the boy's name, and then she said that she had never even thought of becoming Karl's woman. The hero began listing various arguments about how she looked at his father, how carefully she washed his clothes, and even the guy's life experiences. His girlfriend had an answer to every question. Arya has no idea where this misunderstanding comes from. She respects Karl greatly as an employer and as a friend, but she never wanted to be filmed. Akira is very uncomfortable. Arya said that she was thinking about becoming his. Karl is a wise and respected mage. He would never want to possess her, an imperfect vessel. But Akira is something else entirely. One of a kind, the one everyone, be it a country or a nation, would covet. A summoner. And besides, he summoned a basilisk at 7 years old. Even among the disruptors, he's unique. She wonders how skilled he'll become if he focuses on his development. She'll be waiting impatiently. Like a power bestowed upon him by a god himself. Perhaps he will become a great genius worthy of possessing her, Malaria. Akira thinks that much is expected of him again. If this continues, she might even guess that he's reincarnated. He'll have to hide the reason for his power. Arya asked why he hid his power all this time. Summoners are extremely rare. So rare, in fact, that they are treated like nobility. If the kingdom learns of their existence, vast sums of money, fame, and status are guaranteed. But it obviously comes at a price. Akira realized that this was his chance. He replied that he didn't want to be different from his mom and dad because of this power. His dream was to inherit the shop when he grew up, but if he became a royal mage, he would be deprived of his freedom for the rest of his life, devoting himself to the royal family. He wants to inherit this store at all costs. That's why he's kept it a secret all this time. He asks Arya not to tell anyone about it. She replied that she needed to consult with Karl. She points out that Akira is still a child. His future must be decided together with his parents. As a servant, she can't keep secrets from them. The hero thinks his peaceful life is over. However, if she becomes Akira's woman and stops being a servant, then Akira's wishes will have to take priority. The hero asked her what she meant by woman. Would she really trade her employer for him? She replied that instead of a servant, she would become his, quote, spiritual partner. She will become Akira's partner for life and will always protect him. The hero wonders if this isn't just a marriage. Is she really proposing to a 7-year-old? Arya's train of thought dawned on him. She wants to make an absurd offer so that he will refuse, and she will tell his parents everything. If so, then he will catch her off guard. He says that when he grows up, he will marry Arya. She was surprised. The hero thought he had misunderstood her and miscalculated again. Arya replied that if Akira didn't mind, then neither did she. Until he became an adult, the fact that he was a summoner and that they would be married would remain between them. They made a pinky vow, but if she doesn't keep it a secret from her parents, the marriage is off. The girl agreed. The next day, they arrived at the lake. Arya said that today they would test his summoning abilities. All summoners enter into contracts with their summoned. and she was curious about how this process worked. She asked how he was able to form a contract with the basilisk. The monster would never follow someone lower in level. Akira thought that since she'd seen everything, she could show him. He asked her about the contract. She told him to stop joking. The young man replied that he didn't have a contract with Basilisk. The girl had never heard of conscription without a contract. Akira explained that he gathers magic at his fingertips and mentally imagines what he wants to summon. Arya is shocked that he can actually summon without a contract. She will support him with magic. She needs to see for herself. That way, even if Akira's magic isn't enough, she'll help with her own. She asks the boy to summon the monster from the book. This is an advanced golem. It will be difficult to fully understand how it works. The girl reflects on the difficulty of summoning a golem due to its low effectiveness, as golems have an innate resistance to magical power. Even considering that he doesn't make a contract with the summoned, it's theoretically impossible to even succeed in summoning a golem. Then she asked the boy what he was drawing. He replied that he was sketching. It was a habit of his from his days as a manga artist. With a sketch, he had a higher chance of success. With the basilisk, it was more a matter of luck. He asked her to support him with her magic. He would repeat what he had done when he summoned the basilisk. The next moment, the drawing was completed, and an advanced golem stood before them. Arya thinks about how he managed to summon him, even without a contract. How could he do that? It's impossible. Is he really a genius? No, he's on a whole other level. He defies the laws of this world. They'll definitely try to kill him. Akira thanked the girl for her magical support. However, Arya looked at him strangely. She said that this wasn't a summoner's power. She can't even imagine how many dangers this power will bring him. She asks him to swear that until she fully understands his power, he will never show it to anyone. She must protect him until he can stand up for himself. Akira said they'd agreed on this beforehand. It was their secret until he grew up. He thought it had all worked out even better than he'd imagined. The next moment, the young man fell. Arya said she was surprised he fell after such a thing. The hero doesn't understand what all this means. She knows he's magically inclined. Why is she forcing him to train with a sword? She replied that they had agreed that he would forget about the summoning technique and excel in swordsmanship. Carl and Diva couldn't understand when they had managed to get along so well. Lying under a tree after training, the young man thinks about how he simply can't. She said she'd pretend nothing happened, but wouldn't that make it 3 times harder? She doesn't mind keeping the secret, but what good would it do if she took his life during training? Training is good and all, but he prefers not to get injured. He drew an elixir, and then he accepted it. His health and maximum reserves were fully restored. Elixir Earth fully restores health and maximum reserves and increases their maximum limit. The average person would be incredibly lucky to come across the elixir even once in their life, but they can create as many as they want by drawing objects. It reminded him of energy drinks. He'd drunk them before his reincarnation, but this invigorating feeling was on a completely different level than regular energy drinks. He's also curious about increasing his MP limit. He hasn't felt any changes, but there's no need to worry. He used a secret technique to increase magical power, the wood-splitting dance. However, the boy's sword was stuck in the village. The elixir's effect was simply a sham. Swordsmanship has nothing to do with magic. Someone said that the hero is very weak, that he can't even split a log. It was some girl. She sat down next to the hero and asked him what he had done with the scroll. Akira thinks she scared the crap out of him. She came so close that he didn't even realize how she ended up behind him. But that's not the problem. Has she seen him draw? The girl said she'd never seen such a technique before. She suggested he was a mage. From her sword, scabbard, and neckerchief, the hero realized she was an aristocrat. The young man thought that she was a problematic person. The hero replied that he'd simply used a restoration scroll. She said he'd been drawing something resembling a bottle. The young man replied that she was mistaken. Besides, she was a child too, so she had no right to call him that. The girl laughed and remarked on his strange manner of speech. He sounded like an old man. Akira was glad he'd managed to change the subject and asked how old she was. She replied that she had turned 7 this year. The young man replied that he was also 7. He asked why she called him baby. She replied that he was short, and that's what she thought. However, she had no idea he was a commoner. She apologized for what had happened. Akira was surprised that an aristocrat had common sense. Regardless, he managed to avoid the topic of the elixir. It won't be long before he changes his tone. He apologized for getting too worked up. She noticed him chopping wood and offered to help. He asked her not to overdo it. Besides, it's not just chopping wood. He practices fencing. She decided to give him some advice. Firstly, a sword is very different from an axe, in that the center of gravity is at the handle, so it had to be done this way. It couldn't be explained properly in words, so she asked the hero to toss that log. He heard her, but didn't understand what she was planning. The next moment, the girl chopped the log that was in the air. Akira didn't even see her draw her sword. Besides, what were those dance-like movements? A sword dance that even Arya can't master. It's immediately clear she's a master. Are all aristocrats like this? Even though one is a girl, she wields a sword so well. The girl noticed that the young man was quite amusing. She decided to introduce herself. The child's name is Metis Blinsterd. He is the son of Count Blinsterd, recently crowned Lord of Stormheim. He hasn't settled in here yet, so he's looking for a friend to show him around. Akira was surprised that he turned out to be a boy. Metis mentioned that everyone he met was quick to mistake him for a girl. Did Akira really hit on aristocrats? He replied that he looked so cute. He didn't mean it that way, though, and he was very sorry. Metis asked the hero's name, as he'd already introduced himself. It would be rude if he didn't do the same. Akira introduced himself as the son of the owner of Rainford, a magic shop in the city. The Count's son was impressed by the magic shop owner's son practicing with a sword. Akira said there was a small reason for it. The hero didn't understand how to get out of this situation without upsetting the noblewoman. Metis tapped the boy on the shoulder and told him not to worry. He'd been treating him like a child for no reason, so they needed to put that behind them. Akira was the first person he'd made friends with in this city. The aristocrat was asking him to take care of him. This is Akira's first encounter with an aristocrat, and he's more respectable than he thought. Meaty suggested meeting tomorrow at the same time. Akira would tell him about the city, and he would teach him fencing. A few days later, Akira asks Arya to let him go. She says she can't do that until he counts to 100. Didn't Diva tell him? Akira said he's not a child, so there's no need to go that far. Arya didn't understand the phrase about the boy no longer being a child. He explained that he no longer wanted to be treated like one. He asks how long they'll bathe together like this. What's the point? Arya asks if it's not smart to bathe together to save firewood. The young man started to climb out of the bath. The girl said that Diva would be home soon. That's why he wanted to leave. Arya wanted to follow him, but he replied that he could wash himself. The elf asked the boy if he'd read the book she'd given him. He replied that he'd just been meaning to ask her something. It says that it is impossible to summon inorganic substances. What does that mean? She replied that he could form a contract with a living being possessing magic, but not with one without a soul. It's just like a scroll, has a magical effect, but not an item's effect. As the hero expected, his abilities clearly stand out. Things will get tough if word gets out. Arya asked if the book had been useful. The young man confirmed it. It has a lot of monsters to summon, with detailed explanations that helped him visualize them correctly. Arya quoted the boy's thoughts about trying to summon this guy as an experiment. He denied it, although that's what he really thought. The elf asks him to understand why she gave him this book. Together, they try to understand the hero's abilities. If he tries to summon a high-level creature alone and runs out of magic, he will die. She asks him to promise not to practice summoning without her, unless Akira possesses the magic of a legendary hero. In the past, the goddess gave birth to a man created for war, an evolved man, with supreme swordsmanship and boundless magic. He was once called the god of war, possessor of the red eyes, the symbol of a knight of the goddess, the strongest of all who existed. The hero had always thought there were heroes here, too. Arya asked if Akira aspired to be like him, since he was also a boy. He replied that that wasn't him. His dream was to become the second-generation head of a magic shop. He decided to leave first. Then Diva came in and apologized for being late. She asked if he'd learned to count to 100 correctly. Arya replied that he'd counted to 37. Mom told him to start over. Carl returned home. He asked his son how his day had gone. Diva greeted her husband. He apologized for leaving her in charge of the shop all day. Noticing his sadness, she asked about what had happened at the merchants' guild. He replied that a devilish cult was kidnapping children. These are just guesses, but there's some basis for them. 2 children are missing. A man wearing the group's insignia was previously arrested for attempted child abduction. However, rumors persist that the cult uses children as victims. Security has been tightened in the city, but Akira is advised not to go to secluded places. Akira met and began practicing with Metis. The hero said he was giving up. He couldn't even scratch him. The difference between their levels was too great. He suggested they explore the city. The hero replied that it wouldn't be good to skip training. The hero asked if Metis had heard about the devil's cult. When the hero told him everything, Metis was surprised and cursed these bad people. Akira suggested they go home and not disturb their parents. Akira asked if he wasn't afraid of them at all. He was. After all, he was just a commoner. He wasn't learning to wield a sword to take such risks. Metis recounted how his teacher had told him that strong people also possessed no less responsibility. If he wasn't prepared to take responsibility for others, then why was he trying to master the sword? Because he is talented, he bears the responsibility of showing results. An aristocrat's teacher is the same as the people who used him in his past life. Did he ever consider what would remain after he continued to bear the burden of responsibility until the very end? If a talented person exhausts himself and falls dead, wouldn't it all be in vain? Metis decided to go home first. The hero assumed he'd angered him and tried to stop him. No matter how powerful an aristocrat he was still a child after all. The next moment, Metis disappeared, and the hero felt a sweet aroma that made him want to sleep. He remembered his parents' words, asking him not to go to secluded places, and Arya, who had asked him to practice swordsmanship closer to home. He was going to do that, but he thought about telling Metis. The boy opened his eyes. He was in a cage. There were many children around, crying. Akira remembered his father's words about the devil cult, using children as sacrifices. He is shocked that he will be kidnapped by a devilish cult. Akira tried to wake Metis. He asked why his friend was in his bed. But then he realized he wasn't in his own bed. He finally woke up and asked where they were and who these children were. Akira tried to calm his friend down as he was being too loud. It seemed they had been kidnapped by a demonic cult. If this is a cult hideout, they're in a very bad situation. There's no security, but those bars are strong, meaning escape is impossible. He considers using his drawing ability to summon a golem, which might break the bars. But there is a chance of being buried alive. If he does this, then he will break the promise given to Arya. The only thing is, he wants to hide them, but it's a life-threatening situation. If he hides them under the guise of a summoning spell, then it might work. Metis said it would only be to his advantage, since it was the abode of a demonic cult. They would escape. He proposed destroying the place and saving all the children. Akira tries to stop his friend. This isn't some aristocratic game. This is reality. This cult is a group of people who use children as sacrifices. They've been deprived of the weapons they need to defend themselves. Metis activated flame magic, burning pain. This child is not only a master of swordsmanship, but can also use magic. Metis asks Akira not to be afraid he will protect him. After all, that is the responsibility of the strong, quote, and he will teach him that. His left eye turned red. An unrivaled master of swords and magic, he possessed red eyes, the most powerful in existence. Akira suspected this child was abnormal, but not to this extent. He is a true hero. A sword and magician blessed with 2 talents and scarlet eyes. Known as the god of war, a so-called hero. A left eye glowing scarlet and exceptional mastery of swordsmanship and magic. There's no mistaking it. He's a hero. Not an unexpected ace up his sleeve? It seems Akira won't need to summon a golem, and they'll manage to escape from here. He'll bet on Metis. Because of the aristocrat's magic, the great melted like bills. He even uses magic. The hero suggested that he was some kind of unusual aristocrat. Metis smiled and said he would protect him. The explanation could wait. They needed to hurry. Rescuing all the captives wouldn't be easy. Akira was glad he wouldn't have to resort to drawing. The men of their demonic cult noticed the boys. They don't understand how they got out of the cell. Akira warned his friend that it was a cult hideout. His friend told him to calm down and stay behind him. The men decided to attack the children. They used Kata's flame, but the aristocrat deftly repelled them. The men are shocked when the child parries with a column of flame. Metis rushed to the attack. In addition to magic, he also had speed, thanks to which he got closer to the cult members. They noticed the boy's scarlet eyes, but before they could do anything, he used Kata's flame. Akira is shocked. Such strength with only his bare hands. Surely, this is how they'll escape from here. He said it was incredible. With such abilities, it's no wonder he's so confident. Until the cult members gather, they can move on. The hero suggested escaping from here, and Metis wanted to defeat the boss. Their opinions differed greatly, which caused resentment between them. Meanwhile, Arya tried to calm Diva down. She told her that Carl and his guards were already searching, but she's crying loudly. She says that if the guards have even started acting, that only proves the seriousness of the situation. This isn't an ordinary disappearance. What should she do? What if her child really was kidnapped by the cult? What if he's already somewhere they can't reach? If something happens to Akira, she doesn't know how to move on. Arya reassures Diva. She asks her to have faith in Akira. He is a wise child, much wiser than they think. He will surely return unharmed. Akira and Metis stand opposite each other. The second one asked about what his friend had just said. Let's run away together, just the two of us. He hadn't misheard. Akira couldn't understand what his friend was thinking. Why is he thinking such nonsense? They don't even know how many enemies there are. He acknowledges Metis' remarkable strength. He might even be able to defeat the devil cult, but they have no idea what's going on. Attacking enemies blindly is risky. It's better to run away and call adults for help. The aristocrat assumed the boy thought he would lose control. But he didn't think anything else. So they'll escape until about the shelter. Yes, they'll be safe, but what about the captured children? What will happen to them? When help arrives, will they simply leave these children here after their escape or cover their tracks? He decides to ask him again about escaping. Had he misheard? Akira thinks he can't argue with him. These are some kind of noble aristocratic quirks. In truth, he agreed with him. With his drawing and the boy's strength, they might be able to win. He said everything he said was true. He'd been thinking superficially, but still, he asked Metis to think again. If they fight the cult and lose, not only the captured children will die, but they too will die. Metis' face darkened. At this time, some children are already being sacrificed. Some say that a child's soul is small but very pure. How beautiful. The light of life that should have shone for decades, and a scene of energy transformation for him. No matter how much the woman looked, the awe and delight never left her. Metis and Akira's opinions differ. The aristocrat says he's willing to risk his life for what he believes in, but the hero is right. He doesn't want him or anyone else to be in danger. He says he understands and tells him to run. He'll deal with the cult himself. Akira is shocked. His friend misunderstood him, because going alone is even more dangerous. They reached the altar. They were lucky that they could see what was outside. They would be able to get out of here. They are inside a huge limestone cave, and the coast is visible. This is the northern coast, not too far from the city. He must flee as soon as possible. However, the hero has a nagging feeling inside. Due to the suspicious statue and altar, Metis told his friend to duck. They saw the children's bodies being carried out. Akira thought they needed to hurry before they were noticed. Metis was angered by the whole situation. It was the first time he'd felt such anger. He stood up and began shouting for these heartless people to release the children and repent before God. Otherwise, he would take the goddess's place and pass judgment on them. The hero doesn't understand what his friend is doing. He's only provoking them. A woman appeared behind them and asked why Metis was so serious. There was an explosion. The woman realized the boy had used silent magic. This was a very interesting little guest. Upon landing, the aristocrat caught the hero. He asked him how he was. Then he asked him to take care of the children, and he would deal with these bad people. The cult members appeared before the children and told them they weren't to be trifled with. What could they do together? However, Metis didn't listen and rushed into the attack. He deftly intercepted the enemy's dagger, and then he made a sword out of it. The woman understands that he is a hero because he has scarlet eyes. The aristocrat skillfully defeats all his opponents. The criminals realize they can't overcome him with magic alone. They call on Lady Karamice. Metis challenges a woman to a one-on-one fight with him. All they do is make people suffer. Akira tells his friend they found a way out. Why would he care? They could just run away and ask for help. Metis will leave it to him. He will never show his back to the enemy in front of the weak. The boy wants to show Akira that right beliefs always prevail. His sense of justice won't let them get away with it. Karameus says she's trembling all over. She hasn't felt such intense excitement in a long time. This is a pure heart, an undefiled soul. She feels it. She asks him to show her his justice. Some kind of magic circle appeared in front of the heroes. He appeared suddenly. The boys were shocked. Metis realized that she was the leader of a devilish cult. The aristocrat not only ignored his friend's advice, but also attacked out of an immature sense of justice. Now she can make the best sacrifice for him. Karameus will respond with full force to crush his justice. She asks for the middle one to appear, the one feared as the hero's killer, who can nullify the sword and the flame. Suddenly, a stone golem appeared from the circle. Akira realizes this is a mid-class golem, and their leader is also a summoner. This is a dangerous situation. A massive summoning circle. Their enemy is a summoner. She summoned a mid-class golem with ease. She's undoubtedly a mage with extensive combat experience. Arya once said that summoners were very rare among mages throughout history. This is a very powerful enemy, and if Metis loses, will the hero really have to resort to drawing? But Metis had a haughty expression on his face. Did he really think he could handle this? The aristocrat realizes she's a summoner. It turns out the heretics have become more formidable. He tells his friend not to worry. He'll save them with magic. The hero guesses his friend has an ace up his sleeve. Perhaps he can use a different magic on the golem, one that's immune to fire magic. But the boy had a different plan. He would dispel the stereotype that golems were immune to fire magic. He began singing a song. This fire magic, transcending all forms, the most powerful magic. He uses high-level fire magic. He uses the skill Blazing Phoenix. However, there was no result. The golem struck the boy. Akira is in shock. The woman laughed. She's saying this isn't the highest form of fire magic. Does a boy really call a bird-shaped firework a blazing phoenix? A mage transformed into a phoenix, burning enemies to ashes. That's the true form of this magic. The child, with his meager magical power, can only copy his form. She says it's time for him to ask for forgiveness. Metis has no intention of doing so. He would never give in to a fiend like her, even if it meant taking his own life. Akira begs his friend to stop. Now is not the time to show his temper. He's already apologized to the girl, so she'll spare him. The golem struck the aristocrat in the face. Karameus again offered to apologize. She tells him he shouldn't have bragged, but run away. The golem started harming him. Akira asks her to stop. He's still a child. He also begs his friend to simply apologize. He replied that he would neither apologize nor repent before their evil gang. He would not bow even under threat of death. The woman says that such a kitten needs to be taught some manners. She understands that his fine convictions cannot be broken by pain. But adults have many ways to tame naughty children. For example, instead of punishing a bad child, punish his friend. If he was an obedient boy, he would have saved his friend. But since he's stubborn, there's no choice. She asks him to remember well the face of the friend who will die because of him. Akira thinks there's no time to hesitate. One way or another, he'll have to confront his golem. Suddenly, Metis said that he had done wrong and apologized for it, therefore asking not to hurt Akira. He apologizes to his friend and says he was right. He should have called for help. He was careless. He wishes that at least he could somehow escape. He asks him to run as fast as possible and not to think about him. He'll apologize as much as the woman wants, so he asks her to spare Akira, as she promised. The hero admires Metis. These aren't tears of fear of death, but a sense of responsibility. He doesn't want to betray his principles, but he can't do anything about it, and he cries because he feels guilty about it. The hero was once like him. He was in a hurry to take responsibility, and because of his talent, he drove himself into a corner in order to achieve success. He also hurt others by pressuring them. He thought it was natural. But Metis turned out to be different. A man willing to sacrifice his life for pride compromised his principles for someone like him. This is true nobility. Akira said that Metis no longer needs to apologize. He wasn't wrong. True strength doesn't come from inflicting pain. That was the old him. He doesn't use true strength for himself. And for the sake of other people, Akira wanted to become like his friend. Inspired, Akira created a painting. The woman doesn't understand what this square magical field is. Akira thinks he has no guarantee he'll have the strength for it. But Metis has already been defeated, so there's no other way. All hope lies in the elixir he drank back then. To be sure to defeat a mid-class golem, he will draw an advanced golem. Metis is shocked that his friend is a summoner. Karamais is surprised that the shorty possesses summoning magic. And with such a small frame, this is an advanced golem. Even the most accomplished mages have a hard time making a contract with it, and it's summoned by some kid. Who the hell is he anyway? Akira remembered Arya's words that if he recklessly used a high-level summon on his own, he would use up all his magic power and die. The hero recognized this feeling. He didn't have enough magic. He'd drunk so much elixir, his magical power should have increased, but it still wasn't enough. Akira remembers the editors telling him for the 7th time that the design wasn't right. He begs them to have mercy. This is his first weekly magazine. He's been working without sleep for 3 days. He'll be exhausted before sales even start. He responded that the design needed to be more minimalist one way or another. The editor asked if Kamishiro was an amateur. He'd been told to draw manga, not pictures. That was work for professionals. It needs to be brought up to manga standards while retaining its unique features and appeal. This is called reworking. In addition, one must somehow reach a mutual understanding with the author and please the readers. This is precisely the task of a professional. Of all the things, he remembered the injury from when he first started working. Lacking magical power? So what? He's a pro. And the canvas is his territory. He doesn't want to cut corners. If the proposed design is beyond his capabilities, he will simplify it while preserving the unique features of the original. Karamais doesn't understand why the light is getting brighter. She told the golem to defeat the boy before he completes the summoning. Metis worries about her comrade. The golem struck. The woman thought about stopping him. She was already getting worried. Akira says she almost got him, but he got there at the last moment. The idea was sudden. It seems he managed to remake him so that he had enough magic. The reworked drawing is complete, an advanced golem version of Akira. The woman and Metis are shocked. Summoning such a creature at 7 years old is impossible. The aristocrat recalls everything his friend told him, about how he was scared, because he was just a human being, and how it would be better to call the adults for help as soon as they escaped. He had been so cautious given his power. What a fool Metis had been. He thinks that Akira Rainford is really cool. Karamais asks the boy not to joke. This can't be happening. To force a creature to change form, and during a summoning, no less. She suggests ending this farce. Could this really be an advanced golem? Apart from its core, it's completely hollow. And yet, an arm, that's absurd. She would never admit it was a summoned creature. Akira wonders if the golem had to be made thinner to allow for enough magic. It certainly looks terrible. But even so, it's undoubtedly an advanced golem. Akira's drawing hit the wall. He wasn't aiming at the enemy golem. Metis's safety needed to be ensured first. As his maid had said, if the summoner is crushed, the summoned creature will be neutralized. It was time to strike back. The hero was taught that if the summoner is crushed, the uncontrolled summoned creature disappears. Akira will soon run out of magic power. We need to disable the puppeteer as quickly as possible. Then, safely take Metis from the immobilized, controlless golem. The hero's golem managed to catch Metis. All they had to do was escape. His golem began to disappear. Karamais showed up and said that she was ready to play some more. The puppeteer failed to defeat her. She said she had been careless, and he immediately targeted her. She used a scroll of full restoration. The boy hadn't expected to find himself in this situation. The woman asked if he knew who the golem's natural enemy was. This is the divine beast Leviathan, a powerful aquatic creature against a land golem. And this feeling, he's definitely not below the advanced level. At first, she arrogantly considered them mere children, and so she only summoned a middling creature? Leviathan used the skill Tsunami. The golem created a barrier in the form of earth. The woman praised the hero, but the golem alone couldn't protect against water attacks. Akira asked her not to think that it could only defend itself. The hero used a resolving beam. This pile of rocks is a real advanced golem, so some kid really did manage to make a contract with it. She wonders who this guy is. Akira asks Metis to stop standing there and leave the golem quickly. However, the woman won't allow it. With one shot, Leviathan tore off part of the creature. After all, the golem was weak against the water element. He decided to attack with the beam again. The woman screams that it's useless. The beam won't harm him anymore. And how is he going to fight an earth element enemy, a natural water element? Metis is shocked that Akira isn't afraid of anything. The hero thinks that he has used up all his magic. What kind of confrontation is this? All he can do is keep the golem alive. Is this really the end? He's even been reborn in another world, and that's how he'll die. He refuses to believe this absurdity. Stagnation of ideas was commonplace, but he never gave up and always saw things through to the end. A mangaka's true strength lies not in his drawing skills, but in the way his work creates worlds and touches people's hearts. If everything were happening in a world he created, if he himself had created this crisis, then the solution would be as follows. He noticed the blank scroll the heretic had recently used. It could draw an elixir. The girl thought that victory was within her grasp. She used water breathing. Part of the golem was destroyed. The hero ran toward the scroll. She couldn't understand its effect. Could he really do anything with it? Akira thought the elixir would fully restore his magical power. However, there's no magic imbued into it. It's a used scroll. It won't be able to draw anything because it's not charged with magic. If he were a mage, he would have used the imbuing skill, but he's not very good with magic. Obviously, he won't be able to use this skill. Karamase realized the young man had run out of ideas. She suggested playing a beautiful melody on his bones. Metis shouted at his friend to run. He'd done all he could, so he had to get out of here. Akira took the scroll and tossed it to his friend. He caught him. The hero noticed that he could do magic. He asked Metis to use the imbue skill to charge this scroll with magical power. The hero can't use magic. Despite possessing magical powers from an early age, he somehow couldn't cast spells, so he found a way. His unique talent. Drawings on scrolls charged with magic gave him an item with all its properties. The scroll, a repository of magic, became a cheat, with which he breaks the laws of this world. Akira shouts at the golem to hit him with all his might. Another of his abilities is drawing objects. Karamase says that at first he gave her hope, but then simply sent the golem to its death. Ultimately, it was just a pathetic, childish attempt. As expected of a hero. Metis imbued the scroll with magic after all. The girl is surprised that he's so fixated on this used scroll. Even if he reuses the charged scroll, does he really intend to fight, even with the flawed magic of this hero? Akira smiled and said that it was simply something that even a hero couldn't do. He will draw the elixir. Full restoration of health and MP also increases magical power. Karamase was shocked that he'd drawn the elixir. Did he really think his bluff would work? Metis remembered what the young man had drawn during their first meeting. Akira decided to test whether his actions were a bluff. He drew a canvas and summoned a fire golem. The girl is shocked. To defeat the water summon, he transformed the earth golem into a fire one. This makes no sense. What does it all mean? The hero himself doesn't know. His mana is full. He's about to charge forward with all his might. Karamase says that no matter how you look at it, this is simply impossible. There was an explosion. Carl heard this. The search party realized the explosion was coming from the coast. These were the caves. They needed to hurry. Carl hoped Akira would be okay. At that moment, the hero collapsed from magical exhaustion. He couldn't calculate the amount of mana. He didn't even have the strength to draw the elixir. He asks Metis to hurry. The enemies could still return, but he must at least escape and call for help. The aristocrat replied that there was no need for that. The hero wanted to protest. He jumped up, and his friend asked if everything was okay. He replied that it wasn't okay. They had no other options. They needed to call for help immediately. Metis replied that it wasn't a matter of stubbornness and told the hero to look away. He turned around. A crowd of knights found the boys. Carl rushed to his son, crying. Akira tried to hide from his father. Metis asked the hero for an explanation of who he really was. Their eyes met. Akira realized it was too dangerous, and he needed to find a way out. He asked his friend to keep it a secret. He agreed. He said he was the heir to a magic shop, but couldn't cast spells. They could stick with that. Metis smiled and said that if that's what he wanted, so be it. He is really very grateful that the hero saved him. He called it the mysterious little summoner. To become a leader worthy of his people, he thought he needed to study even more. So he studied fencing, magic, and other sciences alongside adults. Such were his intentions. After meeting the hero, he realized something. He thought he'd learned a lot, but in reality, it was just arrogance. Akira smiled and said that some people don't notice this even in their entire lives. Isn't that great? Knowing yourself is an achievement worthy of a great leader. Someone called Metis and said that the cart was ready and he needed to hurry. For some reason, the boy said the name Metisfin Main. The hero didn't understand what he said. He replied that this was his real name and added that they would meet him again. Akira mentally said her name. He noted that this was somehow unlike him. Was he that worried about this? The hero waved to his friend and said that they would meet at the same place tomorrow. He asks him not to worry about having a girl's name. Akira is happy not because he has become close to an aristocrat. For the first time, he has a friend whom he truly respects. The man reported that a message had arrived from the palace. Good news. While he had concealed his identity, the rebels who had fallen for the double trick had been captured. Every single one. He called her a princess and said that they should prepare to return to the palace. Metisfina said that the count's son's life was also over. He apologized to her. It was his fault she had been drawn into the local unrest. She replied that it had been a very valuable experience for her. The hero writhed in pain. Diva didn't understand what was happening to him. Arya asked what had happened. The girl replied that the boy had suddenly started experiencing pain. The maid recognized these symptoms. She said it wasn't magical exhaustion. If the nerves that carry mana conduct volumes of magic that exceed their capacity, they become clogged. Damaged magical nerves are treated with mana transfusions from outside. But if this fails, even if his life is saved, he will no longer be able to cast spells. This serious defect will remain forever. The young man doesn't understand what's happening. It's the first time in his life he's felt such pain. He doesn't quite understand it, but he'll lose his ability to cast spells. Even if it's unintentional, he'll be able to return to being an ordinary person. It's not that scary. More importantly, if he doesn't come tomorrow, Metis will probably be worried. Diva and Akira finally fell asleep. Who says that Pennsylvania's fine, a country where geniuses are born? But she didn't expect that a boy from the boondocks would drive her to this. It was Karamice. She says it's all about the singularity. And who would have thought that this kitten was being nursed by death? As one of the shadows that maintains balance in the world, why would she harbor such a creature? The other shadows will not remain silent. Arya replied that his power was blocked, so she shouldn't dare touch this child. And if he disobeys her advice, he will become her enemy. She replied that she had no intention of being hostile to death. If she insisted, then she could rest easy. Arya agreed to let her go. Karamice decided to retreat, believing the maid's words. She called her Malaria of Doom. Arya wonders if she can control Akira's power. She's considering it too, but even though she's holding it back now, she doesn't know how much longer it will be possible. That night, almost unconscious, he thought he saw someone's shadow. His head was filled with all sorts of worries. Metis, what should he do if he waited for him? A few days later, when he finally recovered and arrived at the appointed place, he was gone. And then he waited for him every day, but Metis never showed up, as if the meeting had been nothing more than a mirage. And so the years passed. Some say that signs of the Odor return have reappeared at the northern wall. By order of the great Queen Kaisira Land Stormheim, in order to counter the coming disaster, they, the heirs to the throne, must find the best sorceresses. She asks her mentor, Katya Mayan, for help. He is the most talented summoner she knows. She must definitely find him and bring him to the palace. In the world of Altirad, in the year 6th of the calendar, undead swarms of odors appeared in the northern kingdom of Stormheim. They attacked people and drained their life force. Appearing as monsters emitting a golden glow, the odors absorbed life force and imitated the appearance of living beings. Furthermore, their victims transformed into new odors, whose numbers rapidly increased to tens of thousands. Within 2 weeks, they devastated half the country. Humanity shuddered before this inaction, indiscriminately consuming both humans and magical beings, unable to resist it with higher magic. The mages from Pennsylvania arrived. Fortunately, with the support of the strongest magical country, Pennsylvania, The odors were suppressed, and the war came to an end. However, the lives of the sword hero Mayan and his wife Celeria, the second princess of Stormheim, who held back thousands of odors until reinforcements arrived, fell on the altar of this victory. The people who survived the horrors of war formed a global alliance to be ready to fight the odors when they returned. A massive defensive wall was erected in the north of Stormheim. After this, having seen the limits of the hero race, the Queen of Stormheim, Kaisera Land Stormheim, abandoned the pride of the land of heroes and set her sights on raising mages and summoners. 14 years have passed since then. Altirad, 712 CE. The people of Stormheim are currently enjoying peace. Men are sitting at a dice table, one of them bets all his money. Since the bet is 9 times his stake, he'll win 9,000 gold. He wanted to help his friend out, but ended up getting stuck with him. It's not worth it to be so involved in other people's affairs. A girl serves wheat beer. Someone says he's grateful to the hero for his help, but he could have simply lent him the money. He says he'll definitely pay back what he lost. But such a large loss is no joke to him. Akira, you always get angry when you don't need to. The guy admits he fell for the provocation, but his friend mumbled something about borrowing 100 gold coins. He didn't mention that he'd already lost 1,000. The hero grabbed him by the shirt and asked if he'd really been counting on other people's gold. Was he just a wallet to him? Gus replied that he was planning to win back the money. But now that the debt is 9,000, it's too late to say anything. Akira says it's a year's worth of shop revenue. Why did he even get involved? Gus replied that no matter what he did, it was no use. He wasn't blessed with talent or luck. He was the son of a court knight who was a poor swordsman, and the son of the owner of a magic shop who has 0 magical power. I wish I'd been born into a simple peasant family. His older brother and sister joined the knightly order and were assigned to the North Wall, and they treated him like an outcast. Gus asked about Akira's family dynamics. He replied that there was nothing out of the ordinary. He was surprised that no one in his family seemed to care that their heir wasn't a mage. Then Gus remembered that a childhood accident had damaged his magical nerves. Unlike him, he could have been talented, if not for his nerves. Akira replied that he had been weak in magic from the start. He relied on scrolls, just as he did now. But with his abilities, you can't make a career. He can work in their shop and be happy about it. He's the family heir after all. Guaranteed employment, and no need to worry about money for the wedding. The girl approached them and said that for some time now she'd been listening to young men talk only about gloomy things. She told them to dream more, and she'd treat them to some sausages. Gus asked Louise if she understood their feelings. She replied that it was the duty of elders to listen to the sorrows of the young. After all, she, too, was born into abject poverty. Although lacking talent, the heir to the store would be like a prince to her. She asked Akira to go on a date after closing if he hadn't yet decided on a bride. He declined. Gus offered himself as a candidate. She asked if he was inheriting any establishment. He replied that no, but he would love her sincerely. Louise noted that love alone won't suffice. When the girl left, the friend asked why Akira refused her invitation. He replied that she was just joking. Gus called his friend naive. That's how they first find common ground. But he's not trying to start a relationship. Could he really be one of them? Akira got angry and asked what they would do about the debt. Louise called Akira and told him that Arya had come for him. Gus understood why the hero didn't need a girl. Because he had a noble elf as his maid. Akira replied that nothing of the sort. The friend made another joke, and the hero told him to think better about how to pay off the debt. Arya told him he had guests. They were waiting outside the house. He assumed they'd come for a favor. She replied that they'd come from the royal palace. Arya has always protected the hero since childhood. She's a maid, but she's like family to him. She's also the only one who knows his secret to drawing. 8 years ago, his magical nerves were destroyed by a kidnapping by heretics. Since then, he has lost the ability to use magical power independently. If someone else shares their mana with him, he'll be able to bring the drawing to life. He and Arya tested this out, and overall, he's happy with everything. He longs for a simple life, where talent isn't necessary. They were walking through a place used for dates. There was a couple there. He looked at Arya and blushed. She asked what had happened. Perhaps the young man was worried about what Gus had said. Arya is his family. He can't have feelings for her, can he? Looking at all the couples around, Arya took the guy's hand. He didn't understand why she did it, and she said everything was fine. Even without his magical power, he's still him. Akira realized she'd heard that conversation. He told her she was right and thanked her. People around him feel sorry for him because he's lost his magical power. And Arya supports him, just as she always has. A son who hasn't achieved anything yet, despite being an adult, has a mother who always asks him with a smile what he wants for lunch, and a father who encourages him with words about the opportunity to practice his scrolls. This is something he never achieved, no matter how much money he earned, no matter how much success he achieved. Modest happiness. In this world, he has it. Without getting involved in personality-destroying rivalry, he lives by accepting himself as he is. This is his place in life. But what if it disappears from his life if he doesn't pay off the 9,000 ruble debt? He needs to find a way to earn money somewhere. Someone asked if he's Akira Rainford. Receiving no answer, the woman asked again. Is the young man before her the genius interrupter Akira Rainford? Akira is shocked that this girl knows about his abilities. He assumed she was the one from the castle. Besides, he thinks he's seen her somewhere. She asked him if he was Akira Rainford. She apologized for the maid. She wanted to see him as soon as possible and didn't wait for her to bring him. The hero asked her what a summoner was. She realized that words alone would not be enough and decided to take action. Rays of light followed the smoothly gliding edge of her blade. The hero recognized Metis's technique. The girl realized that he remembered everything, that what he had seen back then was merely a crude technique. And this was its perfect form. With a single draw of her sword, she can unleash multiple blows. By coordinating them in all directions, she simultaneously attacks and defends. This is the secret technique of the Mayan line of heroes, the magical flash of Suingen. As a commander of the court order, she was awarded the title of Sword Master. She is the second daughter of the Roma Mayan, Katya Mayan. She is also Metisfina's mentor. The hero remembered a boy he had befriended many years ago. He realized she was the young master's mentor. They hadn't seen each other since that incident 8 years ago. He wondered what business he had with his lady teacher. Probably some request from Lord Metis. As for the summoner, she definitely hadn't confused him with anyone else. If there were no more questions, he could go. Akira was about to leave, but she stopped him. She said that she was sent here by Metisfina, a person who shared special memories with him. She knows everything, after all. Fortunately, it seems Metis took his drawing as a challenge. He promised it would be their secret. As Arya warned, drawing would be a source of trouble. And most of all, he doesn't want it to ruin his life. He was thinking about how to deceive her. Arya said it was better to avoid misunderstandings. It didn't seem like she was thinking of threatening him. Katya asked him to give her some time. They went to a pastry shop. He probably wasn't a suspect, since they were in the city center. The girl ordered a pastry set, and the boy just tea. She assumed he didn't like sweets, but he replied that he had no appetite at all. He feels like he's being interrogated by the police. It's important to maintain a positive atmosphere for the conversation to go smoothly. He decided to start by complimenting her. He said he hadn't expected the commander of the knightly order to be such a beauty. Besides, her face seemed familiar. He asked if they had met somewhere before. She said that it's better to approach peers with such compliments. He replied that she was a true beauty, and there were no others like her in their city. The waitress silently thought that the guy was trying really hard. Katya remarked that, judging by her age, she was closer to his parents. Then it dawned on him. Katya Mayan, of aristocratic descent, the life of a sword master, was closer in age to his parents. He realized that she was from that list of mothers. She replied that she meant that she was a mother herself. In her 24 years of life, she had never even dated a man. But what it turns out is that besides Diva, others exist in this world too. Depending on his choice, he could have become this woman's son. It's all somehow strange. But since she could become his mother, she shouldn't pose a threat to him. He asked why she really came to him. Katya agreed that she'd been a bit slow in getting started. She'd say it straight out. She wants Akira Rainford to join her team to tame the fire dragon. She says that his talent is essential. The hero is shocked by these words. The girl extends her hand across the table to the guy, who understands that she has come to ask him to join the pacification team. He is surprised by the fire dragon. She also knows about his ability. It is better to tell everything honestly right away. The boy reveals that he did use summoning at one time, but an incident in his childhood damaged his magical nerves, leaving him with no magical power at all. He smiles as he tells this. Without scrolls, he can't even use basic spells, so he doesn't think he can be of any use to them, especially in a campaign against a magical beast. The girl understands that this guy has a great gift, but he still hides it from strangers. However, he is a wonderful and at the same time selfless person if it concerns a friend in trouble, the girl thinks. She doesn't understand why he's so persistent in hiding his talent, but his magical nerves are really damaged, and the town knows about it. The girl decides to infuse him with mana, and the guy gets scared. They have a gifted sorceress on their team, originally from the magical land of Pennsylvania. She asks him if he really controlled the golem. A golem standing as a shield is essential for pacifying the fire dragon. It would be enough to simply summon it, but the guy is not sure that it will work, but there is a reward for this. The girl says that the reward is 10,000 gold. The guy is surprised by this and asks how much. She said, "A whole 10,000. This is enough to pay off the entire debt at once." The girl understands what he is reacting to. She informs him that she is paying everything at once. He will receive money simply for summoning the golem. Regardless of the outcome of his campaign, they will provide him with mana. The girl says that he is capable of this. Will he help them out? She says that it would be better to ask his parents why his nerves are damaged and why his summoning talent was not reported to the palace. The girl darkened. The main character says that they promised not to threaten. The girl says that this never even crossed her mind. It is her official duty, as the head of the court knights, to investigate the reasons for the concealment of valuable human resources from the country. The protagonist understands that this is a complete failure. The protagonist understands that she is not as simple as she seems. He says that he has understood everything. All that remains is to agree and hope for the secret to be kept. He says that he accepts the offer. It is necessary to summon the golem with the help of the mana they provide. The girl is happy that he agrees and thanks him. He's a good man. It would be a shame to send him to prison. The guy silently asks her not to say such terrible things with a smile on his face. The girl says they're leaving tomorrow, and should she come pick him up? He says no. His parents don't know about his money problems. He asks if he can keep this trip a secret from his family. He can't let them know about the drawing. The girl agrees. The perfect balance between threat and gentle persuasion. He lost. The Fire Dragon Suppression Team. To complete this task, he will only hope that the other members will be decent people. The girl in the suit asks in surprise if he can summon without infusing mana, and in what place is this genius summoner? She asks Katya what all this means. It's not even funny to say that such a brat signed a contract with an advanced golem. The main character is shocked. He definitely didn't expect this. Katya says that he lost his magical power due to an incident in the past, but let him believe that he is a genius who made a contract with an advanced golem at the age of 7. The witch asks if he is making it up, and the guy says that it is true. The witch says that this is very suspicious. She asks Katya if she is sure. She asks her not to worry. She has irrefutable evidence. The guy thinks that everyone always treats him like a child. The girl decides to test him. She uses mana infusion and asks him to be grateful. She asks him to make a summon, and the protagonist is surprised by the mana. To make it look like a full-fledged summoning in a short time, he makes a basic golem. The golem appears in front of the guy. Katya informs Prol that here's a golem. The girl thinks that it is small, basic or something. Besides, this kid, what kind of incident did he experience? His magical nerves are all torn to shreds, and the infusion of magic does not reach the mana pocket. Prol says that he is making fun of her, and she suddenly falls to the ground. Katya is surprised by this and asks her what is going on. Prol reports that this brat can't even cast spells. All his mana immediately flows into the golem before it reaches his pocket. A mana pocket is something that anyone who uses magic has. It is a storehouse for their magical power. The size of the pocket determines the magnitude of the sorcerer's magical power. Only by conducting mana from this pocket along the magical nerves can a spell be cast. As for the infusion of mana, the point is to replenish the strength of a comrade whose mana has run out. Even if one doesn't have one's own magical power, the mana poured in from outside should remain inside the pocket for a while, but due to the torn nerves, everything simply evaporates. That's the thing with him. He's like an old trough full of holes. No matter how much fuel you pour in, it will all leak out. If you throw mana into such a colander, you're more likely to get magical exhaustion. Katya asks her if she's joking about a mage of her level getting magically exhausted. The girl is serious. He spent more mana on the basic golem than on the advanced one, so his magical nerves are really damaged. She asks the girl if she could cure his magical nerves. Even in the greatest magical country, she is called an unrivaled genius. For them, the mages of Stormheim, this is impossible. But Prol, he will definitely be able to find some solution. The main character thinks about what kind of mood this is, justifying it with the lack of magical power. After all, he lived a completely calm life. The protagonist mentally asks them not to tell him that she can restore his nerves, because to him she looks like an ordinary little girl, and a mischievous one at that. The girl crosses her arms and says that no, it's impossible. Treating mana disorders is an incredibly complex technology, and they don't even have the necessary equipment. You can't just go and do something. She invites the boy to come to Pennsylvania with 100,000 gold pieces, where she'll examine him as best she can, though with no guarantee of success. He doesn't have that kind of money. He realizes she's actually trying to save him. He doesn't want to be cured himself, so he asks if he could be useful in the dragon hunt. The girl says that of course, she calls him a loser. Katya says that of course he will be useful. Summoners are extremely valuable people. Prul glares at the girl, who remains awkwardly silent. She asks if she's in her right mind. He'll only be a burden. Summoning even a basic golem is a big deal. It's enough as a shield against a fire dragon. They'll need a formidable shield to distract them. That would be more convenient. If necessary, she'll also share her mana. She asks for a chance, and Prol agrees. If the target was just the dragon, he and Prol would be enough. However, the real purpose of this mission is to test Akira Reinford's abilities and character. The girl wonders if he is really as good as she was told. Then she asks Prol to get that thing. Prol is shocked by this. When she was told that it was specially for Akira, she says that this thing is too good for him. He does not meet the requirements, but it is a gift. Giving such a thing to a complete incompetent is the same as throwing it in a ditch. The protagonist dons his cloak. The royal knights of this country are too extravagant. He thinks about how the design is very similar to modern clothing. These robes are made in Pennsylvania specifically for mages. They can be pre-enchanted, just like a scroll, with restoration and protection spells activated automatically. They're quite expensive, after all. They're Pennsylvanian. This is not done anywhere except in the greatest magical country, a rare thing from a completely different league. She asks to accept it from the medical doctor. As a gesture of sincere intentions, the protagonist is surprised. Prol reports that it is like casting pearls before swine, or not. It depends on him. He is pressured by contempt and hope at the same time. The main character didn't expect that they would take such good care of him. Why are they paying 10,000 gold? He needs to try hard to make sure everything goes well, although he doesn't even reach the level of a beginner. The guy decides to do everything in her power, and Katya rejoices in this spirit. Now they can move on, because adventures await them. After this, the girl reads some spell and she attacks the dragon in front of her with a thunder arrow. Katya uses the demonic flash sewing gun, attacking the dragon with a sword. The ferocious female dragon basilisk during the laying period is defeated like a simple lizard. The protagonist fell and bruised his knee. They called themselves a brilliant sorceress and a swordmaster from the court order. The main character thinks that these two girls in front of him are too strong. He seriously does not understand why he gave in to them. One girl asks the other to look with her skill at what is ahead. One girl asks another if she should use restoration magic. But she's not injured. She suggests Akira, who has a bruised knee, but it's a waste to spend money on such a good-for-nothing. He'd be better off chewing some medicinal herbs. The girl angrily demands that he not look at them. The protagonist apologizes and turns away. He also wants to go into the source, but he has a precious method of restoration. Several scrolls. Scrolls with prepared drawings of the elixir. This cure for exhaustion has belonged only to him since childhood. With it, he does not need any restoration magic, the ability to draw objects he hides from Arya. Although the measures taken saved Akira's life, he will no longer be able to use his mana pocket. Mana no longer accumulates in his body, so if he receives a summoning without the help of someone else's magical power, he will simply die from magical exhaustion. The main character thinks that Arya does nothing but care about him, and he deceived her again. He told her that this was a delivery of scrolls, and not an invitation to a campaign. It's somehow disgusting, because he constantly lies to her. They ask him what he's doing there secretly with the scroll. The guy turns around in horror. He says that it's just a restoration spell. Whether he's using the scroll because of his bruised knee, he's a softie. Katya notices that the color of the water around Prawl is changing. The girl understands with a smile that this is not an ordinary spring, but a magical one. Katya thoughtfully reports that it looks like the color changes where the girl touches the water. Everything around Prawl always shines golden. This is proof that she has magic of the highest order. It is also the color of gold. Although she is a knight and this is unfair, she is from a family of heroes. This is good. A magical source and restores mana. Because of some incompetence, she is very tired today. The girl asks about the fact that maybe Akira will eventually come here too. Prawl is shocked by this proposal. The girl only says that this is a rare magical source. Maybe this will have an effect on the circulation of mana in his nerves. Suddenly the source will help, at least somehow. It won't hurt to try. She asks Prawl if she agrees. Prawl angrily says that since she says so, there is nothing to be done. She addresses the guy as if he is a talentless person, and says that he can sit in the corner. The protagonist thanks her, and mentally thinks about whether this source belongs to her. Then the main character goes into the water, and says that it's very good. Katya thinks about how well-trained he is. He says that it couldn't be better, while Prawl has dived deep under the water and is closely watching the main character. Suddenly the girl asks what is happening. She notices that the water around the main character becomes rainbow-colored. The girl asks the guy if he is the one causing this rainbow light to come from the source, and who he is anyway. The girls and the beast behind them look at the main character in bewilderment. The guy looks at the water in horror and understands that things are bad. This is not just a cheat, but some kind of special gift. He himself does not understand anything. The girl says that Akira still has amazing magical powers, which boggles the imagination. The girl says that she has no idea what the rainbow-colored glow reaction means. It's the first time she's seen something like this. But the guy is undoubtedly strange. There has never been a time when she didn't know something. There are 5 options for the response glow of the magical source, depending on the volume of magical power. If there is none, then everything is unchanged. And if there is, it is displayed in order of volume: green, blue, red, gold. But the rainbow is not mentioned in any grimoire. This guy is a living mockery of it, but he thinks that despite all the rudeness, until his abilities are revealed, he remains completely fine. Prawl asks if it is possible that he is some kind of monster, or if he is so immeasurably stupid. The protagonist angrily asks the girl to stop this already. Prawl approaches a lonely girl by a tree and asks if she is cold. Since she is so far from the fire, she hands her a hot drink in a mug. The girl says with a smile that she just woke up and immediately came to replace her at her post. The girl tells her that she is grateful to her, but she can still rest. Prawl asks her if she doesn't mind if she sits here too. They share a drink, and Prawl tells her that the guy left the girls to watch while he was fast asleep, and she calls him a fool. The girl asks Prawl to be patient. It seems that both traveling and sleeping outdoors are new to him, and she is not happy with modern guys. Prawl looks at Katya with a smile and asks her to tell him why she is so fussing around him. There are few summoners in Stormheim, so she can understand her interest. But with such a violation of magical power, it is impossible to summon an advanced golem, or rather it is better to start with whether he could previously, whether he actually made a contract with him. Summoning an advanced golem at the age of 7, she didn't believe it, but the person who told her couldn't lie. She might be too optimistic. But everything fell into place when she investigated and found out the name of his father, Karl Reinford. The girl is surprised by this name. Prawl asks her to wait. Reinford, is this the same Reinford, Karl Reinford? Even in the Magical Academy of Pennsylvania, where there are enough geniuses. He was called the best magician of that generation, and was even described as the second coming of the devil, and that sleeping mediocrity was the son of such a great man. 18 years ago, he suddenly left Pennsylvania and went into hiding, did not take part in the subsequent War of the Odors, for which he was criticized, meaning that he settled in Stormhay and raised his son. Katya asks her if this explains everything. Usually it is simply impossible for a 7-year-old child to summon an advanced golem, but in the case of Karl Reinford, it is quite possible. They say it was his genius that raised the magical arts of Pennsylvania to today's standards. Summoning an advanced golem for his son and forcing him to enter into a contract with it sounds plausible. Prawl understands the story behind all this. She was already thinking that such a cautious person like her had a personal interest in messing around with this guy. Katya reports that this is also true. When she first saw him, he did not seem like a stranger. but rather like someone close, so it seems that she herself wants to look after him. After some time, Prol shouts that they finally found it, they spent the whole day on it. The main character realizes that it is a fire dragon. Prol approaches Akira and demands that he summon a golem. She asks him if he can really summon it, after which Akira completes the drawing and an advanced golem appears in front of him. Katya asks Prol to look at how huge this golem is. It is undoubtedly advanced. The girl understands that this guy is truly a complete mystery, seriously summoned and made a contract with an advanced golem at the age of 7. Suddenly, the girl feels ill, and Prol reports that the man is leaving quickly. She asks Katya to finish quickly, and she agrees. Katya shouts at the protagonist to keep the dragon's attention on the front lines, but the golem is too slow. The protagonist does everything in his power. He thinks about whether he doesn't have enough mana being poured in. Since he can't really control it, he apologizes and says that he needs a little more mana. Prol gets angry at the guy because of this. The golem is advanced, but it eats up too much mana. She asks to do something about it, but Katya shouts at the two of them to get ready, because now there will be breathing. The dragon is going to attack them. The dragon launches its attack right at them, but the protagonist's advanced golem protects them from the attack. Katya shouts that everything worked out well. Let him continue to cover them from his breath. Prol thinks that this is no longer a joke. Then mana is sucked out endlessly. She is impressed that he was able to summon an advanced golem, but in this state he is too little use. She can temporarily increase the effectiveness of his magic by tying up the guy's severed nerves as much as possible, so that should help, at least a little. Otherwise he will really collapse from exhaustion. By infusing her mana, she will improve his magical nerves. The girl understands that the efficiency has increased a little, but it will not last that long. She shouts to Katya to quickly kill the dragon. The girl hears this and uses Blood Ash, and then Suingen, 30 times acceleration. With this, she attacks the dragon. A mutation created by an ancient deity called the Goddess of War, a living embodiment of battle with a superhuman body and immense magical power. The Mayan line of heroes, representing Stormheim, is one of the 7 great houses that protect this world. As for Suingana, a secret art of the Mayan line, inherited from the ancient ancestress. Katya takes on a completely different appearance, and in a second, up to 100 attacks fall upon the enemy. It is said that this technique even surpasses the speed of light, and this is how the girl defeats the dragon. The distinctive feature of the Mayan clan is the red eye effect, Bloody Ash, which is exactly what Katya has now. Bloody Ash has also become known in many countries as a bloody berserker. The protagonist looks on in horror as the girl defeats a giant dragon with one swing of her sword. So this is what a hero's power really is. Will Metis become like that in the future? Frankly speaking, the girl didn't fully believe it, but now she was definitely convinced. Akira, she undoubtedly had a contract with an advanced golem. The guy looked at Prol. Be that as it may, the quest is now complete. The girl lies exhausted on the ground, all thanks to her help with mana, and he simply summoned her, nothing special. The girl says that mana can be provided, but it's not so easy to form a contract with a summoned creature, which surprises the boy. The caster either sways the beast to his side or inherits it from a predecessor. In any case, those who can form a contract with a high-level creature are extremely rare. But to do this at just 7 years old, this is something the girl had never heard of. She asks Akira to answer her about why he hid his gift, whether his father ordered him to do this. The guy thinks about why everything is exactly like this. This expedition against the dragon initially seemed suspicious, of course, but why is she trying to get to the bottom of his strength now? Did Metis persuade her? Do they want to make him a state summoner? The protagonist understands that it is his fault that he fell for the reward. He thinks that he might be able to evade the answer. He asks what order of his father is being discussed. Akira asks what his father has to do with it. The girl sighs and says that there is no point in lying anymore. If this is Carl Reinford's project, then everything finally comes together. He carefully hid everything in order to develop the abilities of his son, in whom his blood flows, a brilliant magician. The main character looks at the girl in bewilderment. He asks for a minute to wait, and asks again about the genius magician, saying that his father is a simple shop owner, but someone behind him asks him not to lie. He won't fool her. This is Prol. She reports that the story about the golem contract at age 7 sounds very suspicious. The protagonist initially dismissed it as nonsense. He demonstrated it in a real battle, albeit without mana, but he does indeed hold a contract with the golem. Although a 7-year-old boy simply cannot have something like a high-level contract, there is only one answer that comes to mind. She reveals that in fact, someone else with great power helped him to make it. For example, the most talented spellcaster in the history of the Magic Academy is Karl Reinford. The protagonist ponders what this means. The main character gets angry and wonders what kind of nonsense they are both talking about. He asks the girls to wait. The girls exchange glances, and the guy asks if his father is so famous, if he is the most talented in history. He has never even heard of anything like that. The guy thinks that this is his father, and he didn't even guess about it. This frivolous man is actually a genius. Maybe it's some kind of mistake. Maybe they confused him with his namesake. But if it's true, the main character clenches his fist. The boy understands that his father intended to choose a simple mother, but in the end, he ended up with a father who was a complete cheater. He imagines his parents, who are happy. He wonders if they are all making fun of him. If he is the son of a genius magician, he doesn't need such problems. Katya sighs and says that she doesn't understand why Karl hid his talent. She apologizes for hiding the true purpose of the campaign from him. She says that she is actually very sorry. They needed to make sure and test his abilities. They only wanted to check it, and in no case did they try to harm him in any way. The main character is horrified by this. The girl also reports that Metasfina had a very deep trust in the guy. Suddenly the ground under the three of them begins to shake, and they're all surprised by this. Prul looks back and asks what it is. If it is an earthquake, Katya assumes that the volcano is woken up, but what they see frightens them. The girl turns around and notices a dragon who is staring at the girl. She thinks about whether it is a fire dragon, whether she killed it. The girl immediately grabs her sword. She becomes stupefied. And Prol reports that this was not only a fire dragon's nest, things were bad, and under no circumstances should it have been disturbed. This huge creature turns out to be a divine beast that had been sleeping peacefully here before their arrival. The protagonist's advanced golem, the divine beast of the earth Norm, stands opposite the dragon, the divine beast of the water Leviathan, and there is also the divine beast of the wind, Elfin, and the one who is called the strongest of them, the divine beast of fire. His name is Salamander. Prol reports that the divine beasts tower over all other living beings, ruling the four elements. They will not tolerate desecration, any provocations. Even the hero will not be well off in a direct attack. Katya is surprised by this. In fact, this is not a simple monster, but a real monster, which was even worshipped as a deity. The main character is scared. The main character asks with an awkward smile if they can run away. The girl replies that she doesn't know. In any case, it's better for them not to make any sudden movements. Its flaming breath will melt everything within a radius of exactly 100 meters, at a temperature of over 3,000 degrees. The guy asks if Prol is a talented mage, whether she can do anything with ice magic, for example. The girl says she's not very good at ice magic. The guy makes a sarcastic remark, and the girl gets angry, saying he should have kept quiet. You can't master all the attributes. Even if ice were her strong point, it would be of no use. Salamander is the strongest of the divine beasts. To resist it, she needs the support of the divine beast Elfin, who has the opposite attribute. Or at least the combined efforts of the other two beasts, Leviathan and Norm. Then it might be possible to defeat him. The protagonist is surprised when he hears the name Leviathan. He asks if he is such a huge summonable sea serpent, but the girl informs him that divine beasts do not make contracts with people. If someone can summon them, then this creature is no longer human. The main character thinks about who the head of the cult was with whom he fought. It turns out that she was not human. He remembers that girl. Katya apologizes to Prol for interrupting her and tells her that they need to decide something, fight or retreat. Prol is seriously considering this decision. She informs them that if they run, he might attack them, so it's better not to turn their backs on him. They need to retreat very quietly. They try to do this, but the next moment, the divine beast begins to roar, and the girl screams that they failed to do this. The next moment, Salamander makes his attack, but Prol manages to put up a barrier and protect his friends. The protagonist is surprised that the girl put up a defense. Didn't she just say that she used up too much mana? Katya shouts at Prol that she can somehow deal with the divine beast herself, and that she should grab Akira and run, but Prol shouts at her not to do anything stupid. Her face is frightened. She looks after the running girl. She addresses Akira as a mediocrity and tells him to summon the golem immediately. With such an obstacle, they would have a way to retreat, and she would provide him with mana. This was no time to save his strength. Let him act quickly, while she still held the magical barrier. The guy screams that this is madness. Because of him, the mana consumption is already huge, and if you give him mana in this situation, it will be magically exhausted. The girl angrily shouts at him to shut up. She will think of something about this. He cannot run away, leaving Katya as bait. The protagonist grits his teeth and says that he will still try to distract his attention to the golem. He creates a drawing and the next moment summons the golem, standing directly in front of the beast. Prol says it's excellent work, and she won't call him a meanie anymore. He says now isn't the best time for a promotion, and she decides to work on restoring his magical nerves. It won't be easy. 3 spells at once. She hasn't given it her all in a while. The protagonist looks in shock at the girl, who, while maintaining a magical barrier, will not only pour mana into it, but also intend to heal his severed nerves. Such is the true power of Prol Bryce. She is a gifted witch. From Pennsylvania, the girl begins to read a spell and shouts that the element of the atmosphere should submit to her full, turn into an endless cloud that will hide them. The protagonist realizes that she is also creating a 4th spell. The girl manages to create a cloudy descent, and it begins to rain, which the protagonist watches in shock. He understands that this is also weather magic. And are all geniuses like this? Katya thanks the girl because it makes it easier to move, while Prol asks her to hold on a little longer. She understands that if she lowers Akira's mana consumption, the golem will improve both its mobility and control time, and then they will be able to escape from here, from the divine beast. The girl uses integration. She will grab all his nerves one by one and connect them together. Even the most distant ones. She asks Akira to show her the hidden corners of his body. Suddenly, the girl notices something and thinks about what this bright rainbow light is. She is on the edge of the connected nerves. The girl is surprised. She understands that this is his pocket of mana. The guy has his own pocket, which was hidden behind his torn nerves. But what else is it? The girl looks closely at his pocket of mana and understands that this is a bottomless magical power that far exceeds even her own. The girl is amazed by this. She, Prol Bryce, possessed exceptional magical power. Even by the standards of Pennsylvania, the strongest magical country on the continent of St. Ede. By synchronizing with another person's magical nerves through measuring instruments and the filling skill, their consciousness can visualize their mana pocket and the amount of magical power, the teacher explained to them. The average mage's mana pool is roughly the size of a human heart, while exceptional mages can have mana pools as large as a human's height, or even larger. Compared to dozens of ordinary mages, Prol had a huge pocket of mana, and because of this, she was called a monster and slandered right behind her back. The girl, in shock, asks why and what is wrong with Akira's mana pocket. It can't even be called big. He drank too many elixirs. Akira's mana pocket is tens of times larger than the girl herself. Could it be that the magical source glowed with a rainbow light for a reason, but because the guy possessed a volume of magic that wasn't even mentioned in any book? Even so, how could he have hidden a pocket of mana that size? She realizes that if she looks closely, the severed magical nerves around the pocket are positioned just perfectly to hide it. Suddenly, the girl is surprised and realizes that this means that this is all the work of a person. Someone deliberately tried to hide this pocket of mana. Suddenly, someone shouts at Prol to switch to physical defense. The girl returns to consciousness and sees in horror that they are already being attacked by a divine beast. The beast hits the ground next to them, and they are thrown back by the shockwave. Katya, in bewilderment, shouts the name Prol. The girl flies and realizes that she is too fixated on breathing. The guy lands and looks forward. The divine beast stared straight at the protagonist and was about to attack him. The guy looked at it in horror, and the beast released an attack from its mouth. The guy thought that no, his second life was still too short. The next moment, Prol appears in front of the guy, who successfully manages to block the beast's attack. She turns to the guy and shouts at him to run away from here. She realizes that she is reacting slowly. They are being squeezed out. The protagonist shouts the girl's name, and the next moment the beast attacks a large area in front of it. Katya covers her face with her hands. She looks ahead in horror and understands that even for Prol, it will be almost impossible to withstand such an attack. She looks ahead and understands that instead of thoughtlessly rushing to help, she apologizes and asks them to be careful. The girl looks up and sees a divine beast above her. She realizes that Salamander's weak point, she's heard it's located behind the fire sac on its chest, is behind it. She's about to use Blood Ash. Swinging, the second style, is a piercing spear, and she attacks the beast with it. After this, the divine beast opens its mouth in horror, and the girl thinks about whether she succeeded. However, from above she sees only some kind of liquid. She wonders if the fire sac turned into lava when damaged. She understands that she is trapped. The main character slowly moves forward. The girl lies with her eyes closed. He drags her on his back. Prol asks the guy where he is going. She calls him scum and a coward, and asks her to let him go because he left Katya and ran away. The guy reports that with magical exhaustion and burns all over his body, she still calls him names. Prol gets angry and asks to shut up. He abandons his comrades, saving only himself. Is this a manly act in his opinion? The guy says that he is in pain, he is not going to run away. Before entering the battle, they need to reconsider tactics. The girl thinks about this, and the guy understands that she is so impatient. The main character asks the girl to listen to him. He says that he has a scroll with an elixir. The girl angrily says that he found time to joke. Do such things exist? The guy says that it is true. In any case, she should listen to him. With him, her mana will be fully restored, and then she will give it to him. The girl asks what he is talking about, whether he is delirious, even if such a scroll actually exists, whether he is offering to give him mana with its terrible consumption, whether he wants to escape on a golem. But the main character seriously announces that he is going to defeat Salamander, and once again asks her to transfer all the restored mana to him. The main character says that although the attribute is not the most suitable, he will try to summon it. The divine beast of water, Leviathan. The guy is serious. Some girl tells someone that he is probably very angry that she broke her promise, and she is fully aware that this will cause him trouble. She understands everything, but still, this country needs Akira. The girl smiles. Katya lies on the ground, barely surviving, wounded and breathing heavily. She understands that even with a magical barrier over the hero's body effects, she was still able to burn to ashes against the Salamander. After this, the girl barely gets to her feet and understands that she still cannot hesitate no matter what happens. She will stand to the end. She looks up with a sword in her hands. The girl understands that she needs to buy as much time as possible so that Akira and Prol can retreat from here. Suddenly something starts to rumble and some kind of explosion occurs on the battlefield. Prol and Akira look in that direction in horror. Prol shouts Katya's name. The protagonist grabs the girl by the hand, and the girl angrily asks her to let go, whether he is going to let her die. The main character says that dying together is clearly not an option. The girl looks in bewilderment at the guy, from whom some kind of light begins to emanate. The girl looks at her body in bewilderment and realizes that her wounds and magical power were healed overnight. She asks what happened. Did he really heal her? She asks if it was an elixir, or rather, he said that it was a scroll with an object. The guy is holding two parts of a torn scroll in his hands. The main character reports that he lost his bag, and that the last one was lying in his coat. The girl is surprised by his words. He was worried that part of the scroll had burned, but it was good that it worked. Even like that, Akira asks him to transfer his mana to him right now. Prol looks at him in bewilderment and thinks about whether this is all for real, whether it is the elixir from the scroll. She hears about this for the first time. She reports that it is permissible to give him mana now, but what is he going to do with it? The protagonist reports that he has already said that he will summon the divine beast Leviathan. The protagonist seriously admits this. He asks about whether they want to save Katya, so they will have to risk everything they have. The girl says that it is as if a divine beast will make a contract with a person. It is not a time for jokes. The guy angrily asks why she bothered him. Akira asks the girl why not just try to give him mana, and if she decides that he is lying, then he should stop immediately. The girl is surprised by these words of the guy. He asks her that she is ready to do anything for Katya, and the elixir worked after all, so let it work already. The girl wonders if he can truly summon the divine beast Leviathan, and she forces herself to compose herself. After all, no book has ever recorded a perfect contract between a human and a divine beast. The girl clenches her fist. In the current situation, giving away precious mana to a person with a high expenditure is something she doesn't agree to risk, but the girl has no choice and scolds the guy, gritting her teeth. She shouts at the guy that if he lied to her, then even death won't buy him off. The girl's gonna give him her mana and uses an infusion. The protagonist looks at the girl in surprise and asks what it is. If this is all Prol's power, it seems that it even surpasses Arya in strength, he says with a smile, and then everything will work out. After this, the protagonist completes his drawing and manages to summon the colossal divine water beast Leviathan. The girl looks in shock at the beast in front of her, and she realizes that this is a real Leviathan. Prol wonders if this is true, if he made a contract with a divine beast. But the girl denies it and understands that it is like with the scroll of elixir. It is not that it is amazing, it is simply impossible. She thinks about his name and does not understand who he really is. Leviathan begins to attack the enemy, and the girl is carried away by the water. She is shocked and thinks about whether this is a divine water beast, and where it came from. She looks at something in surprise. The girl looks closely at the guy, who is concentrating, and wonders if it was really he who summoned Leviathan. Then Leviathan takes a deep breath and attacks the beast in front of him. The girl realizes that as soon as he cast the spell, all her mana immediately dried up. The guy thinks that although his attribute is weaker, it seemed to him that together with the same divine beast, they would somehow cope. After all, the enemy is the strongest of all the divine beasts. The girl behind him is already completely exhausted, but she tries to maintain the guy's mana. She understands that his mana consumption is too high, and she doesn't know if she can handle it if he decides to use another powerful spell. The girl, closing her eyes, thinks about that huge pocket and the magical power that she saw inside it. If only they could be used somehow. Leviathan and Salamander continue their ferocious fight, destroying everything in their path with their attacks. Katya appears and shouts to Prol about whether she is okay. She asks about where this water divine beast came from. Prol reports that there is only one person here who is capable of such a thing. He was summoned by the summoner they hired. The girl is very surprised by this news. Katya looks at Akira and wonders if it was really him who summoned the divine beast, Leviathan. She remembers how she told her mentor that it was true. That guy was just incredible. She assures the girl that to summon an advanced golem at only 7 years old, and a golem with the fire attribute, despite her words, it is still hard to believe. She herself would not have believed it. However, all this happened right before her eyes. Akira materialized an item from the scroll and transformed the attribute of the summoned creature. She told her about it, although she promised him to keep his secret, because she believes that they need him in these difficult times. After all, it is Akira who can become the great savior of Stormheim, or rather, the entire world from the odors. The ever-prudent Lady Midas rejoiced at the memory of this young man, like some child. Prol desperately asked Katya to stop thinking and help her. Katya asks her if she is okay, but the girl says that no, to be honest, she is not very well. Katya says that they need to leave the divine beast as a shield and leave here immediately, but Prol says that they won't be able to do this because she will immediately run out of mana. She informs them that once Leviathan disappears, they will become its next target, and they have no choice but to gain additional magical power and defeat the Salamander. Katya asks how they can get this additional magical power. Prol says that no matter what, let her provide Akira with magic instead of her. Katya asks if this is enough. Prol says that they will switch for a very short time. She asks Katya to trust her. She wants to try something. The girl says that this is a somewhat verbal request, but for her it is without any words. Will always be the most reliable friend. Katya then uses mana infusion on the main character, and Prol and Akira are surprised by this. The protagonist asks what it is, whether even Katya gives him her mana. He thanks her for this, and informs her that a difficult job awaits Prol. It will connect his torn pocket of mana with the magical nerves. It needs to be carefully restored to at least 30%. If the balance is disturbed due to improper unification, this will lead not only to a complete loss of magical power, but one can even lose one's life. She will put all her knowledge and skills into this and return Akira Reinford's pocket of mana. The girl understands that there is very little left. She asks the pocket of mana to respond, and finally reaches 30%. The girl is surprised. Prol thinks about what is happening. The main character stands and thinks about what it is. The mana inside him suddenly seems like an inexhaustible stream. She begins to rush out. An unimaginable magical force. Katya will report that, although they are not in the source, a rainbow magical force shines around Akira, like an aura. She asks the Prol about what she did, but she understands that it is only 30%. The girl admits that he had this magical power. From the very beginning, she asks if he really thought that he could hide such an absurd power forever. She doesn't know whether he is a genius or not, but now he will have to work hard. The girl asks the main character if he thought he could dodge the battle just because he didn't fight. She healed his magical nerves for free, so he would work hard. The guy is surprised by this. The main character thinks about how this cured his magical nerves. What does it all mean? He thinks about what kind of power fills him, whether it is magic. He looks at his hands. He clenches his teeth and his head is spinning, and he doesn't understand anything but he can only say one thing for sure. The main character boldly declares that he is ready to explode from a stream of magical power. Now it seems as if he can do absolutely anything. After this, the divine beast Salamander attacks with a beam from the mouth of Leviathan, who successfully dodges the enemy's attack. He then manages to dodge another attack, and Akira smiles as he realizes that he can control it however he wants. Then Leviathan creates several water projectiles near its toothy mouth. With these projectiles, he immediately attacks his enemy Salamander, and the girls are shocked. Watching this battle, they are almost blown away by the wind. Prole, her eyes wide open, wonders if what she sees in front of her is real or if she is dreaming. Could anyone summon and so freely control the most divine beast? The guy stands calmly. Katya tells the girl not to get distracted because they also need to help Akira. Prole comes out of her thoughts. Katya rushes forward with a serious face, announcing that they will restrain the Salamander's hind legs. Let her help her with ice magic. The girl is going to use a spell. The snowstorm turns into a storm and everything around freezes. Katya uses blood ash, and they manage to launch a joint attack. Katya, with red eyes, prepares to attack and uses the ultimate crystal storm. After this, the girl uses Suingen, which is the third style of joint magic. Dancing sword technique, Gladios Madurica, Crystal Storm, 50x acceleration, girl attacks Salamander. After this, the Salamander is enveloped in fire and begins to roar loudly. The protagonist understands that he has lost his balance and needs to act right now. He gestures, and the Leviathan, under his control, rushes into battle. Leviathan bites the divine beast on the neck. The protagonist thinks that this is great, to really grab his neck, but someone says that this will not work, and the guy is horrified by this news. Katya screams that his weak spot is his heart, which is located deep in the fiery sac on his chest. Until they reach his heart, the fight will not end. The guy is surprised by this and looks away. It's easy to say, but the Salamander's heart is protected by thick armor made of muscles that are stronger than even steel. Suddenly, Prole notices something and tells everyone to get ready, because now there will be a flaming breath. The Salamander uses his attack, and thick and fast beams come out of him in all directions. He raised his head up. Prole can barely stand on his feet and screams. Katya finds herself behind a barrier. The main character covers his face with his hand and closes his eyes. He then opens his eyes and sees a magical barrier in front of him. Not understanding where it came from, Akira turns back. There he sees a girl who diligently holds back the barrier for them all. The guy understands that she saved him again. The girl thinks that if he dies, then everything is over. She asks him to do something, calls him a boy. Katya is on her knee, thinking that she does not know if she can withstand another attack like this. The main character is seriously thinking about what else he should do. He looks at Leviathan and Salamander, thinking that it is no wonder that he is called the strongest, he has plenty of mana, but as a divine beast, Leviathan is far from Salamander. And the main thing is that the penalty from the attribute is simply enormous. Fire is several times greater than water. Even if the protagonist puts in all his magic, he still can't change the limits of Leviathan's capabilities. He thinks that there really isn't a way, something within the capabilities of Leviathan, to defeat this fire lizard Salamander. He's thinking about changing his attribute to wind, but no, he doesn't know anything about Elfin, and the wind attribute, increasing the size won't work either, the strength won't change, and the mana consumption will only increase after that. What he needs is a deadly form. He imagines a sketch. Just a moment is enough. He draws something with his fingers. This is a form that can concentrate and amplify all of Leviathan's attack power into one point. Then the main character raises his hands up and both girls look at Akira in surprise, who tells Prole that when he takes his next breath, she should cover him just one more time. The girl is surprised by his request. The protagonist says that he will aim for the weak spot at the end of the breath, and then he will be able to pierce it. Katya sits and listens to the guy in surprise. He thinks that if there is no chance of winning in a grueling, protracted battle, then he will gather all the power of the Leviathan into one point and make a bomb out of this power. He is an artist after all. If he draws a deadly form for him, then it may well work. After this, the processing is complete, and Leviathan takes on a completely different form, with white threads emanating from it to the main character. Prole is surprised by this. Katya thinks about how the divine water beast now looks like a huge spear, and the guy asks why not name it in the spirit of the manga, since he based it on Leviathan and the divine spear Gungnir. A huge spear. the tip of which concentrates all the power of the divine beast. The protagonist decides with a smile that his name is now the Deadly Levanir. Katya thinks that she doesn't yet know how much strength she has left, but she tries very hard and holds her sword tightly in her hands. While the main character tells her that this is their only chance, he points the spear at him and is about to make a deadly attack. The protagonist asks Prol for protection, and asks Katya to provoke Salamander to use his breath. Both girls are perplexed. Akira informs him that after his breath he will aim for his weak spot and then deliver a fatal blow. Prol is wondering why he gave orders, while Katya looks at the guy with a proud smile. Katya decides to trust the guy and rushes straight at the beast, saying that she will be bait. Prol understands that Katya is going alone again, because they can kill her with just one blow. Katya thinks that it is strange that she trusted only words. The words of the young man who has no combat experience at all make the girl take things seriously, and she deals several blows to Salamander, wounding him little by little. After this, Salamander begins to roar loudly. Katya understands why Metasfina was so fascinated by Akira, while Prol is dissatisfied with the fact that there are only egoists around her. Prol suggests they try playing support themselves first, and she begins casting a spell. Using boundless magic, she decides to cast Boundless Defense. The girl manages to create a windowless wall. Katya looks back in surprise, thinking about this spell. It is a barrier that compensates for the lack of mana with life energy. Prol is serious. The girl understands that they have no right to make a mistake. She asks to provide protection to her and let them attack him without looking back. Suddenly, Prol is surprised by something. She screams about what has finally begun. She says that they need to hit with all their strength. Salamander uses Critical Blaze Breath, and he again fires beams in all directions from himself. Prol barely holds back, realizing it's even stronger than before, that she might not have enough magic. Suddenly, she senses something and asks if Katya is giving her mana. She thanks her, their part of the job is done, and she looks at Akira. The true essence that Metis recognized. Let him reveal it. The protagonist sends a spear forward over him, and he realizes that he is surrounded by incredible heat. It is probably not easy for Prol now, but he needs to withstand this heat and achieve victory. After using such a powerful ability, his movements slow down. You just need to wait until the heat from the Salamander's breath subsides. The protagonist demands that he show a hole in his defense when he uses up all his reserves and wants to breathe again, at which point the protagonist attacks him. After this, the Salamander begins to inhale air, and the protagonist realizes that this is exactly the moment. He understands that he must act now, gathering all his magical power at his fingertips. The protagonist uses a reworking of the drawings and throws the spear of the divine water beast Levanir straight at his enemy Salamander. The guy stands and the girls watch his actions in shock. The main character looks forward with wide eyes and demands that the spear pierce him now. After this, the spear flies straight through Salamander, leaving a hole in him. He is defeated, and the girls are surprised by this. Prol cannot believe that this guy defeated the divine beast. She asks herself if she is still sleeping. Finally, everything calmed down and calm days came. Someone says that they hope that Akira is now doing well. The guy with glasses asks the dark-haired girl what could possibly go wrong. It's just the delivery of the ordered scrolls. She answers him that the journey there and back takes a whole 4 days. This is the first time they've let him go so far alone, and what if girls start hitting on him on the way? He's so cute, she's really nervous about it. Carl holds bread in his hands and says that Arya is nowhere to be seen. Will she join them for dinner? She replies that Arya said that she had already left. The second asks why. She seems to have some business. The girl is just silent and eats, thinking about what business she has. The main character, along with Prol and Katya, stand directly in front of the Salamander they have defeated. Katya is shocked that the guy actually defeated Salamander. His magical power and summoning abilities are even more amazing than even the princess told her. She looks at the guy and thinks that everything is just as Mrs. Metasfina told her. This guy will be able to protect Stormheim from the threat of the Odors. He will be the savior of their country. The guy is very tired and can barely stand on his feet, breathing heavily. Prol first addresses the guy as a kid, but then corrects himself and calls him by his name. She tells him to answer her honestly. This time, she asks the guy if he really has any mana disorders. Well, just what kind of scroll with the elixir was that? Or rather, the summoning of a divine beast and its shapeshifting. To boot, Katya doesn't understand what scroll and elixir they're talking about. And anyway, how can he explain this abnormal magical power of his, first of all? Prol seriously asks the guy who he is. However, the main character does not answer her. but simply begins to fall to the ground, which surprises both girls. They don't have time to catch him, and Akira falls flat on the ground. They ask him in fear what's wrong with him. The main character thinks that he is very hot. Both girls are scared. Prole says that if he is fooling around like this, then he should stop already. The girl understands that he is very hot. He has a clear fever. The guy thinks about whether this is magical exhaustion, and also why he has such magical power. Akira continues to lie on the ground, thinking that he really doesn't understand anything anymore. Several people are watching them from the side. They have some kind of staff. They are all in robes. One of them asks if this is Akira Reinford, the singularity of the soul tamer, Oswald Willian. Another one reports that having enough power to defeat the Oswald-controlled Salamander is not bad at all, yet this non-contractual summoning is quite curious. It is the singularity of the healer, Emmeline Days. Another one asks that this won't affect the odors, plan in Stormheia. This is the singularity of the spatial mage, Mine. The last one behind them reports that this is exactly the case. His power is already at the level of singularity. She believes that this will have a very strong influence. She is asked if this means they are here to eliminate the interference, the latter being Karameze, the summoner singularity. The girl reports that this is, of course, also the case, but it would be better to be careful. As she said, the scary older sister is watching them all. They understand that she means one of the four shadows, malaria, which is destruction. They tell that 700 years ago, four singularities of the ancient world created by the gods began a war for their dominance. For their terrifying power, they were called shadows, the veil of darkness, and of the four, the only one who was not seduced by power was she. The destruction created by Chaos Ruin Mariah, one of the higher goddesses, it was she who put an end to the conflict. The future between the shadows that gave birth to singularities as their subordinates. She made a pact according to which the shadows could not create new singularities. That is why she does not understand that she was the one who initiated that agreement. So why is she now breaking her own word? What did she have in mind? But maybe she did not break the agreement. The girl is asked what she means, whether she thinks that death itself is not bound by them, but the girl says that she is not talking about that boy, that if death did not create him, then this is not considered a violation of the contract. She understands that everything is becoming more interesting. They ask her if she wants to say that his power has nothing to do with death, but arose spontaneously. She herself has nothing to confirm this yet. She opens her eye and says that this is why she showed them everything. She's thinking about whether she needs to get rid of this force or whether she should attract it to her side. She offers to judge this. This power was really too good to be destroyed. Except for the abilities with death, he would like to observe it some more, and then decide whether it would turn into a threat or not. The girl naturally supports this. She thought about keeping an eye on him only if all of them give their consent. Kara is asked whether she fell in love with that boy from the very beginning, and whether that is why she started persuading them. The girl says she's simply afraid of death, but that's no longer important. They're curious to see how far this Akira can go, and they decide to see. It all turns out to be for the sake of returning Icarus Enlil, who is their great shadow. The girl holds a hot mug in her hands and first of all asks permission to express regret that, secretly from both of them, they took their son on a campaign against the fire dragon. She also apologizes for the fact that they hid the true reason for their appearance here, and asks them to now not hide anything from each other. The girl turns to the frightened Karl Reinford and asks him why he has been hiding until now, what his son Akira, who is now sleeping peacefully in his bed, is capable of. In the north of the continent of Eliana, sheltered by the ice of the Elfhargo Cliff, lies the dominion of Stormheim, the Duchy of Kalinets. On the ground lies a dead deer, with someone's sword sticking out of it. Today alone, there have already been 13 animals converted by the odors without a doubt within a few days. The man states that there will clearly be a third wave. He addresses a dark-haired guy, Cord Kanins Gilsadon of the Seven Great Houses, who is well-dressed and looks the same. He reports that the second wave was only a week ago, the intervals are getting shorter. He asks if the knights alone can't handle it anymore. He suggests sending a bird with a message to Stormheim. Trouble is already close. They clearly need reinforcements with a detachment of magicians as soon as possible. The girl reports that while all the heirs to the throne following the Queen's special order are desperately searching for people capable of summoning, she asks a surprised Karl Reinford why he is hiding Akira's talent. Karl asks about it again. The girl understands that he hit the nail on the head and now he can't avoid the answer. He says that he has completely lost the thread of this conversation. He asks if Akira did something wrong. The girl suddenly starts to get angry from what she heard and wonders if he is pretending not to understand. She says that no, he continues to be secretive, saying that he doesn't know anything. Carl says that he really doesn't understand anything she's talking about, and the girl thinks about whether being so shameless is also a talent. After this, she says that she understood everything. She admits that he knew nothing, that at the age of 7 his son summoned an advanced golem, and that he damaged his magical nerves. And also the fact that he had a sealed pocket of mana, the words someone wanted to hide it. He didn't know anything about this either. Carl looks at the girl in surprise. The 7-year-old child pulled off all these impossible things himself, and all this time he kept it a secret from his father. She sarcastically suggests admitting it. After that, she slams her palm on the table and reports that she herself clearly saw everything, that magical power with the summoning of Akira, and she cannot close her eyes to it. As a knight who serves her country, she will report all this to the palace. She stands in front of Carl and announces that she will tell him that Akira is worthy of attending the Royal Magic Academy and becoming a court summoner. Carl states that he recognizes that there is no lie in her words, and that is why he is confused about it. He asks if she will give him and his son time to talk alone. The girl is surprised by this, but calmly sighs and apologizes for raising her voice. Of course, family matters take time. She says that she will wait for news at the hotel. They can slowly discuss everything with Akira. When he wakes up, the girl looks at the guy. She will say one last thing. She certainly understands that parents are worried about their children, but her and Akira's talent is clearly needed in this country. Perhaps they could help them with this. She calls him the esteemed Carl Reinford, once a gifted mage from the Pennsylvania Academy. Akira is asked to calm down. He's thinking about some kind of magical exhaustion again, his whole body burning. The girl beside him tells him everything is fine. He suddenly unleashed his hidden magical power, and his body needs time to adjust. She asks him not to worry about anything, just to let him take care of himself. The girl calls him her future husband. The guy opens his eyes. The girl says that she will improve the circulation of his mana. The main character screams in shock and asks the sitting girl what she is doing to him now. The girl says that it is obvious, exactly what he thought, but the main character simply throws her out the door. The girl sits on the floor in bewilderment and wonders if he was really so surprised by the massage for mana circulation. The protagonist's father asks the girl if he can have a minute with her. The girl looks at the man in bewilderment. The main character, with a displeased face, says that she scared him and Arya still treats him like a child. The guy is confusedly wondering if she still remembers that stupid promise. He is wondering if it was a dream. He is wondering if it was a childish prank. It can't be that Arya saw him as a man. Some kind of misunderstanding on the level of third-rate writing. The protagonist understands that he needs to pull himself together and drink at least a portion of Eliskir. He makes a drawing of the object. The guy seems to be able to create an elixir, but the next moment something catches fire and he is perplexed by this. The main character screams about how hot he is, what it is, whether this scroll is burning, what is happening to it. The burning scroll falls to the floor. Akira stands barefoot and bewildered in front of it, wondering if the scroll caught fire because of the drawing of the object. He thinks about why this happened. He was drawing as usual. Could this be connected with changes in my magical power? The guy looks at his hands. His mother addresses him by name, and he looks at her questioningly. She is worried. She asks him how he summoned without a contract. The boy asks why he did this, and his mother demands he tell her everything without hiding anything. She heard it from the swordswoman what unlimited magical power and contractless summoning mean. Carl talks about how 8 years ago she said that Akira was injured in that incident because the cultists filled him with mana to the limit, but he didn't ask about anything else, even though he knew it wasn't true. He reports that he is also a magician, and those traces of enormous magical power undoubtedly belong to Akira himself. But he maintained the seal on his power, trusting her, despite the fact that she is the Shadow of Doom. He believed that she would take care of Akira, but what kind of unlimited magical power, a summoning that does not require a contract, did she do all this? He shouts and asks the girl if she knew all this, and what she is going to do with his son. A boy asks a girl with her eyes closed if she turned Akira, his son, into her singularity. The girl opens her eyes and seriously tells Carl that he once told her that he would give her a family. The guy is surprised by this, and she served him with faith in this promise. She admits that, in fact, Akira had the ability to summon a power superior to the singularity since his birth. She was also worried then, because with the growth of this power, One day he would certainly become the target of the other three shadows and singularities. That's why, for his protection, she tried to seal his magic. The guy asks her what is happening now, what other seal? His limitless power will make a noise now. He just became an easy target for them. The girl reports that ultimately his power cannot be suppressed even with her power. She reports that since it has come to this, Akira is far from an ordinary child. It is possible that he will be equal not only to a singularity, but even to a shadow. Carl says that this simply can't be. He asks if this means that the Reinfords can't escape this curse. Why not even Akira? Carl asks the girl if it is not enough that he is connected to this blood spell. The girl calmly asks to be heard. Akira has already become their target, thinking that it is safer now to show his power to the world than to continue to hide it. In the case of a court summoner, such official recognition could become his shield in the future. The guy angrily asks her if she will make him a court magician and if the shadows will not dare to get involved, if she really thinks this is right, if this is the best option for Akira, if she sincerely thinks so. The girl can only tell him one thing, and the boy is surprised. He, who had been so careless about the covenant between her and the Rainford ancestors, promises that if Akira is in danger, then in that case she, Malaria, will protect him, even if all the shadows become her enemies after that. Carl asks that even if it leads to a shadow war, these are very frightening, encouraging words. The protagonist asks his father again about the Magic Academy and wants to object to something. He asks him if he knows everything. Yes, that his summoning. Carl reports that he knows everything, without exception from Master Katya, for example, that in addition to summoning without a contract, he has an incredible amount of mana. Frankly, even now it's hard to believe it. The boy wonders if his father is angry. But from what Katya knows, the true nature of drawing and reincarnation remain a secret. The protagonist apologizes to his father. He did not intend to lie, having noticed this power in childhood. He was afraid that due to its unknown nature, he would cause trouble for their family. Carl pats him on the shoulder and asks him with a smile if he apologizes, because even if it causes nothing but problems, it's not a big deal. Because he's his father, the main character just remains silent and looks at his father. On the contrary, he was delighted in this situation. He was thinking first of all about his family. This is simply incredible for a child. He asks him not to worry about his mother. He will explain everything to her himself. The protagonist looks at his father with a smile, who sighs and says that it's a shame that everyone in the palace found out. Children with a talent for magic and summoning are always enrolled in the Court Magic Academy. The boy says Katya discovered him. Nothing can be done. His mother will probably be happy with such a successful career. However, this power does not bring him joy, because his dream was to inherit his father's business. And upon entering the academy, he is forced to leave his home for several years. It would be better if he were teased again as a magical invalid. Carl asks that since this is the case, why not look at it from the other side? He tells his son that his power can protect the people dear to him because it is a valuable gift. Akira is surprised by these words of his father. He asks his son not to deny him, but to diligently develop him, so that one day he will understand his destiny. He recalls how his mother asked him if he had artistic talent. When he grows up, he wants to be a manga artist and make his mother happy. He starts to cry, and Carl asks him if he really doesn't want to go to the academy. The guy wipes away his tears and says that's not the issue. The guy admits that he is simply sad about leaving. He is behaving like a child. His father asks him to go ahead and not worry about anything, let him try new opportunities, and not to forget one thing. The father hugs his son and tells him that this is the place where he can return. The protagonist thanks his father because he is right, and the current him has a place where he will be warmly welcomed at any time. After this, Akira with a grin reports what he heard from Katya, something about a brilliant magician who left a mark on history. Carl says that everything is more complicated. He says that if he graduates from the academy, he will tell him everything. Akira says that this is not fair at all. A week later, it was time to send him on his journey. The woman instructed the boy with valuable advice. He needed to eat well and not go hungry, and also to be polite to everyone in the palace. Maintaining good hygiene was also a must. According to his mother, the young man promised her he would be diligent. She only wanted the best for her child, and during Akira's absence, she would try not to be sad from loneliness. As he said his goodbyes, the boy asked Arya to take care of his mom and dad while he was at the academy. He said all he wanted and left his home. Stormheim was considered a fortress city, and the atmosphere within the fortress walls was different from the outside. With the reward for the expedition, the hero was able to fully pay off his debt, and Gus also greatly surprised him with his reaction to the news of his admission to the academy. His friend suddenly interrupted his thoughts, asking if he'd ever been on this side of the wall. He didn't deign to answer, and her cheerful smile gradually faded. She began to complain to Prawl about Akira so blatantly ignoring her. But the girl wanted to believe in the illusion. Her friend was surprised by Katya's ignorance of her true situation. She had gotten close to the young man while concealing her true intentions, and then forced him to enroll in the academy. The hero's wariness was quite obvious. The girl persisted, believing they should have formed a strong bond after their shared, deadly encounter with the Salamander. Akira was surprised that this was coming from the same woman who had forcibly taken a man away, using threats against his parents. Prawl listened to her friend's complaints and clarified that their task was completed, which meant their paths were diverging. The young man did not expect that she would not go with him, and the time to say goodbye came quite quickly. The girl was furious. Was Akira really dreaming? After all, she hadn't hired herself out as his nanny. She was only interested in making money. However, the guy was still sorry to say goodbye to her. He thanked her for everything. She had saved him from the Salamander more than once, so the young man would never forget it. A blush bloomed on Prawl's cheeks, and her friend's smiling face made her feel embarrassed. The mage tried to justify herself by saying she was doing everything possible for her own survival. Then she hurried away. Katya praised her friend for her excellent work and promised to contact her later about payment. The girl stopped mid-stride and turned to her friends. She decided to give Akira some advice. Katya wasn't the kind of person you couldn't trust. Apparently there had to be a reason why she couldn't tell him the truth. In Prawl's opinion, it was important for the young man's heart to be as big as the magical power hidden within him. Then everything would work out as it should. As she left, the mage wished the hero good luck, and that they might see each other again someday. The guy was pleased that, even though it was just a farewell, his girlfriend finally started addressing him normally, by his name. Katya considered this a source of pride, as being recognized by someone like their friend meant great potential. But it was still surprising that the young man's magical power surpassed even Prawl's. The blood of a genius mage was definitely needed. Akira began to get nervous. He couldn't quite say he'd simply been drinking too many elixirs. While talking, the boys had almost reached the palace. Now first, the hero needed to meet Medisfina. The young man was surprised that the gentleman was there. He was growing nervous about their imminent meeting. The castle looked impressive and magnificent. The young man froze in shock. Inside, the palace turned out to be even more majestic than he had imagined. The girl asked the young man to wait while she brought Medisfina. Akira felt a sense of pressure, completely different from what he felt while watching a movie or playing a game. Waiting in such a place, he felt insignificant, secretly hoping for his companion's quick return. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. Why were they in the palace in such a situation, if usually aristocrats invited people to their residence? A man appeared behind Akira and insistently asked him not to turn around under any circumstances. The hero was frightened and wanted to call the guards, but something was pressed against his back. He instinctively started to turn around, but the mysterious stranger screamed at him not to. She asked Rayford to answer honestly whether he was angry with Medis, and to what extent. The girl wanted an answer immediately, or she'd tear him apart. The hero was tormented by a deep-seated misunderstanding of why he was being subjected to all this. He considered her question, then asked her back. Why did he even need to be angry with Mr. Medis? Hearing this, the stranger went limp and allowed him to turn around. A young, beautiful girl stood before the young man. 8 years had passed since their last meeting, so she asked if everything was okay with him, but the question of what had happened still remained unresolved. The girl bowed fervently and energetically. She was very sorry since everything happened because of her. She broke their promise to each other, so Akira should be angry with her. There was no suitable excuse. The stranger continued to complain, thinking she was being taken for selfish, but if the hero could forgive her, she was willing to do anything. The guy interrupted her, but he genuinely didn't understand who she was. The girl was taken aback by the question. The hero had no idea who she was, but the stranger gave the impression of being someone important. He was also very curious and confused as to why she apologized to him. An awkward pause fell between them. The hero didn't know what to say. Medis could see that he truly didn't remember anything. Katya's patience snapped, and the girl used the knight's skill's shamelessness radar and hit him on the cheek with a real hero's blow. While the young man lay on the floor, he was scolded. Was Akira really planning to take advantage of the princess's apology to force her into something shameful? Her highness wasn't ignored either. It was unbecoming for someone like her to stand in front of a young man and say such things. The hero kept replaying in his mind the fact that the stranger was a princess, a royal person. He didn't understand a word Katya said, and the girl demonstratively shielded the princess, making it clear with her whole demeanor that she wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on her. Akira felt confused, because the one apologizing to him was someone he'd never seen before. His friend was surprised that he was actually speaking seriously. It seemed impossible not to notice this, despite the large amount of time that had passed. She introduced her highness as the first heir to Stormheim, Princess Medisfina Stormheim. Akira was shocked. He'd imagined Mr. Medis as a man, but he turned out to be a woman. He doubted it until the very end, unable to believe it. He even thought they were trying to trick him, but the guy wasn't going to fall for women's clothing. Katya was outraged. It sounded too rude. Sometime later, they were sitting at a large table, the princess still convinced she had broken her promise. Therefore, the young man surely hated her now. However, the thing was, even though she'd kept everything a secret for 8 years, she absolutely had to meet the hero in person. The princess apologized for her selfish behavior. The young man still couldn't believe what was happening. The girl turned out to be very beautiful. This precise princess was indeed the Medis the boy knew. The tension between them was growing. The hero hadn't even touched his food. The princess decided to ease the tension and suggested her guest relax. She was amused by his shock at discovering she was a woman. Akira remembered how she'd spoken exactly the same way as a child, amused by the fact that the hero had mistaken her for a girl. This was indeed the same Medis he'd known so well from childhood, the real Medis. The young man replied that he truly hadn't expected to see the princess, and that he'd been nervous before their meeting, citing their previous separation. It would have been very cruel of her to disappear without saying anything. Medis couldn't go into details, but she sincerely regretted having to hide her true identity, as well as the promise she'd broken. The boy smiled back. It was just communication between children, so for him, it was all already in the past. It would have been impossible to hide his power any longer, and her highness had her own complex reasons for such a decision, so there was no point in getting herself worked up like that. Until then, Akira remained unnoticed, even though he lived right outside the fortress walls, literally under everyone's nose. The princess looked dejected, relieved that the young man understood everything. She wanted to tell him one more thing while she still had the chance. Raising her voice, the girl told the young man that after graduating from the academy, he could become a court summoner and be her vassal. This shocked the boy. For a moment, they stared at each other, wide-eyed, in silence. The hero remembered Katya only telling him to leave the academy so he could return home. Indeed, in their country, all children with a talent for magic had to enter the academy, and after graduation, everyone was free to decide their own destiny. But the princess decided to clarify whether Akira knew about the creatures that were constantly appearing in the north and threatening humanity. Medis spoke ominously of the disaster that was called odors. Akira began to guess that they were talking about those massive hordes of undead that had appeared and been defeated 14 years ago. He was surprised by their reappearance, but the princess explained that wasn't quite true. Everything that was happening was kept secret from the common people. It turned out that this disaster never ended. For 14 years, their numerous invasions were held at bay by the Duchy of Kalinets, defending the continent's northern cliffs and the combined forces of the allied countries. Because the only way to combat evil was through sorcery, Stormhelm needed the aid of countries specializing in magic. In this situation, the kingdom gradually became dependent on others. The obligation to learn magic became the queen's firm resolve to restore her country's authority. Akira finally realized what the princess had told him. The threat from the odors still loomed over the kingdom. Medis, along with the other prince and princess, was ordered to search the world for outstanding mages and summoners. As the first heir, she was expected to demonstrate worthy results. She asked the young man to accept her offer. He was the strongest summoner she knew. She needed to get the hero to share his power with her as a vassal. Akira hesitated and hesitated. Apparently, the princess had apologized so politely to him on purpose. After a moment's thought, he answered, after graduating from the academy, he had already longed to fulfill his long-held dream of inheriting his father's business. He asked point-blank whether he should have treated her words as a royal command. Marisa's eyes widened. She felt annoyed that the hero had taken her words that way. She apologized again. She had no intention of forcing him. The princess had promised that she would never oppose his wishes after graduating from the academy. Having said this, Her Highness prepared to leave. She still wanted to talk to the boy more, but out loud she only announced that a room had been prepared for him in the widower's quarters where he could rest. Akira followed her suggestion and was soon lying on the bed, gazing at the starry sky. He remembered his conversation with the princess and her sad voice. Her expression made him feel terrible. The voice had come unexpectedly. It was perfectly normal for a person to be confused when caught off guard. But coming from Akira himself, it had been a surprise. Katya suddenly appeared in the hero's room, indignant that after that conversation with the princess, he still considered himself a man. The young man was simply astonished by such a late visit. He recoiled from the window through which the uninvited guest had climbed, and asked why she had even shown up at such a time, in such a state. But the girl didn't understand the reason for his astonishment. She was only wearing her pajamas. Katya began to worry that she might look ridiculous. The young man was wary of her, but he still repeated his question about why she was wandering into his room in the middle of the night in her pajamas. He even tried to make her feel ashamed, but she merely kicked him, causing Akira to fall backwards. Katya loomed over the boy, indignant herself. What could she do if she'd simply dropped in on him on the way back from a slumber party? She and Lady Metis had been having a good time, but then the girl had left, feeling obligated to check on something. Akira flushed and sweated profusely at the revealing pose. His friend, meanwhile, asked why he'd refused Her Highness's request. However, the hero didn't think it could be considered a mere request. In his opinion, this was a real order from a power-hungry princess. Katya's expression changed. She thought it would have been better if Metis had done just that rather than ask such a narrow-minded, insensitive man. The young man echoed her words, adding that he had no heart either. He frankly considered himself a fool, since, being a commoner, he hoped for a friendly reunion with the princess. After a pause, the girl asked if Akira understood Her Highness's feelings. After all, Lady Metisfina was in a difficult situation, and was at risk of losing her status as first heir. Even despite her own problems, the girl addressed the hero with a request, not an order. The young man's face darkened, and he asked his friend if Lady Metisfina's situation was truly so dire. Katya responded by telling him that Her Highness was the daughter of the second princess, not Queen Kaiser. This was a revelation for the hero, who had no interest in politics. His friend was surprised by how indifferent he was to the kingdom's affairs. In the war with the Odors 14 years ago, two great men laid down their lives to defend the country. The first was the queen's younger sister, Celeria Stormheim. The second was her husband, the heir to the line of heroes, Sword Mayan. The child born to these people was Princess Metisfina. The young man was struck by a sudden realization when he heard Her Highness's real name, for it was precisely because of her surname Mayan that he had not thought that she was of royal blood. According to the tradition of the kingdom of Stormheim, the country was ruled by a queen and supported by heroes. It was a great blow to the ruler when all these heroes fell victim to the Odors. Since then, Queen Kaisera abandoned the idea of heroic superiority and established a magic academy. She required all people under 18 with magical ability to enroll there and dedicated herself to raising the level of magic in the country. This was one of the reasons Akira was in the palace. Katya thus outlined the true state of affairs to the hero. Initially, the throne was to be inherited by the first princess, the queen's own daughter. However, due to the first princess, Ursula Stormheim, suddenly renouncing all her rights, this honor fell to Lady Metisfina as the second princess. Since the throne could not legally pass to a man, even if not in a direct line, Lady Metis became the only contender. However, there remained one problem with the first prince, Oswald Stormheim, who wasn't one to accept this. He was also gifted with magic. By the queen's decree, the first prince studied in various countries, with strong magical schools. The hero glorifying and fencing-oriented traditions of his native kingdom had always been repugnant to him. But since the war with the Odor, the circumstances surrounding the prince and magic itself have changed dramatically. Akira figured that this was due to the queen's focus on strengthening the country's magical potential, and he hit the nail on the head. In his quest to transform Stormheim into a powerful magical nation, Oswell began to introduce elements of the culture of countries with developed magic, thereby putting pressure on the heroes, supporters. Many years ago, there had been an assassination attempt on Lady Metis when she was still the second princess. The underlying reasons remained unchanged. Katya suspected the prince's supporters were involved. Then Akira remembered that it had happened just as he and the princess were meeting. Moreover, the success of Oswell's magical policies further intimidated those who supported the heroes. The queen, looking at her son's achievements and considering reforms in the country, decided that both the prince and Princess Metisfina were entitled to an equal chance of ascending the throne. By allowing this succession rivalry to unfold, the ruler, one might say, made an official statement. And if the prince, backed by foreign patrons, were to suddenly become king, their country would become a puppet state in the hands of other powers. Even in such a difficult situation, Princess Metisfina turned to the hero with a request. Katya believed that he was a close friend to her, someone she didn't want to order around or burden. That was just the kind of person she was. The girl remembered her delighted face when she listened with her mouth open about Akira's adventures during the pajama party. These were not the eyes of a princess of a kingdom, but those of a man genuinely captivated by the exploits of his friend. In Katya's opinion, it was the pure gaze of a young girl. After his friend's words, the hero remembered the long-ago moment of their farewell to the princess. Then Metis made a promise to meet again. The girl was firmly convinced that the princess was the right person to be the monarch who would protect their country. The presence of Akira, blessed by the goddess, at her side would greatly reassure her. He does not necessarily have to perform great feats just because the young man was responsible for a great force, or for the sake of the country and the people. But boys had other reasons too. The girl smiled in the moonlight, sitting on the windowsill. For Akira, that reason was to use his gift, regardless of conditions or beliefs. She thought it was a cool move to protect the one who gave him her heart. The hero looked towards his friend, and when she looked back, he hesitated. The young man himself didn't consider it cool to succumb to a woman's charms. Katya amusedly noticed her friend's flushed cheeks. Even for her, it would have been an easy victory. Akira tried to convince her that he couldn't be swayed by such things, as he had a strong immunity to older women. He'd acquired this immunity thanks to a certain elf. But then something unexpected happened. Katya pushed the young man onto the bed and landed on top, thus wanting to show him that he shouldn't underestimate older women. Despite her appearance, the girl had been on the brink of life and death more than once. For her, making a young man fall in love with her using her mature charm was as easy as pie. Akira tried to stop her, unable to understand where this wild excitement came from. His friend stunned him by revealing that she'd never dated anyone before. Metis walked down the corridor with a lamp in her hand. The girl was worried that the hero must have had a hard time after everything that had befallen him, and she only talked about herself. The lady simply wanted to reminisce about the old days and exchange 8 years' worth of news. She fed him, and they could enjoy a delicious meal. Thinking about this, the girl entered the guy's room, immediately apologizing for disturbing him. But suddenly the smile disappeared from her face. She saw Katya pressing the boy's face to her chest, and he screaming that he was surrendering. Noticing the princess, her friend began to defend herself, saying they had done nothing wrong, and that the hero was in constant pain from such a strong hold. Metis apologized to her friend that she, with her exhibition of the castle, had disturbed him and his dear mentor during their hour of solitude. Katya asked her not to joke like that because it was just a misunderstanding. They were just teasing each other. There was nothing between them. On the contrary, Akira himself was glad to be accompanied by the princess. The young man agreed with her every word. Meaty asked the hero if he really didn't mind her presence. The boy anxiously told her it was a great honor. This lifted the girl's spirits, and she asked him to rely on her completely. She could take him anywhere she wanted, to any corner of the castle. The hero even decided that the lady was quite simple-minded. The friends strolled through many beautiful places. Finally, they came to the main gate, which the hero had entered through the back gate, so he was seeing for the first time. The gates looked very majestic, but that was natural. They were the face of the castle. The princess explained that the court knights were stationed behind the eastern gate, while the western gate led to the Magic Academy. The young man was captivated by this astonishing energy. There was still time before the hero's enlistment, so Katya suggested a preliminary examination. Metis also asked what he thought of such a proposal. However, Akira himself didn't think it was necessary. The boys heard the sound of a cart and it caught their attention. When the guy looked closely at the luggage, his eyes opened wide. That carriage was carrying the wounded, those who had returned from the Duchy of Kalinets. Kachi needed to step away for a while, and she informed the princess of this. Then she rushed away without waiting for an answer. The princess assumed an unsightly expression and approached the carriage. The wounded soldiers were sitting there. The girl was glad to see them back. The man extended his wounded, calloused hand to the princess, and she grasped it. With tears in her eyes, the girl reassuringly admired how they had all fought bravely and were the pride of their country. The warriors tried to dissuade her from touching them, as she could get dirty. Returning to her friend, the girl explained that these knights had fought with the Odors, but the nobility still could not announce their return. Therefore, the soldiers fighting in the north and risking their lives were not even given due honors. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of one's country, without asking for glory or reward in return, was what it meant to be a true hero. Looking at the lady, the hero came to the conclusion that she had not changed since she was a child. Suddenly a haughty voice was heard saying that heroism sounded too false and accusing them of holding on to outdated fencing. The first prince was more willing to accept the warriors as sacrifices, sent to their deaths as bargaining chips. All the friends frowned at the sight of this man, and a vicious grin appeared on Melissa's face. She replied to Brother Oswell that whatever his attitude to the matter, he had allowed himself to say too much. The hero looked at the guy standing next to him and was finally able to see with his own eyes the first prince on the queen's side. Oswell didn't understand what he had done wrong. River was becoming increasingly violent, and he believed the people would soon notice. The population's peaceful days were already drawing to a close. For him, the reality was that they couldn't defend themselves by relying on heroes and swords. The prince turned to his sister, for she too must have noticed that the age of blades was a thing of the past, and that by clinging to heroes, Stormheim had become small and weak. Oswell insisted on recognizing the country as backward compared to the rest of the world, stubbornly praising outdated, unnecessary traditions. But Metis did not remain silent either. She asked whether the authorities considered it right to attract magicians to them in alliance with foreign nobles. She agreed that cooperation with other powers was necessary to strengthen magical might. However, the power of blades was still considered the kingdom's pride, having protected the country for many generations. The path of harmony between blade and magic was not the true solution they needed. She begged her brother to take back his words about knights being bargaining chips. Her enthusiasm amused the prince, as she argued that warriors protected mages with their shields. Standing at the forefront of Kalinets, the smile on his face grew wider. These were ideals worthy of praise. However, he did not want his sister to close her eyes to the reality. Even that Archduke Cord Kalinets, who was no less than a hero, Gilsadan, of the 7 great houses, bowed under the onslaught of the Odors and requested reinforcements with magicians. He became curious to know what Metis would say to this, whether she could send even one capable mage or summoner there. The hero saw that the prince's words had offended the girl. Oswell continued to ask his sister about what she had done to develop harmony between sword and magic, what efforts she had made to develop magic in their country. Essentially, she amused herself by passionately searching for talent among commoners, while neglecting diplomacy with developed countries. However, she herself was convinced that neither nobility nor commoners were deserving of a talent for magic, as long as there was the opportunity to learn. The brother understood that due to the abundance of such childish statements, not a single significant spellcaster followed her. He insisted on her return to the reality of what was happening. There were already hundreds of magicians and summoners under his command. While his sister was having trouble with this, the young man continued to ask questions about how many cultivators were willing to fight for her. He had enough empty words about the right path, traditions, and all the rest. Since Metis was laying claim to the throne, certain changes were needed. Oswell wanted her to show him what she had accomplished for the country and the people. If she couldn't prove it, she had no right to lead. Without any real achievements, these were nothing more than hypocritical excuses. This is how the hero saw the world of professionals in his past life. However, the prince had just the right offer to give the princess the opportunity to serve the country. In the kingdom of Schaffhausen, with which the young man had long collaborated, the second prince was looking for a wife. If he chose Metisfina as his wife, he would be unable to refuse their country's significant support. The first prince urged his sister to consider this, for the sake of the true harmony of sword and magic she so craved. The girl was about to answer him, but their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted. The hero couldn't stay away. If it was about lady summoners, then there was one. All three opponents stared at Akira in surprise. The prince incredulously clarified that, apparently, this very man was the hero. In this situation, the young man felt as if he were looking back at his former self, who treated his assistants as expendable. This began to unsettle him. This first prince is not the best person, calling his own soldiers who risk their lives for the sake of their homeland bargaining chips. Oswell's questioned in the affirmative and introduced himself. Akira Bryan was Lady Medisfine's chosen commoner summoner. At a glance that the prince was the kind of person who would sacrifice those around him without hesitation to achieve his goals. Just like Akira himself once had, but Medis was different. She still showed compassion for others. The hero became a subject of Stormheim. His choice of ruler was obvious. He was Lady Medisfine's chosen commoner summoner. The princess looked pleased, repeating her friend's name. The boy tried to support her, but went a bit too far. Oswell frowned. The prince found the name Rainford familiar. It was impossible for him not to know someone distinguished in his own country. He then asked the young man where he was from. Akira realized he had attracted unnecessary attention and hesitated before answering the prince's question. The young man explained that he was born in Stormheim. He was the son of the owner of a magic shop that was located behind the fortress wall. Oswell reacted strangely to the young man's words, expressing mild indignation at the fact that he might have overlooked talent, even among commoners. Then the young man realized that he might now face trouble for concealing it, and perhaps even prison. The man thought Akira had performed terribly on the qualification test. He was trying to tease the hero, as someone from a common background often struggled to find a good teacher. Then he asked him to demonstrate his powers and summon at least slime. The young man calmed down. This was a great opportunity. He just needed to be convincing, and everything would end peacefully. He agreed. He could summon the slime, but anything more serious was doubtful. Medis listened silently to their conversation, her expression unflattering. She suddenly intervened, asking her brother what he had said. She pointed out his prejudice-clouded gaze, which was causing him to miss the point. The lady stood up for her friend. Although he was a commoner, the boy possessed exceptional talent and was more capable than any summoner she knew. She wasn't about to let her arrogant brother look down on the hero without knowing anything about him. Her unexpected reaction shocked the young man, and Oswell was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a strange sound arose, attracting the attention of everyone present. The fortress guards and soldiers also heard this. The lady was going to defend her point of view in honor, objecting to the prince right to his face. The girl really matured, although she was only angry because of bad words about Akira. Oswell had no intention of discriminating against the hero for his ignoble birth, but he believed the princess valued the young man more highly than the nobility. After all, in such families, talent and privilege status were passed down through generations. However, the princess rejected this view. Having seen what Akira was capable of, the prince would immediately realize how narrow-minded he had been. Neither the foreign magic casters nor the noble assemblies and elites he so prided himself on could compare to the hero. The first prince summed up his sister's opinion with a smile. Akira was better than any of his men. The impetuous lady confirmed it again. Then her brother asked if she was ready to vouch for her words, but even then, there was no stopping her. Oswell smiled and suggested a test. He could say anything he wanted, but if the young man really was stronger than the men he'd trained, then let him prove it. Now a duel was to take place between the aristocrats and the commoners of the academy. The prince would assemble an elite team of nobles, while Medis could challenge them by gathering the most diligent students from the common people. If he loses, he will immediately apologize to Akira and acknowledge the success of his sister's search skills. He also promised to make an effort to educate the common people. If Tonko wins, the girl will also have to accept the corresponding conditions. She will acknowledge that the active participation of other countries is necessary for the development of magic in Stormheim. She will also agree to the marriage proposal he mentioned, so confident was the Vedas princess in her words. The hero's mouth fell open in astonishment and alarm. For Medis, this meant a direct abdication of the throne. The young man hoped his friend wouldn't fall into his brother's trap. Suddenly, Katya intervened in the conversation. She found the whole thing simply outrageous, as it was unacceptable for a simple dispute to lead to politically significant consequences. She asked that sacred national issues not be linked to this story. Oswald grinned. He was counting on disgracing her in front of the guards. His sister was still too inexperienced, the unfortunate outcast Mayan. The man decided to take the challenge, especially in front of the knights as witnesses. If the princess was not confident in herself, he was ready to pretend that their conversation had not happened. Akira was glad his mentor was nearby, as Metis had been too naive, and this first prince had managed to fool her in no time. He wasn't so simple after all. The hero was also inclined to agree with the girl, as deciding the important question of marriage in such a place would be quite rash. Besides, it was time for them to return. The girl suddenly announced that she accepted her brother's challenge. Katya and Akira were about to breathe a sigh of relief, but when the words sank in, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They shouted at Metisfina, but she again confirmed that she accepted the terms of the marriage and everything else. The girl felt confident of victory as long as Akira was on her side. Oswald felt inspired by such unwavering faith. But the same couldn't be said for her friends. Then he asked again if this was final. Because he wasn't joking. The princess was also an heir, so she had no intention of going back on her word. However, in exchange, after she defeats him, the prince must apologize to the hero properly. He also promised to make an effort to help the people. Oswald agreed, but only if Metis won first. She was trying to tease him so he wouldn't forget his own words. The prince also had to keep his promise. The hero and mentor looked at the princess with admiration. Behind her changed appearance, the young man had already forgotten what she really was. Believing she was right, Metisfina was like a runaway train. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Magic, Pearl Bryce tried to prove that there was no need for qualification training. However, the man heard that she still rejected all offers. He wondered if there was any particular reason why she chose to teach at their academy. The girl smiled and replied that there was no such special reason. She just heard a rumor that this year would be quite interesting. In the Academy's student cafeteria, 21st level Silver Mage Anthony Green loudly announced the latest news to everyone. The students were faced with a confrontation with a division into teams of the people and the nobility. 18th level Bronze Mage Eliza Regan had asked him not to shout. They knew everything already, so he didn't have to strain himself. 16th level Bronze Mage Ani Brightling believed that it was more of a duel between the lesser of them, brought by Lady Metisfina, and a group of Mr. Oswald's wards who had studied abroad, but they were interested in the truth. Depending on the outcome of the competition, the princess would have to marry. Anthony didn't know this, and therefore was surprised. He began to wonder where Eliza could have heard this, and the girl explained that all the soldiers were talking about was that. Rumors quickly spread throughout the castle, as did words that the princess had gone mad. The boy couldn't believe it. He thought the lady had probably thought it all through before agreeing. The student only snapped back that Metisfina's protector had appeared. Eliza snorted, resting her cheek on her hand. Could the princess have possibly thought they could defeat the elite? It was simply impossible. They had all returned from abroad, and even the worst of them had managed to reach silver rank there. There were also 3 summoners in that group. It was becoming obvious that the ladies had simply been deceived under the influence of their mood. Anthony couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at his friends, because their whining wasn't helping. Eliza was the second strongest among them and had to encourage everyone. The girl waved him off, confused like everyone else. If words of encouragement could increase her chances of winning, she would have done just that. But this was a princess's duel. This led her to believe the princess had simply decided to give up the throne. The boy was outraged by this insult to the princess. Ani noticed that the squabble between the friends was starting to escalate and wanted to stop it. But the fight had already begun. The young man insisted on an apology, but the girl categorically refused, not seeing her guilt and considering herself right. Demetrius Fowl saw what was happening and commented that the scene was heartbreaking. It was one of the nobles, a silver-ranked level 28. He considered Her Highness hopeless, a constant source of trouble. She had managed to expose herself so completely, unable to withstand the pressure of competition for the throne, while everyone else followed her lead. And negotiating with each other seemed a pitiful spectacle to the nobleman. He sighed artificially, pretending to understand everything. It was the princess who was to blame for everything, placing too many expectations on her ignorant minions. Anthony was a baker's son of low birth, Eliza was a worthless singer, and for Anya, Demetrius didn't have a word that would be enough. He grabbed her face, painfully squeezing her jaw. Even such a person from a dubious establishment had studied at the academy. In his opinion, that's why she was a complete failure. The aristocrat tried to humiliate the boy, making him feel like a disgrace to the academy. Then, still holding her, he asked the girl how much the men paid for her services. Fonwell appeared and shouted at Demetrius to take his hands off the student. He was a 15th level bronze mage, Lord Alistair Fonwell. The boy smiled ominously upon seeing him appear. His proud older brother, an aristocrat whose level was lower than that of a commoner, had come to visit them. Alistair ignored the nagging and stood up for Ani, who had to work hard at the pub to support her younger brother and sister, and that was it. She had nothing to be ashamed of. Demetrius still considered it a disgrace. His brother was content to pretend to be a friend of simpletons, and therefore did not possess any power. The older brother thought differently. At the academy, origin was not so important. They all studied together on equal terms, and through their hard work, they laid the foundation for the development of magic in the country. This is precisely what the queen did when she founded this institution. Demetrius pursed his lips in anger and replied that the ruler's intentions would soon become clear. Fonwell laughed at the idea that as a result of the duel, the princess would benefit her homeland by becoming the second lady of another power. The boy continued to gloat, because now all they had to do was watch to see if this dubious study would hold up on equal terms without its shield in the form of Lady Metis. Then he pointedly recalled that his retarded older brother had also been on her team, and feigned apologies. Afterward, he asked him not to be too harsh in the battle. Demetrius left, and those present realized there was some truth in his words. Eliza sadly noted that the princess had entered a battle she couldn't win, yet the girl herself had followed her, abandoning her dream of becoming a singer. The girl wondered why the lady had acted so foolishly. It was beyond irresponsible. Ani also understood that if she returned to her hometown now, she wouldn't have anything to live on or support her family with. After all, she wasn't even an adventurer yet. Anthony couldn't do without a scholarship from the academy, so he will most likely be kicked out. However, he still respected Lady Metisphine. She always put the people first, and so she established a special scholarship program to give everyone a chance to study magic. He wished she would become the next queen. If the people's team doesn't win, she'll be married off abroad. This time, even Anthony was panicking. Everyone was interested in whether the princess had truly given up on her ambitions, or whether she truly believed in their success. Their opponents were nobles with a brilliant education, and gold rank was commonplace among them. This enormous gap in levels between the elite and the common people was enormous. The young man rested his hands on the table. He did not understand the princess's actions at all. Ani and Eliza looked dejected, but then Alistair spoke up. He said that he personally heard from the guards standing there that Metis was firmly confident of victory. Eliza wondered what this confidence was based on. The boy didn't want to say too much, since it was all just hearsay, and he himself didn't fully understand it. However, rumors circulated that the princess had presented a certain trump card that even the elite couldn't match. He was the most powerful summoner among the common people. Everyone immediately became curious to know who he was. Akira Reinford entered the Royal Magic Academy. Greta Maverick was his conscripted teacher and supervisor. The woman had heard that he had accepted a challenge to fight the nobles before Prince Oswell. She admired this steadfast young man who had joined their ranks. Akira had noticed his leader's curious manner of speaking, and rumors about him were spreading. Then she suggested they talk later about his looming grim future. Then she asked if she needed to enlighten the newcomer about the Academy's affairs. He agreed, but secretly wondered if she really was a summoner and not a fortune teller. The Academy had a 4-year curriculum and held promotion exams twice a year. Each rank had a certified temte, and the graduation requirement was achieving the level of gold mage or higher within those 4 years. There were several ranks of mage: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. The graduate was awarded the honorary title of state magician, and if he was a commoner, then a status equal to that of a baron. He would also be allowed to marry a noblewoman. The leader looked at the young man enticingly and asked if he found such a reward attractive. Akira felt uneasy, but secretly he thought he wasn't happy with it. Greta warned him that finishing the academy would not be so easy. Those who failed to reach the gold rank within 4 years were given 1 additional year, but no more. After this period, he faced expulsion, with no possibility of re-entry, so the hero had to study diligently. The young man walked down the hallway, pondering Greta's words about expulsion for insufficient strength on his way to class. How could he not have figured it out? In fact, the guy wanted to get an exception so that he could return home. Akira was Lady Metasfina's chosen commoner summoner. Furthermore, the first prince proposed a duel between the aristocrats and the commoners of the academy. The hero seemed to realize everything he had done and clutched his head. He had lost his composure because of Oswell's behavior, and there was no turning back. After thinking it over, he decided to change his strategy and figured it might be worth it to go all out. If Akira skipped a couple of ranks, he'd learn quickly and then return home. His plan for a mediocre reincarnation gradually receded, and what would happen if he failed was unclear. The young man squatted, anxiously pondering all this. The princess's words echoed in her mind when she accepted the marriage, and all the other conditions, as well as the lady's confidence in victory as long as the hero was on her side. Akira stood up, feeling determined. He couldn't back down and abandon Metis. He wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully if it was his fault the girl was married off. Then the guy became fixated again on what if he couldn't win, and what he should do in that case. His lamentations were interrupted by Katya, who called him over. Suddenly, Metasfina appeared in front of him, already bowing and hastily apologizing for the fact that everything happened because of her. She explained that her mentor had pointed out her completely inappropriate behavior. The lady had drawn the hero into a crazy bet, without even asking his opinion, even though he could have refused. The young man was taken aback, wondering why she hadn't said all this right away. And indeed, the princess understood that if she refused her friend, she would lose. She didn't want to pressure the young man, but she did ask him if she was getting married. Akira was going crazy over her approach. Why bother asking him at all? But apparently, the girl had found a new way to blackmail him. The guy exhaled and asked what forces were on their side. The princess's face lit up again when she realized the hero had agreed. However, the young man didn't promise victory, as he could lose, and then suddenly fell silent. He saw that Princess Metasfina was crying. The possibility of defeat didn't matter to her. The fact that the hero was on her side already gave her strength. Katya interrupted her, preventing her from completely unraveling. Lady's behavior was upsetting the young man. The girl brushed off the slime and admitted that she had been thinking about it ever since. She felt like she was doing everything she could to one day hear the boy tell her how grown-up she already was. But if Metis never managed to become a princess he could recognize, then her marriage of convenience would be beneficial to the country, facilitating a profitable alliance. The boy and the mentor felt sad from her words. After all, Metasfina remained the same 15-year-old girl. She must have suppressed a lot of her feelings, as losing her parents at an early age and suddenly becoming the heir to the throne was not easy. The young man understood that he too bore responsibility for what was happening. He wanted to help his friend. Because of his thoughtless intervention in the conversation, they all found themselves in such an unenviable position. Therefore, the hero wanted to make it clear. As a representative of the people of Stormheim, he supported Lady Metasfina's aspiration to create a society in which people are provided with opportunities, regardless of status. This was precisely the quality for which Akira respected the princess. He will help her become queen to the best of his ability. Hearing this, the girl blushed and covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming from her eyes. Katya believed the young man would be able to find the right words. She was grateful to him. However, this did not mean that the hero was confident of victory, but he would definitely do everything in his power. The girl told her friend that she was not mistaken about Akira Rainford and his help. Then the mentor was asked what was to be done next. The princess was beaming with joy. She was happier than she had ever been in her life. The hero's mood also rose from his friend's contented appearance. Then the young man asked if he did lose, would she hold a grudge against him? Both girls, as one, asked him to drop the subject. He was already worried too much. The academy students looked at Akira in surprise, because he was the boy chosen by the princess and who challenged the prince, a gifted and powerful summoner. The first prince glanced through the book and pondered the hero's name. It sounded quite familiar. It all became clear to him. This young man was the son of that Pennsylvanian devil. Apparently the man truly did cut all ties, disappearing from the world as a merchant in Stormheim. That's what his sister had hoped for. He asked Ramira if she knew anything, but the girl remained silent. The prince looked at her and then decided to ignore this moment. He was more concerned with what he found out. The man's son was good for nothing, even if he had hidden power. He was hardly a match for the man the assistant had sent to the aristocratic team. Amira didn't understand why anyone had agreed to the fight at all. She could only marvel at her sister's recklessness. Akira was nervous. All attention was focused on him. But if he was not confident in himself, he would let down Metis, who had believed in him. Greta addressed the students, believing that everyone had already heard that in order to promote the academy, the prince and the princess had prepared a training match between the common people and the nobles. The teacher herself considered this the result of hard work on both sides, but the aristocratic gentleman chose not to attend her lecture. The students didn't find this amusing. The teacher decided to temporarily postpone the lesson, then suggested immediately naming the participants without any further selection. Going by level, Alistair Fonwell was the first to be placed in the vanguard. His stats were as follows: Health 500, Mana 130, Stamina 120, Intelligence 90, Potency 90, Intuition 90, and Gift of the Earth. In second place is Ani Breitling, with stats of Health 480, Mana 165, Stamina 95, Intelligence 55, Potential 85, Intuition 70. Gift of Flame, Enchant Gift Healing Charm. The middle position, of course, went to Eliza Ragan. Her stats were Health 320, Mana 150, Stamina 70, Intelligence 65, Potential 88, and Intuition 70. Gift had the gift of magic absorption, and Gift had the enchantment of freezing. The role of the assistant in the film went to elite summoner Anthony Green. His stats are Health 630, Mana 250, Stamina 80, Intelligence 110, Potential 92, and Intuition 75. Gift, Summoner's Gift, Enchant, Gift of Light. The only member of the People's Team, a silver-ranked member, and the former Soul Summoner. Everyone was counting on him. However, the young man himself had his doubts. He could only summon a basic-level creature, and had barely become a silver mage. The teacher announced that wasn't all. They had a hidden weapon, the man who had pushed Anthony. He had been recommended by the princess herself, a precious summoning genius. Akira Reinford took the captain's position. The students applauded him with glee, as it sounded promising. But for the young man, the sound of their claps signaled his peaceful life crumbling to pieces. He stood up and waved his hand to the excited crowd, a reflex of a popular manga artist. Greta noticed that the hero had a good public presence, and some of the students weren't exactly pleased with his behavior. Anthony, however, thought the young man was feigning calm. Akira realized his action and was taken aback. It was an unconscious reaction to the applause, but it looked like he was putting on airs. The princess was practicing her sword skills on the training field. Katya noticed that her sword was wavering due to her anxiety about the academy, since no one there knew the true state of affairs. Metis thought that she should go and explain the whole situation to the students, but the teacher interrupted her, saying that it was better to stay away. Rumors had already begun to spread, and the rumors that she had not only personally brought the summoner, but had also been directly involved in the competition could only get worse. Some of these interpretations included whether Metis had been intimate with Akira and other such things. The princess blushed with shame. All of this was sheer stupidity on the part of humans. She turned away, trying to hide her appearance, but Katya noticed her disappointment. The lady admitted that this could indeed have caused the hero a lot of trouble, so it had been a good decision not to go to the academy. Then she decided to change the subject. It was time to stop lounging and attack. Everything around them began to crumble, and the two knights weren't surprised to see their princess and her mentor smashing the castle again. In the lecture hall, Greta wanted to use the Electro Crown Crystal to measure the students' magical power. Anthony had 250 mana points, and he'd raised his stats again. His silver rank wasn't just empty words. Compared to him, all the others wouldn't be able to live up to her expectations. The guys were bronze ranked, with mana no higher than 200. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, gold ranks were commonplace. The students asked their teacher to figure out whether she was worried about them or mocking them. Then the girl turned her attention to Akira, asking if he would measure mana. But this was the main event of the day for everyone, and the hero tried to get rid of them, saying that he was not ready. But Greta wouldn't accept any excuses. They needed to know their allies, so he needed to show strength. Akira knew he had no choice, so he headed for the crystal. Next, he needed to place his hand on it and release mana. It was his first time measuring magical power, and he was curious about it. Since it was inevitable, he decided to give it a try. When the young man applied his hand, the students were amazed. His stats were close to gold rank. Greta couldn't believe such numbers existed. His hero rank was even higher than platinum, with 7,000 mana points. Those around him literally couldn't believe it. But suddenly the number changed from 7,000 to 70, meaning the 7th level. The boys were outraged at how the young man could be their trump card, being weaker than all of them. It looked more like a deception. The guy adjusted his glasses and asked Eliza to calm down. It was a common cliché, a plot twist awaiting them, when a character hides their strength behind a mask of mediocrity. But the girl didn't believe it. They weren't in a novel after all, and their trump card was only level 7. The guy was already silent about the gold rank, while it wasn't even bronze, but iron. And the naive princess was to blame for it all. Her position was at stake, so it was unlikely she didn't have a plan. Eliza thought it was possible, since Metis was reckless. If politics was so difficult for her, then, according to the students, it would indeed be easier for her to find marriage. However, if Metis does leave, it is unknown what will become of the academy and its students from the people, without their main protector at court in her person. It was unknown whether there would be a place for them at the Royal Magic Academy. In the student dorm, Akira and Anthony were putting away their things. The boy had already taken the bottom bunk, and he offered the hero the top one. It wasn't a problem for him, but in exchange, the young man gave him the entire closet to use. The young man scratched his head and sheepishly replied that he didn't have much in the way of things. Anthony asked him not to lie so much in front of their new rare genius summoner. He suggested he think of the captain position as a simple matter of order, since they hadn't even listened to him, but had rushed to decide everything themselves. Akira himself was devastated by the outcome. The reaction was probably due to the fact that he entered the academy full of expectations from the princess's enthusiasm. The young man understood that his 7th level was no surprise, as he spoke so casually. Still, Anthony saw the situation as complicated. The lady had bet on the hero, but now their chances of winning were diminishing. The guy interrupted his roommate and decided to ask a few questions about the academy itself and magic. The young man apologized when he realized the reason for the change of topic. He hadn't meant to shift all the blame onto Akira. He then suggested combining this welcoming meeting with an introduction to the case, asking the hero to ask anything he wanted. The young man glanced sideways at his interlocutor and thought that it wasn't even a matter of level. To be honest, he himself hadn't expected such low mana. At first, he didn't understand what exactly these numbers meant, but judging by the disappointed students, everything became crystal clear. And this was rather strange, since Pol had highly valued the extent of his magical power. He wondered if the instruments of this world were simply unable to measure abnormal, elixir-enhanced mana. In any case, he needed more information. The hero needed to understand the current state of affairs, and until then, it was best to refrain from revealing his powers. Anthony watched his neighbor's thoughtful face. He looked very serious. Suddenly, he suggested that Rainford get to know each other properly. The young man extended his hand and introduced himself. He was sad to live alone, so he was glad to see a neighbor. Akira followed suit. He thought his interlocutor was upset because of him, but he seemed like a good person. The young man assured with a smile that he would be glad to learn something from the hero, who supported his enthusiasm, and from now on they would work together. Ani was wondering what they should do now about the upcoming competition. She still doubted whether the princess could have made a mistake in her chosen one. Anthony said the young man was going to do everything he could, but the student himself did not want to count on him. They discussed many things with the hero, and it turned out his knowledge of magic was very limited. It seemed the young man knew nothing at all about mage ranks, levels, and mana. Anthony suspected his knowledge of summoning itself was also minimal. After all, without a contract, only unclassified creatures could be summoned. Ani suggested that Akira might simply be frightened by what was happening. After all, he hadn't even said who he might have summoned. The question of how they would deal with all this still remained. The guy understood that everything was exactly as Eliza said. They should have submitted a refusal to participate. But even if the students did this, refusal might not be accepted. Especially since the princess's future depended on it, so none of the common participants in the competition could give up without a fight. The girl was on the verge of hysteria. She could not understand Lady Metis's actions. It was all complete absurdity. Anthony reminded her that they knew the princess's wishes. This made her friend even more angry, but the boy asked her to believe in him just once. He promised to find a way to win, no matter the cost. His friend's words made an impression on Ani. Suddenly, Demetrius and his company noticed them, and he again asked mockingly how the newly minted silver mage was going to resist the aristocrats. Fonwell had heard some rumors that the princess's trump card was a worthless summoner. He considered it the work of a girl with outdated views. In his opinion, this outcome was obvious. The young man suggested that all the commoners return to where they belonged. He hinted to Anthony, quite bluntly, that the baker should mind his own business before challenging the nobility. Then his attention shifted to the girl. He promised Anya he would address her exclusively upon her return to the pub. However, the young man refused to allow the aristocrat to continue his humiliation and asked her not to start a showdown before the fight began. Demetrius admired his insolence, considering it a sign that the young man could handle him in a fight. The young man didn't claim confidence in victory, but there was no way to know unless he tried. At least the common disciples would have a chance, especially if his opponent was Demetrius, since both men were equally silver-ranked. The aristocrat didn't expect to hear such a thing addressed to him. Fonwell acknowledged this fact, but for a commoner, it was an achievement. He reminded Anthony in a threatening voice that he'd forgotten who he'd been talking to, accusing him of deliberately ceasing to address the aristocrat formally. The young man shouldn't have gone too far with his insolence. It could have backfired. Regardless of the match, members of the nobility were to be treated according to their status. The boys were sitting in the dining hall eating lunch. Alistair intended to celebrate Akira's arrival in Akaba and their meeting. The entire feast was at his expense, so he was the host. Fonwell asked the hero to have fun and indulge in everything. He tried to encourage the newcomer, so he wouldn't get discouraged by the mana measurement. Everything had to work out somehow. The young man forced a smile and thanked his classmate. Eliza propped her cheek on her hand in displeasure and made a comment about how exactly this was supposed to turn out. The princess would get married, and they themselves would simply be kicked out of the academy. Akira decided to use this opportunity to find out more details and asked about the noble team, whether its members were really that strong. The girl confirmed his suspicions. Tangling with them was a lost cause. All he had to do was gather their mages and summoners, and he'd find 4 gold-ranked ones. Alistair asked Eliza not to be so pessimistic, but she only told the truth. The hero again inquired how many gold-ranked creatures could be summoned. The girl was angry at the young man's ignorance of even such things. He quickly apologized, as he was still studying. The boys began to doubt whether he really was a summoner. Gold-ranked individuals could summon as many mid-class creatures as they wanted. Such incredible feats were easily suppressed. Based on the explanation, the hero decided that summoning mid-class creatures was not a difficult task. Then he asked if there was anyone who could summon an advanced class creature. Eliza replied that he was delirious. She explained that it wasn't so easy to terminate a contract with an advanced being. It wasn't just a matter of the required level and magical power. The beings considered humans a stupid and insignificant race, and hardly granted them any recognition. Moreover, the summoned beast consumed mana, despite serving under contract. Even if you made a pact with it, without sufficient mana, magical exhaustion would set in immediately. Therefore, gold-ranked summoners are treated the same as platinum mages. And there were 3 such gold prize winners among the aristocrats. That's how the desperate state of affairs was described to Akira. However, the hero himself decided that if it were true, he had a good chance of winning. Looking at him, his friends decided that he was hopeless and that things were really bad for them. Eliza apologized, as they had gone a bit too far, but the young man was not to blame for anything. Suddenly, Ani burst in with tears in her eyes, calling for Alistair and Eliza. While browsing the book, Greta found what she was looking for. It immediately struck her as odd that the summoner the princess had praised had an iron rank and 70 mana points. Indeed, similar precedents were mentioned in the old archives. This meant that an error was occurring due to mana being higher than expected. This was a rare occurrence, as the upper limit of a mana crystal was 4 digits, and a platinum-ranked hero typically had around 3,000 mana points. The numbers started with zeros, then 70. If we assume the first digit was omitted, the resulting number would be 5 digits, and the hero's mana would be over 10,000. In that case, the hero harbored a power that could be called catastrophic. The teacher kept thinking it wasn't hard to understand why the young man wanted to hide his identity. If this were true, close surveillance would be inevitable. Suddenly, she was called out to. Fonwell burst into the room, calling for Professor Maverick. The woman became alarmed and hurried to find out what was going on. The guy asked her to quickly go with him to Anthony. The young man lay on the bed, covered in bruises and wounds. Greta noticed how harsh it was. Ani tried to help her friend with healing. Both of his arms were broken. There were bruises all over his body, and there was a possibility of damage to internal organs. The professor quickly ran the numbers and announced that even with healing magic, full recovery would not occur for at least 3 weeks. Eliza was angered by such a superficial diagnosis. The girl was furious because a team member had been subjected to augmentation by an opponent. Consequently, she insisted on canceling the competition. However, Greta couldn't revoke the prince's order, and Anthony would participate in the competition. The student wondered how, since he was wounded. It was too harsh. They were all the same people as the aristocrats. Did their origin really allow them to do such things with impunity? Ani cried as she told how Anthony knew he couldn't win, but he remained true to himself until the very end. His motto was to not lose heart and move forward. Even if defeat was close, this was the way to the future. It was a return of the debt for the princess's kindness, and for her selflessness for them. So, said the young man. But was everything supposed to be forgiven to those who wielded power? Ani begged Demetrius and his retinue not to hurt Anthony, to give the guy a chance to perform well in the competition. The girl begged them to stop, promising to serve them drinks and do whatever they wanted, just to beg forgiveness for her friend. The friends remained silent. Eliza bit her lip in shock. Ani continued to sob, explaining that it was as if those people were waiting for her to speak, and immediately broke his arm. It was all terrible. She didn't understand why they did this. Akira saw the sad faces of his new friends and clenched his fists tightly, but immediately tried to cool his head. He couldn't give in to his emotions. This situation was entirely predictable. Suddenly, Anthony's voice was heard. He clarified that their tyranny did not begin overnight. Everyone was surprised that the young man had recovered so quickly. The healing spells had helped. The boys crowded around him to check on his well-being. Akira reminded him that he shouldn't get up yet. Anthony tried to calm them down with a smile, since he hadn't been beaten that badly. He mockingly clarified, if the aristocrats wanted to take him out of the game, then they should have broken his legs, not his arms. His friends rebelled at his words and began to scold him so that he would not dare to fight with them again. In Akira's eyes, Anthony was known as a desperate guy, despite his appearance. Greta was overjoyed. She understood what the young man was saying. He wanted to say that everything would work out for him, and that it was wonderful. The guy, with a serious look, declared to the professor his unwavering readiness. The right time had come, and now they could immediately begin what they had discussed earlier. A mysterious light began to dance in the witch's eyes. That night, the students and their teacher gathered in a large hall where a circle with symbols inside was drawn on the floor. Anthony stood in the center, wand in hand. Akira was surprised to see a real summon contract for the first time, and he had the rare opportunity to witness it. However, Anthony wasn't in the best of health, so the hero was worried about whether everything would go well. Greta announced the start of the contract for the transfer of her wind genie, and Ani tried to convince her friend that all this was too dangerous in his condition. Eliza was joining her friend, but Anthony had to reconsider. Fonwell reminded him of his recent promotion to silver. Even if the contract was successfully concluded, this creature was above his level, so the risk of receiving magical exhaustion from just being with it was high. The young man raised his hand demonstratively, revealing a ring on his finger. It was an artifact lent to him by a professor who called herself Summoner's Pride. Quote, with its help, it was possible to reduce the mana required for a high-level existence by 30%. Anthony had to hold out with him for long enough, after which he asked the professor to begin. Although the teacher was going to meet Erwin's beloved student, her animals were the same as their mistress. The circle began to glow. This task promised to be difficult. Suddenly, a strong wind arose. The friends noticed the creature that appeared. Anthony began to ask the genie for mercy, reciting a spell. Bloody tears began to flow from the young man's eyes, and anxiety was reflected on the faces of his friends. The professor knew that neither magical power nor emotional stability could be called ideal. But the young man was able to win the genie over. It was simply astonishing. The woman couldn't find any other words. The boys rejoiced at Anthony's success, and Ani immediately rushed to him. The girl began to bandage his wounded hand, while lamenting that he always behaved this way. Akira watched them in amazement. He didn't know that the contract with the summoned creature was so difficult and very harsh. The woman praised the young man for a job well done, and he was now officially considered a middle-class summoner. The guy believed that all this was thanks to Professor Maverick, because the genie trusted people, and the witch did not even try to deny it. However, she asked him not to forget. Since the genie was of middle class, he always required mana accordingly. Even with his, quote, summoner's pride, Anthony would be on the brink of magical exhaustion. He understood this and was prepared. There was a fire in his eyes to catch the enemy off guard. The young man was ready to take any risk. The Royal Magic Academy's official competition had declared open, and the entire academy had gathered to witness the duel. Now it was time to wish both sides their all. The princess hoped the spectacle would be interesting. It was an honor for all the teachers to meet the great sorceress, Mrs. Pearl Bryce. The girl waved it off. There was no need to call her that after all. They were in the same group. But they disagreed with her, because even in Pennsylvania she was called a genius among geniuses. So they were all incredibly happy to have the honor of working with her. The man was worried about her presence at the match. He hoped that the competition would not disappoint the girl. Still, the difference in their strength was too great. Pearl told the professors not to worry, as she already knew who would win. So now she was curious to see how long they could hold out. The old man decided she was expecting too much. After all, the aristocratic team was significantly stronger. At these words, a broad smile appeared on the girl's face. She explained in more detail. She wanted to see how long the team of nobility could last. The teachers exchanged questioning glances, and then the man apologized for misleading the girl. However, the noble team was the superior force, as they had all returned from abroad. But Pearl still believed that no matter how outstanding they were still at the level of students. She happily assured them of the commoners' impending victory in this competition. The girl nervously adjusted her hair, the situation making her tense. Meanwhile, things weren't going too smoothly in the aristocrats' box either. Many were irritated and tired by the current situation, and some scolded the princess for being so desperate. Her opponent only had one silver rank, so many saw no point in the duel. If Lady Metis liked commoners, there was no need to go to so much trouble. The nobles were determined to end it all quickly. In their opinion, a princess who lived solely by the sword was old-fashioned and reckless. Patricia volunteered to go first and sort everything out as quickly as possible. The woman was delighted. But Demetrius, who had approached, interrupted them and asked for the opportunity. This young man was quite fond of mocking the weak. Meanwhile, the roles were being assigned to the people's team. The vanguard remained unchanged, with Alistair leading, followed by Ani and Eliza. The professor promoted Akira to captain as a substitute, but in reality, his assistant, Anthony, would be the real captain. Then she asked the hero if it offended him, and the young man hastened to assure her that everything was fine. In truth, he wanted to see as many battles as possible, and being the last one there was convenient for gathering information. However, he was worried about his friend. The young man had an unhealthy complexion, so the hero was worried whether everything would be okay with him. The woman had only one request for the boys. She knew their chances of winning were slim, but they shouldn't give up just yet. After all, this wasn't just for the princess. The professor believed in her students. The young man, as the team captain, asked the boys to accept this challenge with honor. Then they would certainly be able to find a way to victory. The friends headed to the stage. It was their turn. Each of them was ready to surprise the audience. Once all the participants had lined up, they were introduced to the spectators. Under the blue banner, the representatives of the people spoke. Team Captain Akira Rainford, Assistant Captain Anthony Green, Second Position Anya Breitling, Middle Position Eliza Reagan, and completing the vanguard, Alistair Fonwell. And under the red knowledge were representatives of the nobility. The captain of the team Carius R. Grantchester, the Assistant Captain Prani Kreis, Middle Position Patricia Toll Ryan, Second Position Eloy Newman, and completed the vanguard with Demetrius Fonwell. The princess was surprised that the hero turned out to be a captain, and not in the vanguard. Most likely, the young man wanted to explore the possibilities of another team, since he had been cautious since childhood. Katya agreed with the girl. Akira alone could have easily won if he'd gone first. But he was, as always, surprisingly shy. The first prince was all in anticipation of what surprise his sister's secret summoner would give him. In response, the girl asked her brother not to forget his promise, With her victory, great changes awaited the academy. Oswell pretended to be frightened by her threats. Then the princess turned her attention to the stage. Looking at the hero, she wanted her friend to act in the right way, and she took all the corresponding responsibility upon herself. Demetrius, passing by the people's team, made a comment to the captain's assistant that he was walking around all beaten up and it was painful to look at him. The guy believed that no matter how hard he tried, the outcome was predetermined. Ani would return to the pub serving drinks and would once again become a source of entertainment for men. The hero compared the aristocrat to a colorful, vile villain, but no matter how angry it made him, they needed to understand the situation. Anthony hinted to him not to worry. It was time to find out what kind of aristocrats these were. The girl was surprised by the opposing team's steadfast gaze. It was as if they were even considering losing. She sighed wistfully and regretted not going first. Then she noticed a familiar figure sitting on the teacher's podium and recognized it as Prohl Bryce. The noblewoman approached the brilliant sorceress and delightedly asked if she had come to the academy to teach. Prohl confirmed her thoughts, but thought the nobles were being too intrusive. Demetrius was also honored to meet the sorceress. He introduced himself and explained that he had been performing in the vanguard. The girl simply wished him luck in return. The boy intended to show the commoner Lyad what noble birth meant, and asked the mage to watch closely. Bryce was beginning to get annoyed by his behavior, knowing that she herself was of the common people. Pranny mockingly considered herself a failure. She should have been the vanguard, since the sorceress herself was there. Fawnwell took all the best for himself. She tried to persuade the boy to swap, but he refused, lest he miss out on all the fun. Bryce listened to their squabble with a smile, then turned to the nobles herself, asking them not to worry. The girl was completely confident that each of them would be given a chance to prove themselves. The hero was surprised by such pomp. Apparently the academy's administration had prepared thoroughly. Eliza tried to get herself in the right frame of mind, although she was extremely nervous. Anthony, however, was more serious than ever. And finally, the beginning came. Demetrius entered the first battle against Alistair. The first prince watched closely the aristocrats who considered themselves commoners. For him, it was a sad sight. Apparently, Fawnwell felt inferior among the other nobles. The princess ignored his jibes and focused her attention on the young man. Pranny believed that no matter how much he wanted to please the princess, it was no reason to swallow his pride. In her opinion, he still had the audacity to come to the fight disguised as a commoner. Demetrius pointed out to his brother the disapproving voices that were being raised about his hypocrisy and incompetence. Frankly, he was fed up with it himself. His older brother had become a disgrace to their house with little magical power, and so the younger brother set out to put an end to that. However, Alistair did not think that the younger one should speak about the older one in such a way, because he loved him like a brother. Suddenly, the clothes on the body of the representative of the people's team began to burst. The aristocrat did not expect this at all. His older brother instantly changed and became larger in size, gaining muscle. Not only Demetrius was surprised, but the entire commoner team as well. Alistair lunged forward, pushing off with his powerful legs. The nobleman thrust his wand forward and cast the spell, Fibian da Madlera, Bruise, angered by his relative's reference to strength and lack of intelligence. A series of fire attacks flew towards his brother, but he successfully dodged. However, the rival approached the aristocrat too quickly, asking the younger man to fight fairly as a mage. But Demetrius himself wanted to force Alistair to use magic. An opponent from the people's team literally knocked down a member of the aristocrats' team. The young man used the, quote, tackle, a fairly clean move. The hero was simply amazed by his classmate's abilities. Demetrius had one last chance to notice what his older brother had used on him before he was slammed into the wall. Tackle seemed to have finished the first fight, and his friends were shocked by their comrade's speed and strength. The noble team couldn't believe their eyes. The princess was also surprised that the boy had succeeded. However, Prohl thought it was a crude and cheap trick. However, Demetrius was still conscious, tears welling up in his eyes from pity for his older brother's desire to get him. Ani and Eliza noticed the use of earth magic on the fist, but it still missed, although the idea was not bad. Pranny's move to put everything into close combat seemed like a clever decision. The next moment, the boy struck his older brother in the stomach with earth. He still hadn't mastered offensive magic. The boy made an unpleasant sound, and his friends feared for their classmate. Oswell, however, considered his physical and magical abilities to be too mediocre. Demetrius decided to use Earth's Wrath to prove what true Earth magic was. He aimed the attack at his opponent and rained down a barrage of rocks from above. The captain's assistant tried to shout to his comrade so that he would not take the attack on himself, and asked him to put up a magical barrier. However, Pearl realized before anyone else that they were going in the wrong direction. Alistair received a blow from below to the jaw. The entire team of people, along with the princess, were shocked by what was happening, and Demetrius grinned contentedly. The sorceress was disappointed, as Alistair hadn't yet mastered the art of reading mana, so the gap in their abilities was too great. A woman approached her, commenting that she was a bit late due to her research. Then she asked if they had yet managed to defeat the young man. It was the most powerful of the Eastern necromancers, the Black Witch Greta Maverick. Alistair was urgently taken to the medical center. His lower jaw and teeth were badly damaged. Eliza couldn't understand how someone could treat her own brother like that. Anthony asked Annie to treat him. Meanwhile, the young man himself was trying to say something. He wanted to warn the girl that she shouldn't waste her energy because it was her turn next. The boy was devastated. He wanted to help, but he was useless, and he begged the guys to forgive him. Anthony looked at his comrade with pursed lips. Ani begged him to stop talking, but the captain's assistant quickly called for help for the wounded man. He was soon taken away. Akira's fears were confirmed. Everything was exactly as he thought. They really were going too far. When Ani entered the arena, she also had a tough time. Demetrius spared no effort for her, promising to be especially polite. He slowly tore at her clothes, even though he could have easily won at any moment. He did this deliberately, knowing it was definitely bad form. Katya considered this an inhuman act. The young man had mastered such a variety of spells, but in the witch's opinion, there was little use in them. It was a rare thing to possess gifts of fire, earth, and air at once. He likely simply added one or two attributes as enchants. The young man was a shining example of the frivolous approach of emphasizing quantity over quality, neglecting the development of his innate gift. Greta was delighted to hear such words from someone with several gifts. Proel tried to justify herself by saying she had trained tirelessly. She spoke specifically about the lack of outside education at the academy, and then asked the witch if she had forgotten the true reason for the institution's creation. The queen created this establishment to defeat the Odors. Stormheim was originally a land of heroes, as well as a land of swords, served by the strongest of the 7 houses, the House of Heroes, Mayan. It was unclear why such a country needed to develop magic, even if it would lead to a change in government policy in the future. The answer was simple. An enemy had appeared against whom the strength of heroes alone was not enough. Undead, odors, all of this was considered a great evil that could instantly regenerate after physical attacks and multiply endlessly, stealing life. Professor Maverick confirmed the story. It all began with the death of Sword Mayan 14 years ago. Although he died saving his wife, it was a defeat for the heroes. A major role was played by the ignorance that damage to the enemy could only be inflicted by magic, and that their numbers grew by absorbing life energy. Another problem was that the Odors could not be defeated with mere magic. This was confirmed by the fighters sent by Pennsylvania. Mortal wounds to the Odor could only be inflicted by the strongest attacking spellcasters of a specific attribute, or attacks from summoned creatures of at least an advanced class. To counter them, there was no need for a large number of mages. The country only needed to prepare 2 categories, those who could use high-ranking magic, and those who could summon at least advanced creatures. And if a person appears who is capable of performing both of these actions, he can safely be called the savior of the world. Demetrius continued to mock the girl, suggesting that she start asking for forgiveness, or that she want to lose her clothes in front of everyone, continuing to resist in vain. In the end, the girl's shirt was torn to shreds. Friends and spectators looked at this in shock, and Fonwell himself blushed at what he saw. However, suddenly, Ani began to burn with rage. If he wanted to see her in an inappropriate state, then he should have gathered up the courage and said so honestly. The girl was offered the opportunity to explore her talent at the Royal Magic Academy. She had no idea she had a talent for fire magic. She decided that a magician's certificate would provide for her family. The scholarship alone was enough to get her in, but she was immediately made aware that it wouldn't be easy. And I saw how nobles easily obtained artifacts. Their skills grew from potions and trips abroad, and diligence alone wasn't enough. But she didn't give up thanks to her friends. They shared the stress of her final exams. And there was always the option of working at her father's guild. She realized that the most important thing the academy gave her was, these are not the skills of a magician and not the ability to succeed in life. She cried out that the most important thing was the comrades she had met here. The girl told Demetrius that if his goal was to bully her friends, then she would fight. He replied that she wouldn't even give him ale, and then he would trample her into the dirt. Fabienne da Supreme and Rubienne de Madler-Bruise clashed in a duel, answering each other's will with flame. Fire stream, Supreme, bruise. Everyone was shocked that they used the same spells. The audience noticed something wasn't right. Ani cast the spell faster, but it seemed to have an extra enchantment and too much mana. Ani wondered if he had used a mana buff before the fight. She was amazed at how much mana he had, even after casting so many spells. Anya's friends encouraged her. They said the doping from the 50-year-old mandrake worked, and that an ordinary girl couldn't even dream of such a thing. Her opponent laughed, saying that after 3 sprouts, his mana must still be overflowing. He mockingly asked what was the matter, since fire was her strong point. Anya's friends were worried about her. They said things were bad, even though she was truly good at fire magic. Ani screamed that she didn't have enough mana. The enemy stated that if she had been obedient from the beginning, she would not have been harmed. She whispered that her fire was winning. She only lost in mana because she wasn't up to par. As she fell, she vowed that next time, she would definitely win. Someone remarked that she was certainly more skilled at firebending. Her friends shouted her name. A friend offered to lean on her shoulder, saying Ani had simply expended a lot of energy. She was praised for her amazing fight against a silver-ranked warrior. Demetrius thought angrily how she dared to look at him with such eyes. Some girls approached him and asked what was wrong. They offered to replace him, telling him not to worry. He grinned evilly, promising to squash them all down to the last fly and destroy them. After all, Demetrius wasn't acting like he usually did, and could have done something to her. Eliza was asked not to try the impossible. The guy asked why Eliza was intervening. She wasn't stupid. She was doing the impossible, and such a fight wasn't worth it. She said she had a dream. She wanted to become a beautiful, shining diva on stage, but she replied that she hadn't tried at all, since her path was art, not witchcraft. They told her that with her grades, she could achieve silver rank. She thought being a mage was a path imposed by the country. Why should she even try since she couldn't win this competition? The enemy ordered her to cease her senseless resistance. He said that she, a commoner, was getting on his nerves, and that all stubbornness had its limits. Her friend thought how stupid she was. After all, she was the one who constantly grumbled, preferring to keep to herself. Her friends shouted at her that she had done well and that that was enough. They begged her to give up and not to torment herself, as her mana was already running low. The enemy said that even her allies were telling her she was at 0. He promised to let her escape if she retreated immediately. He decided that otherwise he would break her neck. She looked at him and asked if he was nervous. The girl suggested that perhaps he had run out of power. She shouted the spell, "Crystal Fang's Loom!" and he called it a pathetic bluff. Her friends shouted her name. She, however, thought the nobleman had too much mana and must have done something before the fight. She realized that even if she protested, they would say it was all within his own power. She didn't understand what she was clinging to so desperately. He grabbed her, saying the low-born brat had made him sweat. He demanded that she admit defeat, as she had no more tricks left. Her friends shouted at her to give in. Her friend begged her to stop, saying that enough was enough. She remembered how fed up she was with all of this, how she'd yelled at her father that entering the Magic Academy meant she had to forget about music school. Her father explained that it was a royal decree and that she had talent. He asked her to at least finish the academy out of respect for him, but she considered herself a selfish, narcissistic child. She laughed at the chance for common people. She decided she would get herself expelled on the spot. But her new friends said status didn't matter. They wanted to defend their homeland and provide for their families, and so they became good friends. They were all in much more difficult situations, but they remained wonderful, compassionate people. She realized how nice it felt to make someone smile. She admitted that she had always been selfish. Despite her opportunities, she made no effort and thought only of her own desires. and so she couldn't back down now. To repay her comrades, she would force him to expend as much dishonest force as possible and ease Anthony's burden. She rushed forward shouting, "Crushing!" The enemy, shocked, asked what mana drain was. Someone explained that Eliza's gift was magic absorption. He screamed at her to let him go and asked what kind of bloodsucker she was. He didn't understand who allowed a low-class girl to suck mana from a nobleman and demanded that she let him go. Eliza's friends begged her to stop. Ani cried, begging her to stop, as she had already accepted her defeat. Anthony realized that she was simply desperately clinging to the opportunity to help a comrade in battle by drawing mana from an opponent. He cursed, calling her a bitch. He decided to finish her off if she took any more mana. Ani screamed no in horror. He laughed, calling her a joke. He said she'd lost consciousness without letting go of his hand, and she was lucky. He told her to be grateful he hadn't gone through with it. Her friends noted that she was certainly stubborn, as she never let go. The girl told Anthony that she had a favor to ask of him. One of Anthony's comrades offered to trade with him. He said that with 70 mana, he was no match for them. He explained that he could no longer bear to watch others suffer. Therefore, he firmly decided that he would certainly defeat at least Demetrius. They told him the leader was the strongest in their class, not counting Akira. The wounded boy replied that he was feeling better and asked how Eliza was. Anthony was horrified to learn about the fractured vertebra. They reassured him, telling him the healing spells had worked and she would be back on her feet soon. The guy said he wanted to spend time with her, but she sent him to watch Anthony's fight. Suddenly, someone added that they were planning to come too. Everyone was shocked to see Eliza. They asked her if she could get up yet, to which she replied, "It doesn't look like it." They told her she couldn't do that because she'd injured her vertebra. She replied that she understood, but she couldn't miss the moment like Anthony. "We'll pay back for all their pain." The audience couldn't believe that a commoner had a middle-class appeal. He asked what surprised them so much. After all, he was a silver-ranked summoner, and such a contract was nothing out of the ordinary. Fabian de Madler-Jorskwyk and Rubian de Madler-Hold entered the arena, and she told them not to laugh at her. The audience was surprised that he could cast earth magic barriers. One of the girls pointed out that it wouldn't help him, as Jin's wind power was superior to a normal gift. He realized that such a defense of rocks would not hold. As he fell, he screamed that he did not admit it. Eliza couldn't believe that, given his status, he was being conscripted into the middle class. Another girl lamented her pedigree. He shouted in rage that he would never admit it. Anthony was surprised that he'd broken through the barrier. Since he'd said so, he decided to imprint it on his body. They didn't think he'd be forgiven so easily after everything he'd done. His friends decided Demetrius was pathetic. Anthony approached the fallen enemy and asked in surprise if he had canceled the call. Demetrius thought everyone had seen what a worthless creature he was. Anthony asked him what he was trying to achieve by reversing his spell. His friends couldn't understand why he was showing pity for his enemy. Demetrius thought Anthony was trying to humiliate and mock him. Anthony said the fight ended when he admitted defeat. After all, the rules prohibit injuring an opponent after that. He extended his hand, reminding them that they were at an honorary official competition of the Stormheim Magic Academy. His friends called him a show-off. He thought he was acting like the protagonist of a shonen manga. Someone in the audience said he made a clown of himself. While he was being treated, he stared at the outstretched hand. The girls in the stands thought it was a real victory, while another thought it was just kidding. Some guy asked brother, in surprise, not understanding what he had just said. The armored girl asked if he was trying to belittle the battle. He replied that he merely pitied the commoners for their naive ignorance. He smirked, saying that yes, that was what made nobles who they were. Another person added that it was about what it was like to face an aristocrat in battle. He said that nobles, by birthright, possessed key skills for waging war, leading the people, and protecting the royal family. According to him, on the battlefield, where every moment decides life, a fool in high position will lead the allies to defeat. He exclaimed, "Bravo!" saying that's what an aristocrat should be. The girl thought it was true. One should occupy a high position, bearing the burden of great responsibility. She added that everything is so if you do not turn the duty of the nobility into their privilege. The fifth match was announced. Under the blue banner, Assistant Captain Anthony Green against the second position, Eloy Newman under the red banner. He said that, frankly, he found it difficult to understand. His friends couldn't understand such selflessness in a battle whose outcome was obvious. He explained that the princess had entered into a losing battle. In other words, she intended to distance herself from the political struggle by marrying abroad. The opponent said it was not only for the princess's sake, but also for their future. Anthony couldn't understand why he was bothered by the efforts of such fools. Anthony decided that even without mana, with enough effort, a miracle could be achieved, and he summoned Jin. He vowed not to give up and to prove their resolve. Friends shouted, "Anthony!" as he was pinned under the rock. His friends shouted, "Anthony!" But Ani said the fight wasn't over. She demanded to be let in to stop it, because everything was clear. Anthony thought that's how far he was from his goal. Viewers noted that this was a middle-class golem. They said it was painful to watch, as it seriously considered competing with a gold-ranked one. Akira said he did everything he could. He stated that they lost, and that was that. Anthony admitted Ani was right and apologized to the boys. He hadn't expected the difference to be so great. Ani cried that she hadn't proven anything in the end. Anthony, lying on the ground, grabbed his head and screamed that he had lost. Everyone was shocked because he had given up. His opponent had clearly declared the fight over, but he said it would be a lesson for him. He promised to make sure he remembered that he had been blinded by a paltry talent and resolved to surpass the nobility. Akira said Anthony had admitted defeat. Incidentally, he was his next opponent. He asked if he really thought so. Akira asked if the efforts of unremarkable people were really annoying, and the fact that he summoned a middle-class golem. Akira remembered that one of his old acquaintances also imposed a similar judgment on others, and that even if you debut, your level is no more than drawing bad manga. That friend said that empty effort is annoying. Akira asked to be allowed to speak bluntly. He stated that this is bad arrogance. He asked whether he believed that the status and talent given at birth allowed him to look with disdain at the efforts of those inferior to him. Gario said that in that case, he'd allow himself to see what it was like to so easily despise others, simply because you've been given talent. He shouted that he would not forgive this, and demanded that they show him talent worthy of his high position. He was encouraged to prove with his strength that talent had nothing to do with status. The shocked guy asked Urmera if she had seen this call. He didn't understand why Urmera was so calm, and she asked her brother how he felt about it. After all, she had told him so. She explained that Akira was a highly talented summoner, far superior to the aristocrats, and now he would triumph over the gold ranks. He thought that a wind of change was coming to their academy. Anthony, sitting on the ground, asked Akira in surprise what he was. He apologized for not being frank, thinking only of his own comfort. But watching their battle, he realized what a fool he had been and ordered Anthony to quickly get treatment. He shouted for the rest to be left to him, and he would think about how to sort everything out here. His friends didn't understand what he was planning. After all, there were still 4 gold-ranked mages left, and he was only level 7 and had 70 mana. They were shocked that he summoned a middle-class golem. Spectators were outraged that the Iron Guy was playing dirty, brazenly interfering with the rules. The moment he prepared for battle, goosebumps ran down her spine. She thought it was strange that an Iron Ranker could command such a summoning. One of the girls admitted that Akira had surprised her, and that the low levels and mana were an act. Another asked if that meant she knew everything. The girl said that was just the tip of the iceberg. The aristocrats had no chance of winning from the start. She noted that the other lady was quite perceptive. She said that he had more mana than she did with her platinum rank, which shocked her interlocutor. Aloy wanted to complain about the rules violation, but Akira said there was no need, since he was also responsible for the attack after his defeat. The 6th match has been announced, Akira Reinford versus Aloy Newman. He promised to explain during the battle what the thought of surpassing nobles means for fools. Aloy assumed the information about the Iron Rank was false. While the summoning speed was high, there was no cause for concern, as controlling the golem required a lot of mana. He said a summoner's true power lies in mana control. Will Akira be able to keep up with his golem? Akira thought the golem moved too slowly for such a vaunted creature. He said he was so bored that he almost yawned. The girls were surprised that the golem moved like a human. They said it was the first time they'd seen something like that. Pranny asked her friend if she'd seen it. It seemed to her that the golem had suddenly accelerated, as if it had been hit with the agility spell. They were discussing the rareness of a speed buff for a golem. One of them knew the mana measurement was incorrect, and now his opponents were confused. He noted that the proud golden ranks can do nothing against the iron one. Aloy couldn't believe it was impossible to move the golem like that. He couldn't keep track of it, and didn't understand what kind of trick it was. Anthony couldn't believe Akira was truly Iron Class. Aloy screamed in rage at how some simpleton could dare to do such a thing. Akira said he'd only guessed during Anthony's fight, but now he was convinced. The mid-range golem was too slow. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Someone whispered that it was amazing when Akira struck. The princess said that even though she'd known Akira since childhood, this sight was terribly impressive. The girl replied that it was too early to be surprised, since the current Akira was not the same as before. The prince was shocked to remember how Akira's advanced class golem moved faster than a fire dragon. Aloy realized it wasn't just speed. He couldn't believe Akira's golem was so much more durable than his. The audience realized they'd been screwed. The team's desperate actions were a ploy to hide the favorite, as this wasn't an iron rank with 70 mana. Someone confidently stated that he was a professional summoner specializing in golems. Aloy furiously demanded to know how he dared to mock him. He accused Akira of lying and disgracing the competition, and applied speed and durability buffs. Aloy admitted he'd been caught off guard. He'd spent everything on buffs, but now he decided to put an end to it before Akira ran out of mana. Akira said that such a level of skill was something to be proud of, but blinded by talent, he forgot the most important thing on the path to the top. He explained that when you trample on the hearts of others, you become cruel, but in the end, this cruelty turns against you. Akira shouted that he would make him understand what he had learned the hard way. The princess screamed, and Aloy braced himself for a deadly attack. The golem's leaping blow reached its target. The audience was amazed at who he even was. His level was simply astounding. The princess was delighted. The prince said that since the summoned creature had its own will, it required considerable strength to control it. He couldn't believe that this new simpleton had destroyed the aristocrat's golem. Akira thought he'd never seen a golem move like that before, and if the talk about summoning at advanced class was true too. The princess said there was no reason to worry. She had no doubt Akira would lead them to victory. He was the brave hero she always remembered. She cried with happiness, saying that it seemed to her like a dream, because now he was here and fighting for her. Aloy couldn't believe Akira had so easily destroyed his golem, even after pouring all his mana into it. The princess looked at him with a smile. He couldn't understand what this hopeless, unbridgeable gap was between them. Her friends rejoiced that the princess was right. She, wiping away tears, said she was happy, but not because she was confident of victory. They were glad that they did not give up and therefore received this miracle. One of the girls yelled at Aloy, asking why he'd come back. He could still fight. The others realized they'd greatly underestimated the princess. The 7th fight has been announced. Patricia Tom Ryan against a real professional. The audience told Patty to keep her cool and do it. They knew that since she was a gold-ranked witch, it would be a powerful spell. She thought she'd feel even more pressure from an iron-ranked dark horse. But she's a gold-ranked person, and she won't go down without a fight. The audience gasped when she used magic. They realized she was a monster because she used a shortened spell, as golems are vulnerable to water. She couldn't believe it. The golem had repelled advanced water magic. She didn't understand how Akira's average golem could channel so much mana that it could negate advanced water magic. Akira thought it worked even better than he expected. He attacked with his fingertip. Patricia shouted that she was giving up because she had no mana. Akira, though a little disappointed, was declared the winner. Patty's friend didn't understand why she'd given up. Patty replied that the fight had seemed strange to her from the start, and that she'd understand when she got there. The friends rejoiced that this wasn't just luck, but the real deal. Eliza was happy, because it meant Akira was even higher than gold rank. They asked Anthony that he would hold out until the end and lead them to victory. Anthony looked at Akira and thought. One of the opponents wondered what kind of nonsense was creeping into their team's heads because of their humiliating loss. She said that such things happen sometimes. She swore that she would shatter their inflated hopes and dreams into tiny pieces. She explained that maintaining a contract requires mana, not to mention the actual summoning itself, so summoners are always a treasure trove of mana. The girl explained that it's a difficult task for a summoner to have contracts with creatures of different attributes. Conflicting attributes requires disproportionately more mana. They said that sometimes people are born gifted enough to break through these two obstacles. It was said that Prani from the Craze family of counts was just such a case. They discussed how Miss Prani was on a different level. Even if he summoned an advanced class creature, such an opponent would be beyond his capabilities. He asked if they thought so. He agreed that Prani was talented, but she wasn't the team's most important figure. The princess explained that it was Akira's fighting spirit that prompted her to accept the bet. With his true strength, they would win. He realized she'd taken the trump card he'd prepared into account, and that he certainly wouldn't lose to someone like Prani. She thought about the trump card he had prepared. She wondered if her decision had been thoughtless. She wondered if she had really agreed to participate, knowing what card he would put on the table. Prani said the princess had certainly tried. She hadn't expected her to be a golem expert. Akira said that everything would end here, and now she would meet the greatest creatures in her life who would give her a thrashing. Her friends were shocked that she had 2 advanced summons at once. They couldn't believe she'd managed to form a contract with them. It was also noted that water and fire are opposite attributes. This simply cannot be. The enemy shouted, "Take that, golem lover!" He exclaimed, "That's what nobles are like." Akira thought that, frankly speaking, he could easily deal with enemies of this level by drawing them from books, for example, Ifrit and Undine. He figured there wouldn't be any problems with those he'd seen in person. When he'd drawn from his imagination as a child, the creatures he'd created would instantly disintegrate. The young man thought he might have drawn the beast from an illustration and then changed it. There's only one explanation. He decided that his perception couldn't be allowed to conflict with the laws of the world. But if he did everything correctly, he could draw anything his magical power allowed. They realized there was no point in hiding any longer. It was time to crush the enemy's morale. Everyone was shocked by the summoned creatures. They were enormous, and the princess seemed to have seen them in books. The audience couldn't believe it. Divine beasts. She was horrified. A commoner had made a contract with a divine beast. The prince asked Midasphina who this commoner was. She replied that she had told him from the very beginning not to underestimate Akira, her hero. He was shocked. The strongest summoner was a commoner, far superior to the aristocrats. The friends didn't believe they were the real Salamander and Leviathan. They wondered about his stats and mana, and whether he was a golem specialist. The girl shouted that that wasn't all. After all, Akira Reinford had no limitations in terms of attributes or compatibility. She realized with horror that he was perhaps the only uncontracted summoner in the world. He asked in shock if this was really a summoner who didn't need a contract. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their ears. This was the first time they'd heard of a summoner without a contract, and that meant, if he wishes, he can summon any beast. Some didn't believe this was possible and thought there was a catch. Friends decided that if this was true, it explained a lot. They admired the princess's tremendous work in finding such a unique person. The princess smiled at her growing reputation. His friends shouted that victory was becoming a reality and urged him to show what he could do. The prince realized he didn't like where things were headed. Midasphina's popularity would become too high, and it could spell disaster for the aristocrats. Prani couldn't understand why Ifrit and Undine were frozen with fear. She decided it was best to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Akira decided that if that was the case, then why not finish it all with one attack? To finally clarify the difference in power, use burning breath and water breath. He used fire-water breathing at minimum power. Akira asked if it was time to admit defeat. Prani was horrified by what she saw. The spectators rejoiced, for this was the beginning of the journey of the invincible summoner of the people. They realized that these were not an illusion, but genuine divine beasts. Akira felt a strong pressure. Summoning divine beasts without a contract was a real breakthrough. The friends decided that was it. The noble team had nothing to say. Akira said it was great that she could control opposing attributes, but he didn't want to hurt her anymore. He politely asked Mrs. Prani Kreis, could she please give up? She dropped to her knees. The princess's supporters rejoiced and thanked Akira. The nobles, however, couldn't believe they were losing to commoners. She told the princess that everything was in their favor, and that there was no one in the country who could compete with Akira. She realized the prince's gaze betrayed the intent to win. This meant he had something that could turn the tide. Carius Grandchester entered the arena. The princess realized that the noble team's captain was their trump card. She was curious to see how their duel with Akira would turn out. The others agreed that they were interested too. The prince thought that this duel would not let them get bored. The girl declared that Akira would definitely win. She was ready to bet all her money on it. It was said that this was Carius Grandchester, a gold-ranked summoner, whom the princess's brother brought from the kingdom of Schaphausen to strengthen his position. The princess thought she had understood that a conflict would arise between her and her brother, since he was focused on the aristocracy, and she was focused on the advancement of the commoners. She couldn't understand the source of this foreboding. Even after witnessing Akira's strength, her brother remained unmoved. The prince wondered if this was a bluff, or if there was something he didn't know. The audience believed the golden summoner invited by the prince was serious and would stand to the bitter end. The friends, however, were certain that Lord Akira was unbeatable. Akira thought the atmosphere was completely different. He sensed power in his opponent. He doubted that he had a more formidable summoning at his disposal than the divine beasts. Akira decided that since he was serious, there was only one option. The spectators shouted that they couldn't lose. After all, they had a divine beast summoner on their side. They would never have believed the prince would lose like that. A friend warned that there was more to come. She shouted at Akira to remain vigilant, as there was bound to be another attack. The spectators were shocked to see two advanced golems. They couldn't understand whether he was planning to use them to directly attack the summoner. The princess screamed. She realized that all the golems were bait. She realized he'd first pretended to act like a classic summoner, and then intended to decide the outcome of the battle with a frontal assault. Her friends, meanwhile, were glad that Akira was keeping an eye on Carius. The enemy was shocked. Did he really figure everything out? The prince told his sister that since she had brought such a monster, he had to provide him with a rival to match. He said there was no longer any need to keep it a secret. As they had already discovered, he belonged to one of the 7 great houses of Altiarad. He was named Lord Carius, Grantchester. One of my friends was shocked. The strongest sword magic versus the summoning of divine beasts. This will be an unforgettable match. Everyone was shocked. So he wasn't a gold-ranked summoner. These were the 7 great houses. You don't see something like that every day. They didn't expect it to come to this. They realized they'd been outplayed because he'd entered the academy as an outstanding summoner, but he also possessed the abilities of a swordsman. The girl said she couldn't help but agree. It would be difficult to classify him as a magician. It was explained that the rear guard specializes in support, and the Ryons, like the vanguard, are true swordsmen, standing at the front lines. It was said that vanguard swordsmen use overskills, combat techniques tailored for close combat, equivalent to mages' gifts. The princess realized that belonging to a great house put him above the platinum rank. He was an extremely difficult opponent for Akira. Akira realized that since he was one of the 7 great houses, he wasn't a summoner. In any case, he couldn't let him get close. He used, quote, water-breathing barrage. The spectators were shocked that he dodged with the overskill agility. They were outraged that putting a swordsman in the ring was against the rules, as this was a mage competition. The prince said he was demonstrating the art of the magic blade. And as long as no real sword was used, the fight was harmless. Akira thought the beasts couldn't keep up with his pace. Not only was the target small, but it was also fast. He needed to stop him somehow. The princess admired his movements, like a magician's. Akira, however, couldn't keep up, and noted that he also had a magic blade. The elf said he had trained her well in fencing. Akira realized he was a true master. If he didn't do anything, he would surely lose in a direct confrontation. He remembered the advice: keep training diligently, shape the summoned creature for close combat, and one day it will save you. He figured drawing wouldn't work with objects like swords, but that didn't mean there wasn't a way. Carius asked in shock if he had just summoned golems and turned them into swords. The image of the little hero surfaced in her memories. Even as a child, she couldn't believe her eyes when Akira transformed the summoned creature's appearance. She forgot everything and watched with awe the scene that seemed more like a manipulation of reality. And now, having witnessed it again, she was convinced. The prince asked what they saw. Representatives of the people and nobility, or mages fighting for the prince and princess. Akira said it was a light of hope that illuminated everything around, and was indifferent to status and factions. She looked at Akira and thought that this was the ray of light that would save their world from the Odor threat, her little summoner. He couldn't believe he was launching swords with his right hand, while continuing to summon more with his left. He didn't even have a chance to get close. The crowd shouted for Akira to keep up the good work. The prince, however, thought that the extent of Akira's magical power surpassed even that of a great house. It was said that there were 7 families in the world who were loved by the goddesses and received from them power unimaginable to humans. He couldn't believe that the commoner summoner Metasfina had found contained power within him. Capable of surpassing them, the 7 great ones, Akira Reinford is a summoner brought by Medisfina. The woman asked if he, like his father, also possessed supernatural powers that terrified entire countries. His friends couldn't understand where he got the strength to summon so many golems. He should have collapsed from magical exhaustion after summoning 2 divine beasts. He realized he was preventing him from using the magic sword. He shouted that he wouldn't allow it. The spectators shouted for Akira to continue. Rion, however, decided to wait until he ran out of mana, since with Altia Green, there was no need to worry about defense. Akira wondered if it was possible that Altiarani would fall first. He understood that if he let him get close, it would be the end, hence the barrage of attacks. His friends were shocked that he was capable of such madness. They decided that Akira had backed himself into a corner and would run out of mana, even though his opponent was using it to defend himself. They were discussing how the technique required twice as much mana as the spell. Suddenly, one of them realized what her friend really thought. Everyone was shocked that Altiran had cracked. They couldn't believe that Prom had figured it out from the start. She realized that this was not Akira's attack for survival, but a competition to attrition the enemy. He couldn't believe he was so sure he could defeat him in a mana battle. Everyone was shocked. Rion really did run out of mana early. He couldn't believe the Great House's comprehensive defenses had been breached. The prince, however, thought that generating the barrier also required mana. The young man thought that the more powerful the attacks, the more intense the consumption. But it was still incomparably less than that of the summoning technique. He defeated, asked Akira Rainford. The hero couldn't believe it was abnormal for him, Rion, to lose in a contest of magical power, as if summoning Leviathan wasn't enough. His friends were shocked that he could so freely change his appearance. Akira smiled and thought. The princess screamed. Akira screamed. He waited until he ran out of mana. It was said that swordsmen hold the vanguard, and mages support them. Summoners, who occupy the rear, are considered weak in close combat. The spectators could not believe that before them was a summoner capable of fighting alone and holding off an enemy from a great house, providing himself with both defense and attack. The crowd chanted victory. A commoner had defeated a great house. Friends ran to him and shouted. They admired him for being a monster who had defeated his opponent without a fight. They asked who he even was, since he had no secrets. Akira apologized to Anthony for everything turning out to be a lie. He was genuinely sorry. Anthony assumed it was at the princess's request. The friends reproached themselves for not thinking for themselves, but working hard to achieve their goal. Anthony said Akira had taught them a lot and thanked him for leading them to victory. Akira replied that he was the one who learned the most. They all won together. Since that was the case, Akira said that there was only one thing left to do. He asked everyone to remember his promise. If he wins, he will revise the academy's rules to ensure equal education for all students. The princess requested a meeting to adopt a resolution. The prince said he had given his word. The committee would meet tomorrow. The princess thanked her brother for his prompt decision. She said that would be wonderful, and with his permission, she should go. The prince thought it was infinite mana, a summoning without a contract, and even a divine beast transformation. Was he being taken for a fool? He said it had nothing to do with the draft. But Medisfina, thanks to her, he had a chance to actually win. Amazing stuff by the name of Akira Reinford. Akira, surrounded by his friends, smiled. The princess cried with happiness and said she believed him. She thanked him for becoming her ally. She stood on the balcony, looking at the castle. She thanked him for trusting her. He was terrified, surrounded by the dead. He called out for Mr. Core and didn't understand what was happening to him. The hero saw his body become transparent. He screamed, "Save me," thinking he was dead, and called for help from Mr. Core. The man asked Core what was wrong. He was surprised to see Gil Sodden crying, and assumed he was using a secret technique. Core called out to Sword. Someone had said Core was a strong boy. Akira didn't understand what was happening. They asked to protect Medisfina. He woke up in a cold sweat. He thought there was only one way to escape this nightmare. The man who entered asked why His Excellency was already awake. He asked what all the fuss was about at this early hour. He was told that the matter was urgent. A message had been received from the guard detachment. He was informed that a horde of odors had appeared in the glacial forest, and the detachment urgently required reinforcements. Akira thought it wasn't that he hadn't expected this turn of events after the chaos at the competition. But everything had its time. He didn't understand why he had to meet the queen the very next day. Everything was happening too quickly. The 4 Skyblades of Stormheim were revealed. 4th, Demon Blade Emperor Oriana Yggdrasil And third, Darkblade Emperor Galahau Vogotten. Second, Emperor of the Enchanted Blade Sigurd Parahaze. And first, Madblade Emperor Calvin Mayan. He couldn't understand the masked figures around her. She looked more like a demon lord than a queen. The princess thought Akira couldn't help but interest her. But why schedule an audience for the next morning? What did she intend to announce? The queen ordered Akira Rainford to raise his head. She said he was more like his mother than his father. Akira was shocked that she knew his parents. The queen asked if that meant he was fighting for Medisfina. The princess was horrified by the queen's question. If not, then why had he only just appeared now? She asked if he intended to plunge Stormheim into chaos. The princess said he had no reason to endanger his homeland. After all, he was born and raised here, where his family and friends live. She stated that Akira Rainford is one of those people who can save Stormheim. The queen said that since she disagreed with her assessment, she, having given in to her emotions, would be unable to convince the queen otherwise. The princess apologized. The queen asked if she, as heir to the throne, was convinced that he would not lose his head because of power and would serve for the good of the country. She then ordered that this be proven in Kalinets. The queen explained that she meant the northern wall. She reported that news had arrived from Archduke Cord, who had discovered the source of the odor. It was said that the time had come to call for an alliance. Oswell would travel to Pennsylvania and Ursula to the Holy Church of the Goddess in Royd. The queen declared that the days of concealing the threat were over. She ordered the princess, as the true heir, to lead the mages and join the Archduke's army. She ordered her to take a key position among the alliance forces and achieve victory in the coming destruction of the odors. She promised that if she did this, then she, the queen, would free the young man chosen by her from any suspicion. The prince countered that Medisfina's knowledge of magic was superficial. After all, up until that point, she had been denied any attempts to travel to Kalinets. The queen told Oswell to watch his tongue. She said his chance had already passed. She waited for an answer. Was the princess ready to prove her resolve? Or would she, having danced to Medisfina's tune, be able to demonstrate her eloquence in Pennsylvania? The princess thought she herself wished Akira were there to confront the odors worse. But it was all too sudden. She realized that not only had the queen learned of his strength, but he would not be able to go against the royal order, even if he did not agree. She didn't know what to answer, because he had confided in her. She mentally asked her mentor for advice. The prince decided to seize the initiative while she hesitated. He said it was better for him to be in Kalinets and agreed with the queen's decision. Akira Rainford, following Her Majesty's orders, promised to protect the princess until the very end and serve as her support. He realized the queen's intentions were obvious, and he was at a dead end. But it was better this way than being blackmailed. The hero realized she wanted to take advantage of his power. And even if he refused, he would be forced to accompany her against his will. He thought with horror that this would be the end of his second life. I would also put his parents in danger. She was confused by his words. The queen said he had divined her intentions. She noted his fiery nature and decided it was worth rewarding. She told him to protect Medisfina and lead her to victory, and in this case, she will grant him the title of Baron and the lands that his father once refused. She said that he would become one of the nobles of their kingdom, Akira Rainford. He yelled at the old woman, asking if she was making fun of him. He asked if she knew how much crap he'd had to endure, and if she was willing to give it up for some kind of competition. He didn't understand why the hell she showed up in that mask. It made him sick. He screamed at the damned Mayans and the fanatics. He didn't understand what heroes and swords were meant. After all, this was the age of magic. The man told Calvina to remember well. She was the same as the rest of the Mayans. He ordered her to report to him from that day on about the queen's every move. She, calling him Lord, agreed. The mentor asked if it wasn't wonderful that she was going to Kalinets with Akira. The princess, however, asked to be left alone. She asked if this wasn't what she wanted. The princess replied that because of her selfishness, he had been forced into it anyway, but she wanted to ask him in some other way. The mentor said they could discuss this with Akira directly. The princess was shocked to see him there. The teacher said that, in general, she would leave them so that they could talk in peace. Akira turned to Lady Medisfine. She screamed that she knew it was all her fault. She remembered how, as a child, she had selfishly put him in danger. But this time, she would become the queen of this country and protect him, even at the cost of her own life. He asked again, at the cost of the princess's life. She screamed in horror asking if he understood that he would be sentenced to death if they allowed this to happen. He said it wasn't her fault, but she replied that it was a matter of the country's survival, and asked him not to take his joke seriously. The hero said he'd acted selfishly and should have gone to the academy, but she'd kept his secret. He'd also learned something during the competition. He said he felt ashamed of himself watching his peers toil. Therefore, if he could be of use, he wanted to fight as a citizen of this country. The young man said that Lady Medisvina was on her side. He remembered how, as a child, he had told her that she was his best friend, whom he truly respected. The hero said Lady Medis shouldn't appear before her subjects like this. So chin up, she said, smiling, that he was already taller than her. The students shouted that it was Akira. They called him a genius summoner and remarked on how charming he was. It was said that after what happened, the queen herself was favorable to him. He told his friends that he was very sorry, but he had to go to Kalinets. They were shocked because these were ice-covered, barren lands. The main battles had taken place there, and monsters still roamed there. He explained that it was because he had been hiding his abilities, and they had not really been told anything about the situation with the odors. Anthony said it would be strange for the country to ignore a man with such potential, but they wanted to learn a lot from him. Akira replied that he had nothing to teach them. After all, they were people with great talent and enthusiasm, and they had professors much better than him. Anthony countered that the differences between them were so great that there was nothing to discuss. Akira, however, wanted to learn more from them. He asked what Mrs. Prani was doing in the commoners team. She replied that there was no place for social status at the academy. Everyone here was an equal student, working diligently together in the name of magic. Akira thought that these were words worthy of Mrs. Prani's admiration. Crease. She said that if all the nobles followed her example, the educational process would improve, and they would strive for shared development. He was called, told that guests had arrived. He apologized for having to go, but promised to return once he had completed his mission. Anthony called out to him and asked him to let him speak again. He thanked him from the bottom of his heart for fighting with them. He asked him to return unharmed, and by then he would be stronger enough to be a worthy friend. They all promised to become stronger in anticipation of his return. They told him to go and not worry about anything. He replied that if they said so, he simply had to help, although working more than he was paid for wasn't his style. She swore that they would begin a completely new life. They would work so hard that even death would seem like a mercy. The maid asked him if he had lost weight. He replied that everything was fine, since he had left less than a month ago. His mother was shocked that he was suddenly leaving for Kalinets. He explained that Carl couldn't make it, but asked her to say hello. She was worried that it was cold and that monsters live there. Her friend reassured her, saying it was an off-site training for all the students. His mother was delighted, saying it gave her peace of mind. She'd been worried he'd enrolled too late, but studying was important. She said she hadn't slept a wink, worrying about him. She asked her friends to keep an eye on Akira, as he was still just a child. His friend was indignant that he had eaten his fill, could defeat Ryan and the divine beast, but behaved like a child around his mother. He thought about how he would aim for its weak spot and deliver the fatal blow. His mother, however, asked if it was really that delicious, since she still had plenty left. She thought that a 15-year-old boy had defeated a divine beast and even an opponent from a great house, and how could she not notice? His father told him that if something was bothering him, he could disobey them and return home. He replied that he was pleased to hear it, but the queen was guided by the needs of the country, and since she had ordered it personally, he could not refuse, since he would be accompanying the princess. She said that the country where he was forced to act against his will, she would wipe off the face of the earth. The young man thanked Arya for her concern for him. He asked her not to joke like that again, to which she replied that it wasn't a joke. He said he couldn't help but love the country, filled with memories of her and his family. He said Stormheim was his home. The hero thought that perhaps by running away he would not find peace of mind. He admitted he was afraid of his talent. He believed that great power would come at a price, because his previous successful life had been completely empty. The young man said that since arriving here he's met a variety of people, and he's reconsidered many things, remembering the determination of his friends. He realized that everyone has something important that they want to protect. The boy shouted that in order to become strong enough for this, he was going to Kalinets. He said that although it sounded cool, he was actually very nervous. But her words made him feel better, and now it seemed like everything would work out. He asked her not to worry because he was already 15. He said that he was not little and that she should consider it a long hike. She replied that she would keep an eye on him. The son thought these were the best words of support. and that he would protect this warmth at all costs. Someone said that this is it, the black quartz of the goddess, a pseudo-crystal, created in the Age of Legends, which shines as brightly as the life force given to it. She wondered if they really wanted to use her and throw her away. But she would still show them that it is not she who is the consumable here, but they. A mysterious figure offered to transform this cold land. It was said that in the name of the three supreme goddesses Magdalene Dandel, Freya Ruin Mirai, and Varuna von Nagasa's Kaisira Landstormheim gives his blessing. Medisfina Stormheim, to return victorious, he exclaimed. She apologized for acting in her own interests and driving him into a corner. The hero replied that there was no need to bow. After all, she was only doing her duty. She realized that she had been gravely mistaken until now in prioritizing her duties as a knight commander. She didn't realize that he was just a 15-year-old boy, homesick. Having encountered such enormous power in person, she didn't even notice how she began to rely on the one she was supposed to protect. The girl said it was as if she had become a sister again, relying on her older brother, but instead had brought him to a battlefield full of dangers. She said he had every right to be angry with her. She didn't even offer a word of support, even though he must have been worried the whole time. And she admitted that she hadn't acted like an adult. It's too late to say anything now, but she's truly very sorry. He replied that everything was fine. Besides, Lady Metis, his age, carried a much heavier burden on her shoulders. The young man said that, like her, he had decided to be her support. And that's why he had hope, that they will continue to have a good relationship. She wondered why he seemed so reliable to her. She had never thought about marriage before. Katya said that if she gets married and has children, she wants them to be like him. He was shocked. He said that love should come first, and asked not to scare him. Someone shouted for His Excellency to wait. The soldier said it had been 3 days already. They couldn't risk staying here any longer, searching for survivors. He didn't understand whether they should really abandon everything and leave when somewhere out there, perhaps, their comrades were still alive and waiting for help. Someone asked not to shout so as not to alarm the soldiers. Commander Centurion Cougar, he said a reply had come from Stormheim. Reinforcements would arrive within 3 days, and they should turn the army back. The hero said he wouldn't let personal feelings get in the way. Marie volunteered for reconnaissance, knowing something like this could happen. He was sure that his granddaughter would want this too. Katya said that Kalinets had paid with many sacrifices to track the movements of the Odors and finally find this place. She announced that their target was the supposed source of the Odors and the enormous crystal located there. The Commander-in-Chief Admiral said that in Kalinets they believe that the secret of the origin of the Odors lies there. The magical advisor said that their task was to deal with the third wave of Odors and hold Kalinets until the Alliance army was assembled. They will then join the main forces to launch a joint attack on the source and destroy the crystal. After the war, their appearance was limited to small animals. But are these guesses enough to form an alliance? She said the rate at which the disease is spreading exceeds expectations. If the second wave involves medium-sized and larger animals, and the third involves human infections, she said she thought it was credible. Katya added that Archduke Kor is a secretive man. But the fact is that he hates the Odors more than anyone else. Those present were surprised why the boy who summoned divine beasts without a contract was not present at the meeting. She replied that the talk about the groom was a lie, and that his presence here would be inappropriate, even though his position allowed it. She asked me to refrain from making misleading statements. He's my childhood friend. Enough of this talk. The Countess said that since they say so, she will take the summoner without a contract under her command. They objected that this was impossible. Akira was ordered to accompany the princess, and she was given control over all summoners. She said that in order to win this war, she, as a commander, must know everything about his strength, don't they agree? The princess agreed that the Countess was absolutely right. She too wanted to raise the issue. A friend asked if she had been too hasty in deciding the matter with Akira. After all, the Kray's household isn't known for its friendliness. She explained that the place they were heading to wasn't a classroom, but a battlefield poisoned by the odor. And he had no idea what was going on inside the army. She said Akira needed to know all this too, but she felt guilty about him, and therefore couldn't fully convey that ruthlessness. The girl is responsible for the success of the campaign, as well as for the lives of the soldiers, including Akira. She admitted that she had not been far-sighted enough and believed that it was for his own good. The Countess said he's now assigned to their summoning squad, but he doesn't seem as strong as they say. He asked if he could ask a question. Wasn't he supposed to be accompanying Metis and had been reassigned to her corps? She replied that his task remained the same. He was under her command because he was a summoner, but upon arrival in Kalinets, he would return to escort duties. She asked what he thought about the fact that he was, they say, in the princess's keeping. Katya explained that the summoning is based on 3 conditions: a spiritual gift, a contract, and a continuously supplied mana. Colossal magical power. He asked what the point was in him undressing. She replied that it was rare, but it happens. She looked him over, noting that his lower body was carefully prepared for real battles. She asked who his fencing instructor was. With such flexibility and muscle density, he must be quite resilient. Akira replied that due to certain circumstances, he had been practicing swordsmanship at home since childhood. She then asked if he was a prodigy. She couldn't understand how one could develop magical power without grueling training. He, however, was afraid she would expose him. The woman said the material provided was much more interesting than she expected, even without explaining how the contactless call works. She said that this is why she will now determine his true magical power. She explained that there were different methods. Electra's crown only displays the size of one's mana pool, but she had devised a method that revealed unlimited mana. And this is a method using these energy gems, at least no less than hers. He thought her mana was 3 times that of a normal platinum rank, reaching 4,000. And if she said so, then he must have at least 5,000. The woman was shocked to think that he had more than 10,000. She thought there was a chance he could summon a divine beast. 10,000 was even possible for a human. Akira asked what he should do. She replied that it wasn't complicated. It all had to do with the properties of these minerals. It was explained that energy gems are minerals that can be charged with magic. Their capacity varies depending on their color. He said he knew. His father had been involved in their processing. She was surprised that a simple shopkeeper's son had fencing and conscription skills. The hero realized that red gems rarely hit the shelves due to their high consumer value. She gave him the box. She told him to pour mana into this gem. He thought that, just as the magic-filled one had thought, he would begin to glow. She asked, "The guy decided to fool me." The woman said she didn't take him for a fool. No one would believe he had 70 mana after summoning a golem and a divine beast. It was said that, as a rule, a gold mage has around 500 mana by level 30, and by level 40, 800 mana is already an excellent result. For platinum rank 50 and above, this value already exceeds 1,000. And monsters like Prombryce can boast mana in the thousands. She said that she, a gold-ranked summoner at level 45, has 1,800 mana, and she assumes he must have more magic power than her. And she told him to take the matter seriously, and she wouldn't allow him to become magically exhausted. Akira thought this was what it meant to be a soldier. He said he was ready, Commander Kreis. The soldiers shouted that he was kidding. There had to be a limit to such charlatanism. She couldn't believe it. Using up all the gems I had prepared, he asked if he could get dressed already. There are already more than 50,000 here. The maid asked if she was sure she wanted this. The princess replied that this was the menu. She didn't understand why the princess forced herself to eat the same food as the common soldiers. The princess said it looked delicious. She asked her mentor if she would join in, to which she replied, "Of course, just." The teacher said the dry rations were quite dense. The princess, however, took a bite and realized the food was very hard. She said that, frankly speaking, it wasn't tasty at all. But she'd quickly get used to it, since Akira and all the soldiers would be eating the same thing. The mentor said that one shouldn't underestimate the human passion for food. She offered to share a way to make this ration more delicious. The woman explained that meat and cheese are then placed on the bread. Afterwards, flavor can be added using magic. The princess used the flame heat spell. The mentor asked, "Well, it looks delicious." The princess decided to immediately send home a request for an improvement in the army's provisions, bringing all the gems. The soldiers shouted for the gems to be brought to cabin 2 to 10, directly to Commander Kreis. Everyone was perplexed by the noise. They didn't understand why there were so many people in Commander Kreis's room. The girl doesn't understand what he's doing in her cabin. The audience was shocked to see the young man imbuing the energy gems with his mana. They couldn't believe he'd surpassed the 10,000 mark. He held a red gem in his hand holding 1,000 mana. Once filled, his total mana would exceed 100,000. Everyone shouted, 100,000! 100,000 mana infusion. She couldn't believe it. even though she already knew the answer. He filled up 100,000 gems without any effort. Everyone rejoiced that he had done it. He truly was an unbreakable trump card. And there were no more gems left. She thought with shining eyes that with Lord Akira, even a horde of Odor would be easily defeated. The woman once again felt how amazing Akira was, and the soldiers rejoiced, sharing their nervousness. She thought the anxiety that had reigned had given way to hope. That too was his power, to provide moral support with his presence. They asked if he became like this because of the elixir he drank as a child. Akira replied that he was supposedly born with this ability and didn't fully understand it himself. The old man thought about innate talent. She remembered Akira drawing something on a scroll with blood and restoring his stamina and mana. She didn't believe he'd pull off this bluff. She thought that if her memory served her right, Akira was hiding something even more incredible than the contract-free summoning. She thought that was why she believed in him more than in anyone else. The woman apologized for her inappropriate behavior and said she had calmly reconsidered the matter later. She said that if Akira became their enemy, would they even be able to stop him? After all, his magical power alone was already at disaster level. They reasoned that even though the princess had vouched for him, they couldn't be sure the queen had considered all the risks. But since Kaizera herself had appointed him as his protector, there was no need for that. He said he had not known she was so worried, though Miss Crace had blushed, enchanted by the young man. She replied that it was obviously just a show to boost the soldiers' morale. She called him amorous. She said it was undeniable that Akira represented a significant military potential. They couldn't afford to keep him out of reach, even if it meant taking some risks. He asked them, without losing due vigilance, to carry out the destruction of the Odors side by side with him and the soldiers to the end. And then Akira Reinford's true nature will reveal itself. They have almost arrived in Kalinets. Akira was glad for the snow, as Stormheim was warm year-round. It was an unusual feeling for him, though it was commonplace in Japan. She asked if his robe was enchanted. He replied that it was quite warm. She was too good for him. The princess did not understand how it was possible not only not to meet her, but also to make her wait for so long. Kor Kalinets Gilsadon, he greeted them. She thought it was the Archduke, defending these harsh lands, one of the 7 great houses of Kor Kalinets, Gilsadon. He said he would like to move on to the War Council as soon as possible, but first the chain of command needed to be clarified. The princess thanked him for his concern. One of the princess's companions laughed, asking what his grievances were. The princess thought it was easy to understand his ambition to lead an army and defeat the Odors. He said sternly that Kalinets was here, and the reins of government over all the troops, including them, are in their hands. The admiral grew angry, calling this rude. He stated that Lady Medisfina was the first heir and supreme commander of this campaign. He asked if he, the governor of the border district, was too arrogant to give orders to the princess of a great power. Lord Benedict said there was a misunderstanding. He was simply concerned for the princess's safety. He said he understood their desire to give her a chance. But this wasn't some trivial battle where a dressed-up child could poke his nose into everything. He shouted that what was the point of the crown if she didn't return alive? So he ordered them to obey and hand over all the warriors to them. Someone asked him to wait for the Archduke. He recognized her as one of the goddess's mad dogs. She said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Normally, she would have shared a drink with him and thanked him for caring about her people. The woman said she'd like to intervene. She understands the sacrifices he's made, but he knows nothing about Lady Medisfina. She said verbal sparring was pointless. They, too, had much to say about their combat potential, so she asked again and would not allow time to be wasted. She said that they are officially requesting a joint military council with Kalinets. He thought this was also a legitimate demand from the high command to the duchy under his control. His advisors became uneasy. She chuckled, thinking it was funny. When did Mayan manage to stoop to being the princess's nanny? He asked her to calm down and said he was completely at peace. He had always found this strange, but now he was certain that all those squads of royal knights were nothing more than weaklings. He said the heroes who should have been fighting fiercely on the front lines had become lapdogs, ensconced in the safety of the capital. She thought that because of this, even the way Sword Mayan met his death was not surprising. He asked if he was wrong. The Mayans, once called mad dogs who fought fiercely, had become pets. The man asked him to take his words back, saying he could defame his name or the Mayan household. He will not allow his subordinates who died in Kalinets while defending the people to be discredited. It was said that this was a secret technique of movement passed down in the great house of Gilsedan, the, quote, hyperspace transition. The princess shouted, "Enough!" She ordered them both to stop. She said she understood what they were getting at. She promised to march under the Archduke's command if there were legal grounds for doing so. She asked to call everyone who could to this war council. He thought she was calmer than he thought, so she acknowledged their situation, but she wouldn't go back on her word. The girl thanked Archduke Kor for his assistance. He simply told her to know that it is Mayan who disgusts him most of all in the world. He'd thought for a moment she'd come back to life. After all, you can't fool blood. He asked him to wait, as he was walking too fast, and the princess called out to him, "Lady Metasphine." Out of the blue, they showed up in the bedroom. He thought the sudden suggestion of sneaking into the city would have stunned anyone. She asked if something had happened at the war council. She said that by then she would like to know the real Kalinets. He realized she wanted to see for herself. She wanted to see him with her own eyes, not through other people. The woman told him to keep his eyes open. He will also be present at it. The hero was surprised. There would be only officers there. Was this a place for a private soldier? She'd said he alone was superior to the entire mage corps. Naturally, he deserved a place at the meeting. He wondered when he'd manage to get promoted. She said that, walking around with him like this undercover, she feels like she's back in childhood. The girls admired him, saying that it was a gift from the state. The protagonist, sword in hand, thinks that swordsmen and warriors hold the vanguard, and mages support them with their healing spells straight from the rear guard. This is the basic formation. Summoners, often located in the very rear, are considered very weak in close combat. However, freely controlling the divine beast, even breaking the restrictions of one's class, and also the containment of the enemy from the great house. In other words, he is a summoner provided with defense and attack, capable of fighting alone. The protagonist stands confidently over his defeated opponent, the appearance of the strongest of the summoners, who does not even need a team strategy. The competition has finally come to an end. All the people around joyfully raised their hands and shouted that this was a victory. A commoner had defeated a great house. The main character watches as his friends joyfully run towards him, shouting his name. The girl attacks the guy and tells him that he is just a monster. She defeated him so easily. She seriously asks him who he is, but he must answer without any secrets. The guy is surprised. The protagonist hesitantly tells Anthony that he is truly sorry that everything turned out to be a lie, but the guy remains silent. Anthony asks Akira that this was probably at the request of the princess herself. Akira is perplexed by this, so that they do not rely only on him, but also think with their own heads and work to achieve the goal. Anthony extends his hand to the protagonist with a smile and tells him that he has learned a lot from them, and he also thanks Akira for leading them to their long-awaited victory. After this, the guy smiles and thinks about how he can't compare to them. He thinks that Anthony is wrong and they all won together. The one who learned a lot was himself. He takes his friend's hand. Suddenly they are all surprised when the people around them in the stands suddenly start cheering. They all look up and see people clapping their hands. One girl asks the crying woman why she is so upset. They are shouting at them that they are doing well. Akira is a new hope for the people, or rather for all of Stormheim. After these words, the guy gives in. The main character understands that since this is the case, there is only one thing left for him to do. The guy extends his fist forward. People shout joyfully. Only one guy looks at him gloomily, but they tell him not to forget his promise. He looks away with displeasure. If he wins, he will revise the rules of the academy in favor of equal education of students regardless of their status. The girl with a serious face asks to hold a meeting on this matter as soon as possible to adopt the revolution. The guy continues to silently look at the girl. He announces that as a prince, he has given his word, and therefore the committee will be assembled tomorrow. The girl is surprised by this. She tells her brother that it was wonderful. She thanks him for not delaying his decision, and now, with his permission, it is time for the girl to go. She turns and leaves. The prince thinks about the infinite mana, also the summoning without a contract, and also the transformation of the divine beast. He asks not to make a fool of him. He understands with a serious face that this has nothing to do with the summoning. He admits that Akira really beat him, but thanks to her, he had a chance to get his hands on Metasphina. The prince realizes that he has a chance to get his hands on a stunning asset named Akira Rainford, and the girl happily moves forward, unaware of her brother's thoughts. The girl thinks about how she believed in Akira. She tearfully thanks the guy for finally becoming her ally. She also thanks him for trusting her. She doesn't know why. but she now feels a strong sense of nostalgia. The guy with the sword in his hand stands and does nothing. After that, he hears some sound and looks back in fear. There he sees several scary creatures that are trying to reach him with their hands. He thinks about what is happening to him now. One of the creatures says that his body becomes transparent. His bones and entrails are visible. He asks in tears whether he is dead. He asks for help. They all ask Mr. Cord to save them, but the guy is very nervous because he can't do anything. The guy uses the Gilsadan movement technique, a hyperspace transition. He immediately disappears from his place and moves. He stops and turns back. They ask him what the matter is, whether he is using a hidden technique for his escape. The guy in front of him asks if he will really see the tears of Gilsadan himself, the spatial fang from the Great House. Cord understands that it is Sword Mayan, but Sword is informed that Cord is actually a strong boy, which is why he has a certain request for him. The boy and the girl stand together and look at Cord, asking him to please protect Metasfina. The boy turns out to be very surprised by this request. After this, the guy wakes up in tears and breathing heavily. He covers his face with his hand. He himself knows very well that there is only one way to escape from this whole nightmare. Suddenly, someone bursts in on him and asks him if the guy is awake yet. Cord asks Centaurus what all the fuss is about at this early hour. He apologizes and says that the matter is urgent. From a reconnaissance detachment sent to the glacial forest, which is presumably the source, a letter arrived asking for help. They urgently need reinforcements due to the appearance of a horde of Odor there. The guy is surprised by this. The main character sits on the queen's knee. Everyone is looking straight at him. It's not that he didn't expect such a turn of events after the commotion at the competition, but everything must have its time. However, meeting with the queen the very next day, everything happens too quickly. The masked people next to the queen look straight at Akira. These are the 4 heavenly blades. The 4th is the Demon Blade Emperor, Oriana Yggdrasil. The 3rd, Emperor of the Blade of Darkness, Galahau Vogotten. The 2nd is the Emperor of the Enchanted Blade, Sigurd Parahais. The 1st is the Emperor of the Mad Blade, Calvina Mayan. The protagonist does not understand who these masked people are who have gathered around her. She now looks more like a demon lord than a queen. The girl looks and thinks that Akira, of course, could not help but interest her. But to schedule an audience for the morning of the next day, what does she intend to announce? The prince silently looks at the queen. After this, the queen turns to Akira Rainford and orders him to raise his head. The boy is frightened by this. He looks straight at the queen, and she tells him that he looks more like his mother than his father. The guy is surprised that she knows his parents. He tells her that it is a great honor. She asks if he says that he fights for Metasfina. The queen asks the boy with a smile whether he is aiming for the position of prince consort of their country. Everyone is surprised by the queen's question. She says that, if not, then for what purpose did he appear only now? She wants to ask something about his limitless power. She asks him if Akira intends to plunge Stormheim into chaos with her power. The protagonist is shocked by the queen's question. The girl is surprised by the queen's question, just like everyone else, but the main character tries to assure the queen that he in no way wants to bring trouble to this country. Akira understands that things are really bad for him. The guy also understands that she sees his power not just as a strange ability, but regards it as a threat to the kingdom. Of course, from the ruler's point of view, this incomprehensible power will look exactly like that. He miscalculated, and at this rate, he will immediately be declared a criminal. Someone tells the queen that with all due respect, however, he was born and raised here, Akira has no reason to endanger his homeland, where his beloved family and friends live, and she can say one thing with complete confidence. The girl boldly declares that Akira Rainford is clearly one of those people who can save Stormheim. The prince is furious about this, but the boy's mother remains calm. The queen asks the girl if she disagrees with her assessment of this as a disaster, and she apologizes. Clearly, giving in to her emotions won't convince the queen otherwise. She says with a smile that as the heir to the throne, she is firmly convinced that he will not lose his head because of his strength and will serve for the good of the country. The queen asks for proof of this in Kalinets, and the girl is shocked. She asks if she means the northern wall when speaking of Kalinets. The queen agrees, asking for news from Archduke Korda. They believe they have discovered the source of the odors on the other side of the mountains of eternal snow. She talks about how the time has finally come to call an alliance and launch a joint offensive. For this, Oswell even went to Pennsylvania. She represents him in this city. And Ursula went to the Holy Church of the Goddess in Roide. She appoints them as her messengers. He'll be the first to go to Kalinets and lead their mages, and will also join the Archduke's army as support. Akira is surprised by this order. The days when they can hide the threat from the people are coming to an end, but if she is the true heir, then she will be among the vanguard to scout out the situation. The girl is also surprised by this. The queen extends her hand and commands the girl to take a key position among the alliance forces and achieve victory in the coming extermination of the odors. Let her do it, and then she, the queen, will free the young man chosen by her from any suspicions. The main character is in a stupor from this whole situation. He thinks about what his opinion is. How can one just go straight into a real fight? The prince reports that Medisfina's knowledge of magic is too superficial and apologizes. After all, she had refused her attempts to go to Kalinets until this moment. If the purpose of the advance group was to unite and direct the allied forces, then wasn't this role for him, who was entrusted with the Institutes of Magic? The queen angrily tells Oswell to watch his words as his chance has already passed. She asks him how he dares to say such a thing. Following Medisfina's orders, she will entrust Kalinets to her, and he can demonstrate his eloquence in Pennsylvania, so she is waiting for an answer. Is the girl ready to prove her determination and go to Kalinets with this young man? The girl is horrified by all of this. In fact, she herself would like Akira to be there to confront the odors. But all this is too sudden. Depending on her answer, Akira's life. After the academy, she wants to realize her long-standing dream and inherit her father's business. Not only did the queen herself become aware of his power, but he would not be able to go against the royal order, even if he disagreed with it. Having brought Akira to the battlefield in this way, when he trusted her, she asks her mentor about what she should answer the queen. The prince angrily thinks that this is not the case, because if Medisfina is allowed to leave, then she will have every chance of the throne. He needs to seize the initiative while she hesitates. He announces that it is better for him to go to Kalinets. Someone announces that he agrees. The protagonist says that he, following her orders, with the little he can do, promises to protect the princess until the very end, and to serve as her support until victory is won in Kalinets. The girl looks at the guy happily. The prince holds a grudge against him. The guy understands that he is at a dead end, but it is better this way than if they start blackmailing him. The queen's intentions are clear to him. The throne will go to Medis. He clenches his fist. She wants to use his power to ensure that her successor has worthy achievements, and it seems she also realized that he sees Medisfina on the throne. Even if he dared to refuse, he would be forced to accompany her against his will if he offended her in any way. Right here, the end of his second life will come, and he will also put his father and mother in danger. The queen suddenly smiles and quotes the guy's words about how he will serve as a support until victory is achieved and will defend it until the end. The guy and the girl begin to feel shy, and the queen just laughs out loud. After this, she falls silent and understands that everything is clear. He has guessed her intentions very insightfully because he is the son of Karl Reinhard. She tells him that he has a fiery character, even despite his sweet face. The guy is perplexed by this. The queen says that since he is in such a mood, it is worth rewarding him. She asks him to protect Medisfina and lead her to victory. She declares with a smile that in that case, she will grant him the title of Baron and the lands that his father once refused. The queen also informs Akira Rainford that he will also become one of the nobles of their kingdom. Late at night, someone inside a tall building begins screaming. The prince, horrified, asks if the old woman is mocking him, if she even knows how much he's had to endure. And because of some stupid competition, she is suddenly ready to get rid of him. He definitely did not leave it like that. He turns around and notices Calvina in front of him. He asks the girl why she comes here in this mask, because it makes him sick, after which the girl takes off her mask and a cup immediately flies into her face. The guy starts hitting the girl and calling her and them all names, saying that they have cursed blood. He asks about what other heroes, swords. This is the age of magic. How much longer will they stand in his way? The girl stands silently on her feet, all beaten up. The guy demands that she remember everything. She is the same as the rest of the Mayans. He grabs the girl by the neck. He tells her that from today on she will report to him about every step of the queen. He will not let her plans come true. The guy asks the girl if she understood. The girl barely opens her mouth and calls him sir, which surprises him. The girl says that she belongs to him and will do as he orders. Medisfina is lying in her bed and is asked if it is not healthy that she is going to Kalinets with Akira. The girl asks that the mentor leave her alone. They ask her why she's so sad, and Medis asks what's good about it, given the circumstances. The girl replies that he volunteered. And isn't she happy about that? She replies that it's because of her selfishness, while he was forced into it. She asks if this is what she wanted. She says no, certainly not in that form. She wanted to ask him as a friend. The girl asks if it would be better to discuss this with Akira directly. The girl gets up and realizes that he has been here for a long time. She is horrified by this. It reminds them of an old comedy technique. The girl falls to the floor and hits her head. Her mentor tells her that she is leaving them so that the two of them can talk calmly, after which she leaves. The protagonist awkwardly turns to Lady Metasphine. She loudly says that she knows that it is her fault. In childhood, she selfishly put him in danger, and now everything is repeating itself. She says this time, everything will be different. She gives her word, and she will keep it no matter what. She will become queen of a country where Akira and everyone can live happily. The guy says she will protect her, so let her go to Kalinets with him. Akira asks if it will be at the cost of the princess's life, but she understands that he will be sentenced to death if he allows this as her escort. The girl's expression darkened and she explained that it wasn't his fault, so what should she do? The guy sighed with a smile and said he was joking, asking her not to let it bother her, as it was a matter of the entire country's survival. In truth, he should have gone to the academy when he was a child, but she kept his secret, so it was he who acted selfishly. The guy smiles. He also realized something at the competition. The girl is surprised, but still listens to the guy. He reports that, watching his peers work for the common good, having abandoned their own dreams, he honestly felt ashamed of himself. Therefore, if he can be of any use, then as a citizen of this country, he wants to fight, and as he said earlier, in this fight, he is on its side. Because she is his best friend, whom he truly respects, the guy imagines the two of them in childhood. The guy says that so she shouldn't be upset, she shouldn't appear in front of the servants like that. The girl gets up and approaches the guy, saying that she didn't even notice how she fell behind. The girl comes close to the main character and hugs him, informing him that he is already taller than her. Down the street with a smile, and everyone around looks at him, telling him that this is Akira, a genius summoner. He is also called wonderful and charming. He has become very popular. The people behind him are discussing what they say is that after what happened, the queen herself became favorable to him. After some time, the main character announces to all his friends that he must leave for Kalinets, which leaves them all in shock. The girl asks in shock whether he means the northern wall by Kalinets. She says that these are ice-covered barren lands. During the war with the Odors, the main battles took place there. Monsters still roam those places. She would not be surprised if he received some kind of reward. But why would he go there? Akira realizes that they really weren't told anything about the situation with the Odors. He reports that this is because, until recently, he hid his abilities. Then, as a special condition of the pardon, he was ordered to help the princess in Kalinets, something like atonement for guilt, but this still does not fit in his friends' heads. Of course, it would be strange if the country ignored a man with such potential as his, but they also wanted to learn a lot from him. The protagonist admits to Anthony with a smile that he overestimates him. They are all people with great talent and enthusiasm, and they also have professors who are much higher than him. He simply has nothing to teach them. The girl asks if he's saying the differences between them are so vast that there's nothing to discuss. The guy, shocked, says it's the opposite. He doesn't know enough about magic and would like to learn more himself. The girl says she just now thought of it. The girl turns to Mrs. Prani and asks her what she is doing in the team of commoners. The girl asks if it matters. There is no place for social status in the academy. Everyone here is an equal student who works hard together in magic. The girl says that Akira fought bravely to prove it, and they cannot be constrained by such things. The guy agrees with this, but does not understand why they call him master. Someone behind him says that these are words worthy of admiration. The main character turns around and is happily surprised. He understands that it is Prol, and Katya Prol reports that how much better the educational process will be if all the nobles follow his example, because they will strive for joint development, and during Akira's absence, the girl apologizes for the fact that they distract him from the conversation. She asks if he can devote some time to them. She tells the boy that he has guests, and he wonders who they are and whether he should go. He still needs to prepare for the journey, but he will definitely return as soon as he completes his mission in Kalinets. After this, the blonde guy turns to Akira and asks him to stand. He stops and turns around. The guy asks permission to speak again. He thanks Akira for fighting alongside them. He asks him to return home safe and sound, and by that time he will be stronger to be a worthy friend to him. Akira is surprised by these words. Someone also stands up and says that this won't work, because it's not just Anthony here. They grab him by the shoulder. All his friends say that they promise to become stronger while waiting for his return, so let him go and not worry about anything. Suddenly, the girl declares with a smile that since they say so, she is simply obliged to help, although it is not in her rules to work more than paid, but she can swear that they will begin a completely new life. They will work for her so much that even death will seem like a mercy to them. Everyone is scared of this. And no concessions to the nobles. The boys in horror ask Akira to wait to see their progress. The mother throws herself into the arms of the protagonist, telling him that she missed him very much. The guy asks her why she is here, if something happened to her. She reports that a messenger from the castle came and said that they can see each other before he sets off on his journey. The guy is asked if he has lost weight here by any chance. The guy says that everything is fine. He left less than a month ago. The main character notices Arya with a smile. He asks her if everything is okay with her and where her dad is. But Carl couldn't come because of the Congress of the Merchants Guild. But he asked to say hello to him. The mother asks the guy about what all this means. Why is he suddenly leaving for Kalinets? She says that it is cold there, and monsters live. Why would a newbie like him go there? To such a dangerous place. The guy asks his mother not to worry. This is an away tactic that all students go through. She tells him that studying is important. After all, he entered too late. Then she is calm. Moreover, she heard that the training will be supervised by the queen and the lady swordswoman herself. Katya reports that she can rely on them. Her mother reports that she will not sleep today and asks Arya to act. Suddenly, a lot of delicious food appears on the table in front of her, and the guy joyfully shouts that this is his mother's home-cooked food. The mother asks her son to eat properly. Everything he likes is here. But Katya doesn't understand where she just got all this from. The girl goes and says that even he was treated. She ate her fill. She remembers Akira and his mother and understands that she can defeat Ryan and the divine beast. And next to her mother, she behaves like a child. She remembers how he defeated his enemies and how childishly he now behaves with his mother. A 15-year-old boy defeated a divine beast and even an opponent belonging to a great house. And how could she not notice this? The girl looks up. She understands that Akira is still a teenager who needs motherly care. The main character's mother fell asleep, and the guy apologizes to her for lying to her again. He promises that he will return safe and sound from this trip. He is standing on the balcony. Suddenly, someone behind him says that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to go anywhere. The guy turns around and is surprised that it's Arya. The girl informs him that state decrees, and the queen's intentions are, of course, important. But what is even more important is what he wants himself. Arya's feelings are stronger than the royal decree. If there is something that bothers him, then he may not obey them. The girl asks Akira to return home. The guy stared at her in surprise. He admits that he is very pleased that she says so, but it seems like the queen personally ordered him. And in general, he will accompany the princess. The queen, after all, is guided by the needs of the country. How can he refuse her? Arya says that he is not obliged to obey if he does not like it. She tells him with a serious face that she will destroy the country where he is forced to act against his will, and the guy is surprised. The protagonist addresses the girl by name and thinks that she could not have known about the real purpose of the trip to Kalinets. He thanks her for worrying about him, but that she shouldn't joke like that again, otherwise someone might hear them. The girl says that it wasn't a joke. The guy says that Stormheim is his home. How can he not love a country full of memories of him and his family? It seems he understood something at the academy, even though he was here for a very short time. He tells her that perhaps by running away he will never find peace of mind, and the girl is surprised by this. The protagonist was afraid of his talent and believed that he would pay a corresponding price for great power. Because his successful life was absolutely empty, he remembers how he worked on the computer. But when he got here, he met different people and rethought a lot of things. The girl said that she would protect him even at the cost of her life, so let him go to Kalinets. The guy said that if each of them accepted this challenge with honor, then they would certainly find a way to victory. These people never ran away from responsibility, full of determination. They did not lose sight of what was most important that they wanted to protect. What really matters can't be achieved by running away all the time. He wants to protect the place that has become his family's home. He clenches his fist in front of him. The main character declares that in order to become strong enough for this, he goes to Kalinets. Not under anyone's coercion, but of his own free will. He says with a smile that it sounds cool, but in reality he is very worried when he thinks about how much training he will have to do. He can't let Arya find out about the odors, so it's better not to say anything more. The guy admits that her words made him feel better. It even seems that everything will work out, so she shouldn't worry. He's already 15, he's not a little boy. Let him consider this a long journey. The girl calls the guy by name several times, after which she rushes to hug him, which surprises him. She tells him that no matter what he says, he is still a child to her, and she asks him not to worry. After all, no matter how far away he is, she will look after him. The main character agrees with her with a smile and hugs her. He understands that these are the best words of support. He will protect this girl at all costs. In one building, in the basement, in the center of the altar, there is a high-level mana accumulator, the Morion of the goddess. The girl asks about the fact that, here it is, the black quartz of the goddess, a pseudo-crystal, which is said to have been created in the era of legends. It is beautiful. It shines as brightly as the life force given to it. The prince thinks that the queen was going to use him and throw him away, but he will still show her that it's she, the queen, who's the expendable one here, not he. Someone's walking through the desert. There are many terrible creatures there. The man in the mask says that the blood of heroes still haunts the queen. They should not have interfered, but now they cannot let the prince leave the game. Oswell still has his role to play, so there is an offer to mine to get Stormheim. The masked man proposes to turn this cold land into a tomb for the princess. There's a tall statue of a goddess on the street. Some say it's in the name of the three supreme goddesses, Magdalene Dandel, Freya Ruin, Mariah, and also Verona Valnagus. She, Kaisera Land Stormheim, gives him her blessing. The girl is kneeling before the queen. She is holding a sword in her hands. On either side of her are two men with staffs. The queen asks Metis to return victorious, calling her a proud daughter of Stormheim, but the girl remains silent. The girl confidently declares that she obeys. She humbly follows the will of the queen. The protagonist is on a journey with a girl, flying through the sky in an airship. He joyfully looks ahead and reports that it is simply incredible. He couldn't even imagine that he would ever fly on an airship. The girl reports that 1,400 elite warriors, based on 350 magicians, an airship is the only way to quickly transport such a number of days. The guy asks how long the journey to the end takes. Katya says that by land it would take a whole month, but by airship it would only take 3 days. The main character is certainly impressed by the flying ship, which can accommodate as many as 400 people, but he still cannot wrap his head around the fact that he is one of these people. The girl says that she has to tell the guy something. The girl bows to him and apologizes to him for the fact that, acting in her own interests, she drove him into a corner. The protagonist looks at Katya in surprise and asks her why she's suddenly talking like that. She looks guilty. He tells her that she was only doing her duty, and that's all, so there's no need to bow down to him. After this, the girl admits that she had been gravely mistaken until now, prioritizing the duties of the commander of the knights and the affairs of the kingdom. On board, the worker carries cargo. The girl admits that she ultimately did not realize that he was just a 15-year-old boy who was homesick. Katya is actually very ashamed to talk about this, but incredibly, she was counting on his help. The girl looks away guiltily. Having encountered such a huge force in person, she didn't even notice how she began to rely on the one she was supposed to protect. She remembers how the guy defeated the Salamander. She clenches her fist in front of her and says that it's as if she has become a sister again who relies on her older brother. Akira is surprised that she brought him not to some match at the academy, but to a battlefield full of dangers. The girl, closing her eyes, tells Akira that he has every right to be angry with her. She didn't even say a word of support, although he was probably worried all this time. She says that she understands that she did not act like an adult, and now it is too late to say anything, but she is truly very sorry. The main character looks at Katya and only smiles. After this, he confesses to the girl that everything is fine. Even adults need someone to rely on. The guy looks ahead into the distance. Moreover, his peer Lady Metis carries a much greater burden on her shoulders than he does, and he asks if she is doing everything possible to help her. After all, he, like Katya, decided to become a support for this girl. Katya is surprised by Akira's confession. He reports that he does not feel any hostility towards them at all, to a strong, straightforward, and reliable person, and that is why he has hope. Hoping that they will continue to have a good relationship, the guy turns to the surprised Katya. The girl clenches her fist and puts it to her chest, realizing that this is rather strange, since he is much younger than her. So why does he seem so reliable to her? The girl says that she had never thought about marriage before, but after meeting him, she started thinking about it. The girl says with a smile that if she gets married and has children, she wants those children to be like Akira. The protagonist is stunned and asks if she means having children with him. She says no, they just look alike. The guy asks if love shouldn't come first. At this time in Kalinets, in El Fargo, a dark-haired guy is asked to wait. He is addressed politely. The man behind him tells him that 3 days have already passed. He himself should understand this. He can no longer risk staying here in search of survivors. He asks the man if he is offering to surrender because of this. He asks him if he wants to say that they should suddenly drop everything and leave, even when somewhere out there, perhaps, their comrades are still alive and waiting for their help. He asks the Centaurus if he thinks so. Suddenly someone says that they shouldn't shout like that, otherwise they will alarm the soldiers. The boy and the man look at the voice in bewilderment. It turns out to be an adult woman, Cougar, who is the Centurion commander. She informs them that a response has arrived from Stormheim. Reinforcements will arrive by airship within 3 days. They must deploy the army back to Kalinets to prepare for a general offensive. They wanted to object to him. However, she informs him that he will not let their personal feelings interfere with this plan. Marie volunteered for reconnaissance. Realizing that something like this could happen, he asks them to think about their duty. Cougar says she is absolutely certain her granddaughter would want the same. There are several dead people lying on the ground. After a while, they come back to life. A barely alive girl says that she does not want to die and turns to her grandmother, but a man in a mask lifts the girl up and kills her, causing her to scream. Metasfina points to a point on the map and reports that the western slope of El Fargo, as well as here and also to the north, Kalinets paid many sacrifices to track the movements of the odors, and they were finally able to find this place. The supposed source of the odors, appearance below the icy valley of the northern wall, and the enormous crystal of magical power located there. The girl is the first heir to Stormheim. Kalinets believes that the secret of the odors' origin lies there. Her audience includes Commander-in-Chief Admiral Benedict Stormheim and the commander of the Magic Corps, Countess Elena Kreis. Their main task is to deal with the third wave of odors and hold Kalinets until the Alliance army is assembled. Also present are the commander of the Night Corps, Marquis Elmond, and the magic advisor and High Mage of the Kingdom, Gildane Marion. They then join the main allied forces of Pennsylvania and Hessenberg to launch a joint assault on the source and destroy the crystal. The man reports that after the war with the odors for more than 10 years, their appearances were limited to only small animals. The first wave. It turns out that the reason for the recent sharp deterioration to the second and third waves is in that magic crystal. But are these guesses enough to convene the entire alliance? He asks Miss Kreis about what she thinks. The girl says that it will only be possible to say locally a second wave with animals of medium size and above, and even a third with infection of people. The speed of spread of the odors exceeds all expectations. And if this is the judgment of the people of Kalinets, who have held back the odors countless times. In this case, the girl considers it to be quite trustworthy, and she adjusts her glasses with a serious face. Archduke Cord is a rather secretive man, but the fact is that he hates orders more than anyone else. The guy shares the girl's opinion, and the man says that confirming all of this is also part of their mission. As an advance guard, someone asks the princess for permission to ask her something. Kreis asks Midas with a smile why the boy who summons divine beasts without a contract is not present at this meeting. The fair-haired guy admits that he was expecting this too. There are even rumors that he has more mana than even the Platinum Pearl Bryce. The man says that as a person who has dedicated 80 years of his life to magic, he would definitely like to meet him, and I wonder if he can also summon Norman Elfin. If this is so, then it is not surprising that he won, without a contract call, after all. The girl asks whether it is true that the queen considered him a suitable candidate for the role of the princess's groom. Kreis asks with a smile about the fact that his position does not allow it. The girl says that words are nothing more than gossip. His presence here would be simply inappropriate. The girl could have sworn that she thought she was keeping him at a distance because she was worried about the rumors. She was asked to believe that it would not cause them any inconvenience. She sheepishly states that enough of this talk is enough. He is her childhood friend. She asks them all to refrain from making misleading statements. Kreis understands that she took it too seriously. She states that, well, since she says so, she will take the uncontracted summoner under her command. Katya suddenly declares that this is impossible, since Akira was ordered to accompany the princess. The girl says that control over all the summoners was given to her. And in order to win this war, she, as a commander, is obliged to know everything about his strength. She asks them if they agree. The girl tells the Countess that she is absolutely right. She also wanted to raise this issue. While Akira is not yet attached to his group, she gives him into his care. She asks that Kreis approach the matter with full responsibility and forge a soldier out of him. When asked if she is rushing things with Akira, Katya says that the Kreis house is not known for its friendliness towards them, and to entrust Akira to them no matter how much she fears gossip. Metis suddenly stops and says that she doesn't care about the rumors. The place they are heading to is not a classroom at the academy, but a battlefield poisoned by the odor. No matter how strong Akira was, he was still just a simple citizen, and he was unfamiliar with what was happening inside the army and on the battlefield. During a battle, a second of hesitation could cost him his life. Wasn't that what she taught her? Akira needed to know that too. However, she feels guilty towards him, and therefore she will not be able to fully convey that ruthlessness. She is not responsible for the success of the campaign, nor for the lives of the soldiers, including Akira, so it is necessary for him to join their ranks at all costs. She believes that it is for his own good. She asks the head of the Order of Knights if she has any objections. The girl bows and says that she was not far-sighted enough. Kreis says that from now on he is attached to their squad of summoners, but somehow he doesn't look as strong as they always say about him. The main character looks at the girl with a smile. She asks him if it's true that he can summon 2 divine beasts at once, and even without a contract. The guy thinks that she seems nice, even though she's of a high rank. The guy says that yes, she can, but shouldn't he accompany Metisfina? He asks the girl if he can ask her a question about accompanying the princess, whether he was reassigned to her corps. The girl informs him that no, his task remains the same, he is under her command because he is a summoner, but upon arrival in Kalinets, he will return with an escort. The guy smiles, realizing this. This calms him down. The girl tells him that he may not be strong, but he is still handsome. She tells him that they say that he is kept by the princess. What he thinks about this. This whole story with 70 mana is strange in itself. She asks if he and the princess are planning to set them all up. The boy takes back his reputation. Anyone who leads a magical corps can't be so simple. The boy says he never even intended to frame anyone, but Kreis says that anyone can say anything in words, so she'll give them a little test. The girl suddenly tells him that he should undress completely. She is going to measure his magical power not with the electro crown, but with her own method. The guy is shocked by this. The girl reports that the summoning is based on 3 mandatory conditions. The first is a spiritual gift for communication with the summoned being. The second is a contract with the summoned being. And finally, the third thing is that the summoned creature is continuously supplied with colossal magical power. The guy stands silently without outerwear. The guy sheepishly asks her what the point was in him undressing. Kreis says that this rarely happens. However, it may happen that some scoundrel hides forbidden summoning or mana-increasing techniques somewhere on his body. But he, as she sees it, is clean, no tattoos, and everything feels good to the touch, and there are also muscles. The main character mentally asks his mother to help him, because a strange woman is touching him. The girl is suddenly surprised and begins to touch the guy, telling him that he has a very developed body. The guy is wondering what's wrong with his muscles. The guy tells her that he's been training since childhood. She touches his legs and says that from his stomach to his calves, and especially his hamstrings, she understands that his lower body is thoroughly prepared for battle. The girl understands that he has the body of a swordsman. With such flexibility and muscle density, he must be quite resilient. She asks him about who his fencing mentor is. The guy stutters. He reports that due to certain circumstances, he has been practicing with a sword at home since childhood. She asks the guy if he is a prodigy and he does not understand what she means. Kreis asks about the fact that he achieved the ideal body at home and also became a summoner. Magical power cannot be broken without grueling training from childhood. And if he has chosen the path of magic, then there should be no time left for fencing. His physical form speaks of a thorough approach. She asks the guy that maybe he really does have 70 mana. What concern does he have about magical power? The guy understands that she sees right through him and can easily expose him. She says that it seems like the material provided is much more interesting than she expected, even leaving out how the non-contractual summoning works. 70 mana still sounds unconvincing. It goes against common sense. To summon a divine beast, with mana that is barely enough even for an entry-level summon. Kreis says that this is precisely why she will now determine his true magical power. The guy understands that it is not the Electro Crown and asks about measuring mana. She says that there are different methods. The Electro Crown has a measurement limit, and it only displays the size of the mana pocket by connecting with the nerves. She expects that his mana is not 70, that's why she came up with a way to detect mana without limits. Kreis reports that this is a method using energy gems like these. She shows one between her fingers, and at the very least it has mana no less than she does. The protagonist is amazed by these energy gems and thinks that they are also used in magical items. Platinum Pearl Bryce even claimed his magical power was greater than hers. Her mana is 3 times that of a normal platinum rank, reaching 4,000. If she says so, then he has at least 5,000. But that's not true if the Electro Crown's readings were incorrect. The girl wonders if he really has more than 10,000, a 5-digit number. Then there is a chance that he could summon a divine beast. Is that even possible for a human? The guy asks Kreese what he needs to do. The girl comes out of her thoughts and apologizes to him, saying that there is nothing complicated here, it's all about the properties of these minerals. Energy gems are minerals that can be charged with magic. They are also known as a material for making magical artifacts. Depending on their color, their capacity varies: green, 100, blue, 500, red, 1,000. The main character knows this. His father often worked with them. They even traded them. The girl in shock asks the guy about what kind of house he has. He admits that they run a magic shop, but they didn't have any red ones. The girl thinks about fencing and summoning from an ordinary shopkeeper's son. He truly has a unique upbringing. Red gems rarely hit the shelves due to the high consumer value the state buys almost everything. Then the girl gives him 1 gem and asks him to hold it. Kreese watches the guy with interest and asks him to pour mana into this gem filled with magic. It will begin to glow. The method is analog, but by the number of dependent stones you can understand the amount of magical power. The protagonist thinks that he thought so. He asks about whether the red one can hold 1,000, and the Electro Crown measured him at level 7 and 70 mana. Is there a danger that this will lead to exhaustion? Suddenly, a girl with a serious face turns to him and asks him if he is thinking of deceiving her. Akira is surprised by this. She asks him if he thinks she will accept such an excuse after summoning a medium golem and a divine beast. Even if he doesn't take her for an idiot, no one here will believe that he only has 70 mana, but she needs to clearly understand his combat potential. As a rule, a gold mage has about 500 mana by level 30, and having 800 mana by level 40 is already an excellent result. For a platinum rank of level 50 and above, this value already clearly exceeds 1,000, and monsters like Prohl can boast mana of as many as several thousand units. She herself, a gold-ranked summoner at level 45, has 1,800 mana, and she assumes that he must have more magic power than even her. So he must take this matter seriously, and she will not allow magical exhaustion. Akira is surprised. Such an endlessly cold look. Is this what it means to be a soldier? The guy thinks that he is ready and tells the girl that he understands everything. The girl decides to proceed. 2 people in armor are walking inside the airship. Suddenly, the 2 of them hear Cry screaming that he is making fun of her. She clenches her fist and says that there must be a limit to such charlatanism. Of course he had expectations. She was counting on 10,000 redstones. She says that this is some kind of joke. To use up all the gems she prepared, there are already more than 50,000. She asks him about who he is. Akira asks the girl if he can get dressed already. There is bread, cheese, and berries on the table. Someone asks someone else if they are sure they want this. At the table, Metis informs Katya that this is the menu, so what else can she eat? Katya says she doesn't understand. She shouldn't have to force herself to eat the same things served to ordinary soldiers. Metis asks why. Bread, cheese, meat, and olives, the field rations developed by their country. The girl is about to take a bite of the bread, saying that it looks very tasty. She asks Katya if she will join her. She says that the food is very hard, and Metis cannot even bite off the bread. The dry rations are made quite dense, so even small amounts are filling. She's not used to it, and Katya wouldn't recommend it. Metis wonders what kind of bread this is that's impossible to bite through, even with a hero's strength, but she decides to eat it. The girl looks thoughtfully at the bread in her hands and admits that it is actually not tasty at all, but she will quickly get used to it, because Akira and all the other soldiers will be eating the same thing. Katya understands that the girl is still as honest as ever. She asks Metis if she wants to know a way to make this ration tastier. The girl is surprised that such a way exists. Katya says that one shouldn't underestimate the human passion for food. Metis asks her to tell him. She says that first you need to cut the bread. The girl cuts the bread into several pieces with a sword and a sharp motion, making a clean cut. Metis wonders if it was Suingan, if the bread is really that hard. Katya asks if she agrees that it will now be more convenient to eat it. And then meat and cheese are placed on the bread, after which you can add flavor with the help of magic. The girl asks if such magic exists, and Katya says that, of course. After this, Katya uses the heat of the flame on the bread and the girl behind her is horrified by her mentor's actions. Katya asks just to look at this. Melted cheese and warm meat. The cheese-cured sandwich is adventurously ready. Katya asks Midis if it looks tasty. Anyone with a sword and magic can do it. Midis understands that she needs to immediately send a request home for improvements to the army's provisions. Suddenly, they hear Kreis screaming for them to drag all the energy gems to her. One of the knights orders the others to carry them to the second cabin, straight to Kreis. Any color will do. Katya asks what the noise is. The knight explains that Commander Kreis ordered them to collect all the gems they have on board. Katya and Metis enter the crew's commander's room and wonder why so many people have gathered there. Metis is surprised when she notices Akira there, asking what he is doing in her cabin. Elmond turns to the princess. He asks her where she found this young man. The man reports that the young man is filling the energy gems with his mana. Metis is surprised by this. Akira's electro-magical power is not measurable by the crown. She asks what the result is, whether it has exceeded the 10,000 mark. The guy reports that he is currently holding a red gem in his hand that holds 1,000 mana. Once this stone is filled, the total amount will exceed a whole 100,000 mana. Suddenly, the medicine shouts, asking if he said 100,000. How is that even possible? The guy points his finger and says that it is already starting. Light emanates from the protagonist's hands, and a full 100,000 mana begins to flow, with everyone around watching the process with interest. They're all waiting. Kreis, thinking that this would mean 6-digit mana, she's thinking that it's impossible, although no, she already knows the answer. The girl understands that the main character has filled the gems with 100,000 mana without any effort. All the people behind the main character start screaming with joy, which makes the guy very scared. People are shouting that he did it, there are no more gems left, he is their invincible trump card, victory is definitely on their side. The protagonist thinks that since he decided to go into battle, he first of all wanted to understand his limits without holding back, but it seems he went too far. He is informed that as long as he is on their side, the strongest summoner, Stormheim, will never lose. Kreis looks at the guy with loving eyes and tells him that with him, even a horde of Odorans will be easily defeated. The guy is shocked by this. Metis asks about this and whether this is Commander Kreis herself, the embodiment of pride. She does not believe it. For Akira, nothing is impossible. Kreis happily announces that she can definitely be sincere to him. The guy says that people are looking. She has completely lost her mind. She asks everyone to leave the room. They need to talk. Metis asks not to think about it. It's all just a joke. Katya is shocked that Metis also shares their nervousness. She again felt how amazing Akira is. The girl asks only to look at all these soldiers. The anxiety that had reigned the day before was suddenly replaced by hope for victory. He provided moral support with his very presence. Sent suddenly into battle with the army. She was worried about many things. However, while she watches this scene, all her worries seem very distant to her. The main character is asked in surprise whether he became like this because of the elixir he drank as a child. He understands that it's hard to believe. As a child, he experienced an incident that shattered his magical nerves. He nearly died, but his father cured him with the help of an elixir. He believes this triggered the abnormal growth of his magical power. The girl wonders if he damaged his magical nerves that time, and whether the uncontracted summoning is also a gift from his father. The boy says no, he didn't tell about the past, not even to him, his son. He needs to keep his drawing and reincarnation a secret. The guy admits that he was kind of born with this ability, and he doesn't fully understand it himself. The man asks if it's an innate talent. Everyone is talking about the amazing effect the elixir has. The guy heard that it increases mana, but to that extent, Akira asks them not to misunderstand. This is an exceptional case. He only drank it in huge quantities. He remembers how he filled the scroll with magical power. Metis asked what he did with the scroll. The girl recalls it. Then he drew something with blood on the scroll and restored his stamina and mana. She asks if this bluff will work. The girl thinks that it is not only a contactless call, but if she remembers correctly, then it hides something even more incredible. It may be irresponsible for the heiress of an entire country, but if he doesn't want to talk, then she won't ask him about it, because she believes in him more than in anyone else. After this, the 4 adults gathered at the table. Kreis apologized for her inappropriate behavior. Later, she calmly thought everything over. Mana above 100,000 and contactless summoning. She decides to speak frankly, that if Akira Rainford suddenly becomes their enemy, will they be able to stop him at all? The magical power alone is already at the level of a disaster. Of course, the princess, whose protector Her Majesty appointed him, has vouched for him, so she does not think there will be a need. But can they be sure that she has taken all the risks into account? The man says he didn't know she was so worried. Although she blushed, charmed by that young man, it was a shame that he still didn't understand anything. The girl reports that it was just a show to boost the soldiers' morale, but in any case, it cannot be denied that in the current circumstances it represents great military potential. Although he poses a threat of calamity, this man, recognized by the queen, could become a key figure in the campaign, and they cannot afford to keep him aside, even if it means taking some risks. Therefore, the man asks them, without losing due vigilance, to carry out the destruction of the odors side by side with him and the soldiers to the end. He announces that this guy's true nature will reveal itself then, and everyone listens to him. The man looks out the window and announces that they're almost there. After some time, they finally arrive at Kalinets, where there's a statue of a girl with a sword. The main character looks around in surprise, not hiding his emotions. The protagonist is also surprised that it is snowing here. He hasn't seen it for a very long time. Crace asks the guy if this is the first time he has seen snow. Akira says that it is always warm in Stormheim. Suddenly he felt so happy. Although in Japan this was a common thing, he says that it was an unusual feeling. She asks him if he is sure that the winter clothes given to him are enough, whether he will freeze. The guy says that the robe given to him by the queen is quite warm. The girl asks if it is enchanted. The guy says that yes, it is from Pennsylvania and maintains body temperature. The girl touches it and says that it is of excellent quality. The girl tells Akira that she wishes he weren't the princess's groom candidate, but the guy doesn't understand what she's talking about. A man with a serious face says that this is unheard of. Rudeness, the first heir of Stormheim, is personally sent to the front lines. How could he not only not meet her, but also make her wait so long? The girl tells Commander Benedict that only half an hour has passed, that they need to wait a little longer, when suddenly someone announces that Archduke Kalinza has arrived. The Archduke and a group of people enter with serious faces. The girl thinks that this man is the current head of the Great House, as well as the Archduke of the harsh lands of Kalinets, the spatial Fang, Cord Kalinets Gilsedan. Cord Gilsedan sits down and wishes them all welcome, telling them that they can now take off their traveling clothes and rest. The girl understands that the Archduke, who protects these harsh lands, represents one of the 7 great houses, Cord Kalinets. Benedict thinks that, as expected, he is quite young. Cord asks the centurion to show them all the rooms. He agrees and asks them all to follow him. However, Metis asks them to wait. She thanks them for their work, but first she would like to move on to the military council as soon as possible in order to clarify the chain of command. Cord is surprised by this. Suddenly, Cord's people start laughing, and Benedict says that, "What kind of insolence is this? What's funny about it? What kind of complaints do they have about the princess's opinion?" A council of war to clarify the chain of command is a wonderful idea. It is not difficult to understand the ambition to lead a large army and defeat the Odorans, but here is what he will say. The guy with a serious face reports that Kalinets is here and the reins of power over all the troops, including them, are completely in their hands. Benedict tells him that he better shut up and listen. This rudeness is beyond all bounds. Lady Metasfina is the first heir to the throne and the supreme commander of this campaign. He asks Cord if he, the governor of a border district, is too arrogant to give orders to the princess of a great power. Cord informs the man that they had a misunderstanding. He is simply worried about the princess's safety. He understands that they want a leadership position for the still immature heiress for great accomplishments, so that there will be something to show the people. But unfortunately, this is not one of those trivial battles where a dressed-up child can stick his nose into everything. He loudly asks them what is the point of the crown if she cannot even return alive, so let them obey and hand over all the warriors to them. Benedict is surprised by this young man, who tells Cougar that the rest is on him, and Cougar agrees. Katya turns to Cord and asks him to wait. The guy looks back and smiles. He understands that she is also here with them. One of the goddess's mad dogs, the Mayan heroes, the strongest monsters among the 7 great houses. She tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Normally she would share a drink with him and thank him for caring about her people. Now, however, she would like to intervene, even if it were impolite. She understands the sacrifices they had to make to protect these cold-ridden lands. But he knows nothing of Lady Metasfina, and without even trying to find out, he judges her only by her age. But verbal squabbles are pointless when every minute counts, so she asks again. They also have something to tell about their fighting potential, and she will not allow a waste of time. They officially request a joint military council with Kalinets. This is also a completely legitimate demand from the country's high command to the controlled duchy. The man thinks that all this is not good. The guy just smiles and says that it's funny. When did Mayan manage to stoop to being the princess's nanny? The girl is surprised by this. Santoris asks him to calm down, but he assures her that he is calm. He is simply explaining. Since she herself does not understand, all those detachments of royal knights were nothing more than weaklings and sissies. It always seemed strange to him, but now he is sure. The heroes who fought fiercely on the front lines for the people became lapdogs, entrenched in the safety of the capital, and because of this, even the death sword Mayan met is not surprising. Cord asks Katya if he is wrong. The Mayans, nicknamed Mad Dogs, who fought zealously without regard for palaces, have turned into pets, and their precious swords have long since rusted. The girl asks him to take his words back. He may defame her name or that of the Mayan family, but she will not allow her subordinates who died in Kalinets defending the people to be defamatory. Katya is serious. Cord says that she speaks well for the toothless Mayan. If she is so confident, then maybe she will show it with her numb hands. Suddenly the girl attacks the guy. However, Cord suddenly appears right in front of her, and he says that he knew she would be scared. He was not just fast. The mentor put a barrier of swing in between them, and Cord crossed it in an instant, jumping through space. The secret technique of movement passed down in the great house of Gilsedan is hyperspace transition. The girl angrily asks the guy how much longer he intends to shower him with these insults, when suddenly someone demands that they both stop. She understood what they were getting at. If there were legal grounds for it, she promised to act under the Archduke's command, but as the Alliance's vanguard, they needed an accurate idea of the situation at the front. The princess demands that they call everyone they can to this war council. This means that she acknowledges their position, but she doesn't go back on her words. She's calmer than they thought. It's not for nothing that they're considering her. As the next queen, Cord says that he can say whatever he wants tomorrow. The girl smiles and tells him that she thanks him for his assistance. But as he leaves, he says that it is Mayan who disgusts him the most. The expression on the princess's face, after all, you can't fool blood. For a moment it seemed to him that she had come back to life. It was ridiculously similar. He imagines Celeria in the expression on her face when she stubbornly stood her ground. The main character runs and asks everyone to wait for him. Because they are going too fast, he turns to Medisfina. She asks him to call her Medis, in case they get discovered. In the morning, out of the blue, she showed up in his bedroom and offered to go into town with her. Anyone would be stunned by such an offer to sneak into the city. Could something have happened at the council? The girl says he will be there tomorrow, but until then she would like to know the real Kalinets. Not from other people, but seeing it with his own eyes, the guy understands that she has not changed. The girl asks Akira to watch carefully because tomorrow he will also be present at the council. The guy is surprised. She tells him that while walking with him like this, she feels like she's returned to childhood. The guy says that the best place to gather information is a pub, and someone asks her to bring drinks. The girl looks there in surprise and sees Cord there, who shouts that they got drunk because it was a gift from the state. A man surrounded by girls is shouting for someone to bring him a drink, and quickly. He also says they don't need to worry about paying. The state will cover everything. He then added that he would be making a profit for the establishment today. Akira watches in shock. Alcohol paid for by the government. He comments on how noisy it is. He assumes this man is some kind of local official. He had heard that the situation on the front lines was tense, but it didn't seem like it was. The girl said it was Archduke Cord. The man is the heir to a great house and the young ruler of Kalinets. They call him the Dimensional Fang, Cord Kalin's Gilsedan. But he's wasting taxes. The hero suggested they eat first. The girl said she wanted to watch what was going on. She wants to understand what the situation is in Kalinets and what the Archduke is like. Akira thought about how serious her gaze had become. When she was like this, no one could stop her. Someone saying it looks like they brought in a fledgling princess with the reinforcements. Is Queen Kaiser out of her mind? This isn't a pleasure trip. Men talk about how they pretend to be a nation of heroes, but they treat them like vassals. And this princess will run away the moment she sees the odor. Doesn't the hero understand what this atmosphere is? He turns to Medisfina and notes that they seem to have come to Kalinza to help, but it doesn't seem like they were happy about it. The girl suggested that this was due to the accumulated public sentiment over many years, because Kalinets was originally a separate dynasty. But during the tyranny of Kalinets VII, nicknamed the Bloody King, the great warrior Faria el Gilsadan, unable to bear it, raised her troops and established a new order. However, House Gilsadan decided that the harsh climate and economic problems made maintaining independence too difficult. Through the mediation of the Mayans, who had aided in the war against Kalinets VII, they swore allegiance to Stormheim. Political decisions made for the good of the country were met with public outrage. Ideas of resistance to the de facto dominant Stormheim took deep root among them. The hero understood the situation here. Medisvina added that Kalinets is a small country, but it is home to courageous warriors, ready to fight to victory in the most extreme conditions, and she admires their fortitude. Akira thought that despite the insults thrown at her, Medis usually resembled a feisty tomboy, but she had to remember that she was already an adult. A man approached them and told them that this wasn't a sandbox. Judging by their clothes, they're from Stormheim, and they're brave, drinking so calmly here. Akira, trying to lighten the mood, said he liked it. The man offered to pour him a drink as a sign of their alliance. However, the young man insisted they weren't there to drink. They'd just eat and then leave. The man noticed the boy was carrying a knight's sword. If they were knights, then they should have a drink. All this noise attracted the Archduke's attention. The old man said that the Stormheimers were such boring sissies that they came to the tavern and didn't drink. He decided to treat the guests. He ordered 2 mugs of the strongest. Medis suggested they leave before they started making a fuss. Akira said it was time to go back. The man called out to the girl and told her to stop. He said they were risking their lives here for their amusement, and they were so unwilling to communicate with their vassals. He grabbed Medis by the collar and asked if they were really disgusted even to breathe the same air as them. He started threatening them. Akira realizes things are bad. Suddenly someone attacked the man and cut all his clothes. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Katya suggested they stop there. If he continued to be rude to the girl, her sword might go a little deeper next time. Akira realized the woman had been following us unnoticed. Medis realized it was the mentor. Someone asked if this technique was really Suingen's magical flash, the secret technique of the Mayan heroes. So this is a female commander. The Archduke burst into laughter. He says it's hilarious. She raises her hand against his people. They weren't allowed to finish during the day. The man stood up and walked towards the woman. He said he'd like to say goodbye to Mayan, who he really is. Katya asked if he was drunk. He replied that he doesn't get drunk. There's no formality in this duel. She needs to put aside all unnecessary things and fight seriously. If she loses, she'll serve drinks naked in full view. Katya asks the Archduke to make an effort to maintain decorum, no matter how drunk he is. He adds that she won't be the only one naked. And together with the princess, who so carelessly snuck in here, Akira thinks that they've been discovered after all. At this time, the undead gather in the mountains. The main one is that now is the time for futile resistance with the belief that the odors are a natural disaster. It's time for them to find out, Mayan. The real fear is that an unreasonable humanity that can only cling to life will have no hope of resistance. The people in the establishment are shocked that the girl is the first heir of Stormheim, Medisvina Stormheim. The Archduke said none of this mattered now. The punishment for harassing his men would be a good spanking on the bottom. Katya realized the man in front of her was completely drunk and didn't even know what he was saying. She had no choice. She decides to distract him so they can retreat. The woman used Suingen at its lowest power. The people are shocked. They ask them not to fight indoors. Suddenly, someone grabbed Katya by the mammary glands. Akira, Medisvina, and the people in the cafe are shocked by the Archduke's actions. He said they were softer than he expected. He thought her muscles were numb. Could this really be a secret bestowed by the goddess? Katya struck the man and asked him where his hand was pulling. The people were delighted that the Archduke had brought tears to their eyes. He had avenged the humiliation of the Kalinets people. Who else would have dared to do such a thing? Then the man decided to see how much the princess had grown. It was her turn. However, the golems stood up to protect the girl. Everyone was shocked. However, Akira told him to stop there. Such rudeness towards the princess of their kingdom goes too far, no matter how high his position. The Archduke doesn't understand who it is. Could it be a summoner? The next moment, Katya punches the hero in the face. The hero thought this brought back some very painful memories. Katya had said that Cord was simply an incredibly rude and bad person. The girl says it's not enough for him to just get drunk. He also needs to make advances toward the young princess. This is outrageous. She's disappointed in him. A man as bad as he is unworthy of being called ruler. She called him an enemy of women and a disgrace to Kalinets. Someone stood up to defend his excellency, Archduke Cord. She dare not insult him. The girls who worked at the establishment stood up to his defense. They repeated Katya's words about him being unworthy of being ruler and an enemy of women. The Stormheimers knew nothing. Cord told Anna to stop. She continued to say that it was thanks to Lord Cord that they lived peacefully. How can Stormheim even speak so negatively of him? They're just workhorses constantly fighting the odors. And while they're happily enjoying themselves, their families are being taken away. Some lost a husband, some a child. Anna says that these residential areas were built by Mr. Cord for women who lost their families. And even though they're under his protection here, they try to live as if they're fighting alongside everyone else. Whether they bake bread or sell alcohol, they do it to bring smiles back to the faces of exhausted men. And what has Stormheim, renowned as a land of heroes, done for them? It's Lord Cord, after all, who visits and watches over them, even in the midst of war. Risking his life, he protects them, protects Stormheim. And they dare say he's unworthy. It's because of people like them that Stormheim is disliked. Don't they understand where they are? Snowstorms rage here year-round, and battles with the Odor rage. It's convenient to command by blaming everything on them. If they insult their master, they must go home. Medisfina noticed how much they believed in him. That's what the leader of Kalin's, Cord Kalin's Gilsodden, is like. The man smiled and told the girl to stop. Only he could be rude to the Overlord's royal family. Besides, he'd sobered up already. It was time to go. The girl pointed out that he never got drunk. Cord turned to Akira. He realized the man was looking straight at him. Suddenly, someone ran into the establishment and said that something bad had happened. Cord asked his comrade what had happened. His face was completely blank. He replied that the Odor forces were advancing. Countless hordes simultaneously attacked the last line of defense from 3 directions. The village of Tolna, near the 3rd defensive line, has been destroyed. He must return to the castle as soon as possible. The knights are told to form up and the mages to raise their shields. Cord's squad is to advance to the 1st garrison. Cord Kalin's Gilsodden, an elite squad of swordsmage. Reinforcements from Stormheim are to remain on standby for regrouping. Benedict Stormheim and Gildane Marion, a squad of spellcasters and sword mages. Elman Baratian and Elena Kreis, a squad of sword mages and summoners. Cord says that behind each of the defensive lines lies a path to the capital. They can't let them take any of them. The situation is critical. Arguing over authority is pointless. The best solution now is to grant command to Kalinets. He asks for their consent. Someone responded that it sounded reasonable. They were unfamiliar with both the terrain and the enemy. It was worth ceding command to their country. The man thanked them. He decided to move on to the matter of regrouping without delay. Before we begin the discussion, Medisfina would like to propose something. The toughest battle is expected to take place near the 1st garrison. By defeating the Odor there, the situation can be turned in their favor. She will also form her own mobile unit and head to the 1st garrison. She, of course, entrusts command to Archduke Cord. People are shocked that she wants to go to the front lines. The man said it was madness. They needed to get to know the battlefield first. Medis asked them not to think she was going there to perform heroic deeds. As someone with heroic blood, she was thinking about raising the soldiers. Spirits. Besides, she had those 2 with her. The head of the court knightly order, Katya Mayan, and the special summoner under her direct command, Akira Reinford. Medis said that being near them was safer than any fortress. A hero and a summoner. The queen's appointed bodyguards are bound to have decent skills, but perhaps this will work. The Archduke shouted that this was out of the question. Everyone was surprised and looked open-mouthed at the man sitting nearby. He stood up and told her not to confuse the battle with the Odor and ordinary battles. The infection would indiscriminately consume even the blood of a hero. There was no need for a symbol in this fight. A symbol that needed to be protected would only get in the way. He said she'd stay in the castle and handle logistics. Metis said that wouldn't do. Does he really want her to send soldiers to their deaths while she hides somewhere safe? Kodera replied that when you fight the Odors, there is no safe place anywhere. The battle is being waged on 3 defensive lines simultaneously. At any moment, the enemy could break through any of them and approach the capital. Is it really necessary to explain that we must fight only on the front lines? As they prepare for a joint attack on the source, the princess's duty is to protect the capital and meet the Alliance army. This is where the symbol will be needed. He reminded her that she had promised to follow his instructions. He said it was the commander-in-chief's decision. He told her to stay in the castle and wait. The man walked past the hero, and he took part in something. He looked at his back and said his name. Metis did say that she trusted him with command, but she didn't expect this. Someone said she agreed with the Archduke's opinion. This defensive battle had come too soon. Another confirmed this and added that the princess's role lay elsewhere. Akira and Katya will be their kingdom's trump cards. Her Highness must prioritize coordination with the Alliance, and she must leave this battle to them and the Kalinets veterans. Metis agreed with them. Since they all said so, this time she would stay in the castle, although she was upset that she was just a symbol. The knights were preparing for battle. The squad of sword mages was asked to be more careful on the front lines. The squad of spellcasters must protect the rear. They will now be given potions, magic stones, and pocket bombs. The man noticed that there were quite a few swordsmen and Kalinets too. They were the main force holding the line all this time. The woman nearby remarked that it wasn't surprising. Physical attacks had no effect on the Odor. But there is a supply of pocket bombs. I wonder why. Someone answered that these bags with bombs are for taking one's own life. If blood or bodily fluids from the Odor enter the wound, infection will immediately set in. Amputation of an arm or leg will help. But if the head or internal organs are damaged, it's too late. A bomb is needed to kill a person. Once transformed into an Odor, there's no salvation except destroying the heart with magic. He gave them bombs and wished them luck. Cord picked up the bomb and folded it into his cloak. He asked Agnes to take care of the princess. She agreed. The man closed his eyes and concentrated. Then he opened them, his gaze becoming stern. He ordered all troops to march. Tolna is a settlement near the 3rd garrison. Odor people roam the streets. The children hide in the basement. The boy is scared. His sister tells him that Mr. Cord will definitely save them. Suddenly, one of the Odors found them and grabbed the girl by the hair. The boy tried to save his sister, but she told him to run. Odor bit her on the arm, causing an infection. The girl screamed in pain. Someone was casting a spell. Elman Baratian, a sword mage, struck. He used Brevar's shared magical blast. He grabbed the girl and called for a healer. After examining her arm, he realized that erosion had begun, and there was no other choice. He told the girl it would hurt and asked her to be patient. She didn't want to leave her brother alone, and the next moment, the girl screamed. Mages use Breath of Fire. While the beast holds back the enemy's onslaught, the swords must be enchanted. One of the knights used Blazefim. It's a life and death battle. Elman says there are too many Odors. Certainly more than expected. Elena says their movements are slow and predictable. While the summoned beasts provide cover, they will eliminate them one by one. Some say this isn't enough. They won't be able to survive like this. They're not like before. If we don't hurry, they'll all be killed. He asks me to tell Lord Cord that they must retreat immediately and defend the castle until the Alliance arrives. It's the only way out. Suddenly they noticed something and were horrified. A body fell in front of them. The man screamed that it was him. He was already here. Everything was over. Alina wondered if Kalinets' finest warriors were so frightened, then what was going on? A grimace of horror crossed Elena and Elman's faces. Suddenly a swordsman, General Odorov, appeared in front of them. At this time, at the 2nd garrison, soldiers are fighting with the armored General Odor. The people are shocked to see an Odor in magic-resistant armor. They simply don't stand a chance here. The previously unintelligent Odors seem to have a will and follow tactics. Archduke Cord must be warned about these creatures immediately. At this time, the spellcaster General Odorov appeared at the 1st garrison. The mages use Isid Blaze Pain, but the monster doesn't care. All mage attacks are useless. Magic has no effect on them. People don't understand where the reinforcements are. Where have the Stormheim soldiers gone? Someone said that numbers alone won't cut it. To stand up to them, you'd need a platinum rank or even the title of Great Warrior. Suddenly, Cord used the Gilsadon spatial transition technique and wounded the monster. The knights rejoiced, for he had come, the space-splitting deadly fang of Lord Cord Kalin's Gilsadon of the 7 Great Houses. Lord Cord has arrived. Leader of the Great House of Gilsadan. The man said they were a new kind of odor. Wouldn't it be better to wait for a squad of mages? The knights warned him to be careful. They're different from before. Not only do they move deliberately and form formations, but they also have a mage-like leader who's completely immune to magic. Cord took out the Sword of Loss and Flame and asked about so what if he was like that? He struck once and destroyed the Odor horde. The knights are delighted. He simply smashed those who were barely held back by hundreds of them, single-handedly. The general sensed danger and decided to use advanced fire magic. He used Blazepane's ultimate. Odor uses advanced magic. The knights panic, and the commander orders them to stop panicking. A spell of this level won't do any harm, as Cord has advanced resistance to fire magic. Another general decided to attack from behind, but the man managed to react. It was a sudden blow from behind. The commander parried it flawlessly. Cord used the weapon enhancement, Strong Attack. His whole body tensed. People realize he's already launched a strong attack and wants to push him away. However, Odor also has overskill. The Archduke was furious. He was saying that some brazen bastard couldn't look down on him. He used Break, Instant Kill, Lightning Strike, and Concentration, and the next moment he knocked down the monster. People are shocked. Even one overskill puts significant strain on the body, and it's difficult to immediately use a series of attacks. Cord is impressive, as always. With their master, even such strange opponents can be defeated. With Mr. Cord by their side, they can win. The Archduke asked why they were standing there like statues. There was plenty of loot for them here. He proposes to mow them all down, leaving not a single creature behind. It was believed that the Odors were unintelligent and their manifestation akin to a disaster, but these monsters certainly act in an organized manner. Moreover, there are commander-level Odors who are immune to magic. All calculations turned out to be wrong. These are not the Odors they knew. Elena mentally asks the princess to come. They cannot win without the heroes of Mayan, and even the superior power of the genius summoner. The Valley of Glaciers, the northernmost part. Some say this is still not enough to revive their goal. The invasion must continue, using the Odors to continuously harvest souls. First, they must subjugate Stormheim. Then they will be able to tame the, quote, Holy Church of the Goddess. To do this, their pawn, Osvela, must be made king. They even more urgently need Princess Metasfina to fall into eternal sleep in Kalinets, no matter what. Metis asked Katya to do it again. She replied that she could start any way she wanted. Akira thinks about how both of them have boundless stamina. They've been sparring all day. Metis used the Red Eye Seal Blood Ash, Magical Flash Swingin'. Akira thought that the Red Eye buff and the Swingin' were signature techniques of the Mayan house. The girls fought. Katya repelled all the attacks. The mentor shouts that the heart must burn even more intensely, otherwise the technique is incomplete. Metis overskilled and vanished to attack from behind. This is the agility overskill. She uses the attack range increase of Sweeping Strike plus Blood Ash. Akira is shocked that this is what a fight between two Mayans looks like. Katya told her to use the Bloody Ash to stop the next horror, otherwise her head would fly. The mentor approached the girl and swung her sword. Akira is worried about her friend. Katya stopped the sword right before her student's neck. She said that if this had been a real fight, she would already be dead. The girl scared the guy. He thought she'd actually kill her. Blood Ash is a buff that understands the body's capabilities to the limit. It requires a powerful surge of blood flow. The mentor told her to prepare herself, as she needed to train even harder to complete the technique by the time she reached the front lines. Metis said she wouldn't feel sorry for herself. Akira thinks she's already strong enough. And that's still not enough. Someone said that the secret art passed down in the House of Mayan is truly awe-inspiring. Respected Katya is stingy with praise, but as Sotnik's commander, she was impressed by Her Highness's strength. To use agility while under the buff was superb. It looked indistinguishable from their Master Cord's technique. Metis said she was a long way from hyperspace travel, but given the chance, She'd very much like to learn the supreme art of travel. The old woman replied that that wasn't what she had in mind. Katya pointed out that the student should first master her own technique. The princess made a displeased face. Moreover, the art of Gilsedan movement is different from overskills. It's not something you can simply learn. Like Blood Ash, it requires special innate qualities. The acceleration overskill and its advanced version, agility, simply increase movement speed. Hyperspace travel works differently. It's a rapid leap from one point to another, bypassing all physical obstacles. This is a unique skill imprinted in the blood of great warriors, the Gilsedan movement technique, and the Archduke is considered to have further developed the potential of this ability. She doesn't demand the same level from her, but before the fight begins, she expects, at the very least, Mayan's blood to awaken, so that Her Highness could protect herself and those around her. The knight runs and shouts that there is an urgent message. He reports that the 2nd and 3rd garrisons require assistance. He adds that commander-level lords have appeared, immune to magic. All allied units are in danger of being completely destroyed. Fierce fighting is raging at the 2nd and 3rd garrisons. The situation is such that no one but Lord Cord can resist the Odor commanders, who are immune to magic. His Excellency has taken control of the 1st garrison and is heading to the 2nd, but they have no reserves to assist the 3rd. A request for reinforcements was sent from the 3rd garrison, from Commander Kreis to the princess. If Kreis herself is calling them, then that means she is needed here. The power of a special summoner under the guidance of the princess. The old woman tries to stop Her Highness. They'll certainly send additional troops to the 3rd garrison, but she must stay here. It would be reckless for her to take such a risk. Midas said that Commander Elena Kreis was the kingdom's most powerful disruptor, and the fact that someone like her is asking for her help means something extraordinary has happened. The Archduke's detachment will be unable to advance towards them due to the interception of the 2nd garrison. And she wants the princess, knowing all this, to remain in place, like an insensitive doll. Reinforcements will need time to get there. Even if troops are sent immediately, a small mobile force could get to work immediately. Right now, it's crucial to provide assistance as quickly as possible. The woman said that there was a grain of truth in the girl's words, but no matter how strong they both were in confronting the Odor horde, numbers were still important, and they believe that together they can turn the tide where a whole squad of mages couldn't handle it. Metis apologized for not explaining everything right away. They certainly don't overestimate themselves, because the power of Akira Reinford's special summoner is equal to the support of several hundred capable spellcasters. Agnes looked at the protagonist with distrust. The old woman couldn't allow them to endanger themselves under such a false pretext. Metis said she wasn't lying. Katya confirmed the princess was telling the truth. His status as a special summoner wasn't given to him lightly. They're not bodyguards for a princess hiding in the rear. And the defenders of that princess who fights on the front lines to eradicate the odors. And if it is reported that there is an enemy there that only a member of a great house can overcome, then they should participate even more so. Indeed, under the current circumstances, sending mine would have been the best decision. But what is this feeling? Not only the princess, but even the sword master Katya inspires unprecedented confidence. What kind of person is this Akira Rainford? The woman exhaled and said that since they did not intend to give in, it would be better for her to see them out herself. Metis noted that the horse would be difficult to manage in such a snowstorm. She thanked her for her concern. The old woman remarked that she wasn't talking about horses. She was talking about what was faster than a horse, and faster than the hero's legs. Suddenly, the woman transformed. All the heroes were shocked. Agnes meant that she would drive them personally. She invited them to sit, but didn't promise comfort. The princess asked if Lady Agnes was really a dragon. She replied that this was her true form. The heroes fly towards the dragon. Metis says it's amazing. She never imagined they'd fly through the sky. They'll be there in about 10 minutes. It's simply astounding that she's not actually human, but a white dragon polymorph. Agnes replied that she'd been serving since the time of the great Faria El Gilsedan. That meant she'd been in Kalinets for several hundred years. As for polymorphs, it's ancient transformation magic. It requires monstrous magical power. Only beings of the dragon level can master it. Agnes said that there were those among humans who succeeded. The dragon said that they would soon be descending into the clouds and asked them to hold on tight. Suddenly, Metis noticed that someone was flying in their direction and pointed in the right direction. Lady Agnes was surprised. It was the dragon. She recognized those horns. This simply couldn't be true. The monster cut off the commander's wing. The heroes began to fall. Akira thinks things are bad. Agnes can't stay in the air any longer. If they keep falling, there's trouble ahead. He decided to summon an advanced golem. It managed to capture the summoner and his comrades. Akira used a series of drawings. First, there was the canvas, then the drawing of the golem. He landed deftly and was able to catch Akira, Agnes, Medisfina, and Katja. He thinks that he was lucky that there was a lot of snow here, and it softened the blow of the fall. Agnes was delighted by the hero's actions. Landing with summoned creatures in such a situation was powerful. A contract with an advanced golem even too. It's no wonder the princess and Katja believed in him. The boy asked about the woman's condition. She replied that her wing was damaged, but she could somehow cope in human form. Akira said they needed to stop the bleeding. However, the woman said she was more worried about the princess. The hero also remembered his comrades who had fallen from such a height. Were they really okay? Agnes had said that such a height was no problem for Mayan. The real problem was the horns of that Odor dragon, extremely rare triple horns. Blood of her blood. It was, without a doubt, her missing quarter dragon granddaughter, Marie Cougar. Deprived of peace and death, she became a demon, whose sword now turned against Lord Cord, the princess, and many others. Agnes begs the boy to take her to the princess. She must stop Marie from causing more trouble. The heroes heard strange sounds and turned around. The odors began to approach them. Katja and Metis used the blood ash technique to land. The teacher landed successfully, but the princess's head was in the snow. Katja asked about the girl's condition. She replied that everything was fine. It was good that the snowdrifts were deep, but that didn't matter. What about Akira and Agnes? They needed to find them quickly. Suddenly, something landed next to them. It was the Odor dragon. It was chasing them. Suddenly, a bright flash blinded the girls. And then the dragon took on a completely different appearance. The Odors surrounded Akira and Agnes. She didn't even notice how they were surrounded. There were swordsmen and Stormheim mages there. At her rank, she would only be a burden. The woman thinks that even Mayan won't be able to resist the Odors without the help of a mage. Reinford needs to get to the princess. She says the Odors spread their infection by inflicting wounds and draining mana. She'll hold them off so they can't get any closer, and he should use the advanced golem and leave. At least he alone can get out of here. She asks him to promise that he will survive and definitely find the princess. Akira asks if she wasn't planning to stop her granddaughter. She replied that circumstances had changed. It would all be for nothing if he got infected. He needed to leave quickly. Akira said he wasn't going to flee, leaving his comrade as bait. Following her advice, he would be very careful not to let any of them in, so he suggested they go together to where her granddaughter was. The woman doesn't understand what that even means. The next moment, the hero dealt with the horde of odors that surrounded them. The hero defeated the horde of odors who surrounded him, and the wounded Agnes. Hundreds of stone swords flew in all directions. The woman had never seen or heard of such summoning magic, and this despite the fact that he had already used 2 advanced golems. How much magical power did he have then? Here is a special summoner under the princess's command. The hero summoned a golem and told Agnes to climb in as quickly as possible. She was shocked. He summoned the advanced golem again, maintaining the stone swords. This is amazing. She never thought she'd experience such a spiritual uplift in her old age. The hero notices the odors charging at the golem. He tries to fight them off with his swords. Akira thinks that because of those who are surrounding the golem, he can't aim properly. If you give a summoned creature like a golem instructions, it will fight autonomously to some extent. However, you must maintain the modified weapon yourself. One of the monsters ran towards the guy. As soon as the hero looked away for a second, one of the odors suddenly rushed to attack him. However, Agnes blocked the blow and saved the boy. Akira realized she'd used the, quote, acceleration overskill, or rather, speed. The boy asked how her arm was. She replied that they couldn't kill them. She asked him not to think about her, but to focus on controlling the golem. Protecting the mage was the swordsman's responsibility. The golem started to run. The hero thinks that not only is the advanced golem not fast enough, but its large body also makes it difficult to escape the odors. Until the heart is destroyed by magic, they continue to return. There are more and more of them. Agnes uses her agility skill. The young man realizes that if she doesn't do something, she won't last long. At close range, huge summoned beasts have a hard time dealing with small enemies. Sword golems are also no match for numerous and agile opponents. For close-in protection, either a barrier or the assistance of a vanguard fighter is needed. He noticed blood at the woman's mouth and her hands trembling. This was due to the strain on her internal organs. She's in no condition to thrive with overskills. He's certain that another attack like that and she won't survive. As far as the guy knows, during a battle, a mage standing in the rear must be covered by 3 vanguard fighters, because when preparing a powerful spell, he becomes vulnerable. He thinks it would be nice to have someone else like Agnes right now. Suddenly, it dawns on him. He needs someone else like Agnes. He'd tried drawing a human a long time ago. He couldn't even get the outline onto the canvas. He accepts this as a sort of rule established in this world. People cannot be summoned, but successfully drawn living creatures can be altered within the limits of magical power. Perhaps there's a loophole worth exploring. The young man decided to try to summon someone else. Agnes noticed the call of the white dragon. She recognized herself in him. Could it be that the guy had summoned her? She doesn't remember exchanging a contract. And she's not a summoned creature anyway. She doesn't understand what's going on. The hero apologized. He realized it was rude of him. But it was a gamble on luck. They just need another strong and reliable vanguard fighter. A bright flash of light blinded the woman. Agnes thinks this is some kind of madness. Akira says the bet paid off because it doesn't contradict the logic of the world. Using drawing, I was able to reproduce the polymorph. Drawing, white dragon polymorph. Agnes. The woman is shocked. An unsolicited creature without a contract. And even turned into a human. And especially this image. She is in her youth, in her prime, the very height of her powers. The little hero is curious why he can't summon a person. It's just weird. It seems like he can summon anyone he's seen in real life or in books, but the summoning doesn't work with people at all. Arya replied that she, too, wasn't entirely clear on the rules of his summoning, so she couldn't say for sure. Perhaps it was because humans, quote, aren't allowed to be a summoning tool. At its core, summoning is the magic of materializing a spirit from another dimension by placing it in the shell of a life form that is understandable to them. Although they appear to be a living being when summoned, they are in reality a condensation of magical power. Therefore, only the most gifted and powerful mages can master summoning. This is the most important component of the quote contract. Usually, you can get a beast from your mentor, or try to summon someone mentioned in the grimoires using a circle. But without the beast's recognition, the contract won't work. And you could even lose your life. Only he can calmly summon those he's seen once. Not taking the risks associated with the contract would be truly strange. His power may seem limitless, but that's unless he's seen someone with his own eyes. Basically, summoning imaginary creatures won't work. And here is the theory she would try to build. No matter how special his contractless summoning is, it most likely does not work with creatures that are against the laws of their world and those who are not intended to be a summoning tool, so that they, who were created in the image and likeness of the goddesses, would not become instruments in the hands of others. Then the summoning of one person to another was probably also forbidden by the goddesses themselves. The hero is focused. Her explanation was quite sufficient for him. Summoning a human was against the laws of this world, but a white dragon could be summoned. And by calling upon a beast that by its nature is capable of transforming into a human, one can perform a, quote, shell transformation. Summoned, Agnes rushed into the attack. She defeats monsters with ease. She used the exceed crystal shot technique. The young man didn't think the order to keep the odor away would be carried out so well. Plus, there was no need to worry about infection. Simply perfect. She could easily replace Katya and Prol. It turned out even better than he expected. Akira said they'd succeeded. It looked like they'd completely gotten rid of those odors. All that remained was to get to Her Highness as quickly as possible. Agnes demanded an explanation of what had happened. Yes, there were sorcerers who summoned dragons, but he had done something different. It was undoubtedly her, the young woman. She's not a summoned creature, she didn't make a contract, and turning her into a polymorph, that definitely wasn't a summoning technique. She suggested that Rainford was a supermage gifted with higher powers, capable of bringing into reality everything he had ever seen. Akira was surprised. This was the first time he'd heard of a supermaj. He'd have to use a secret technique. He said it was a state secret. He couldn't say anything more. The woman smiled. The hero thought she was angry. He needed to think of something better. However, she responded, as she had no choice. She apologized for being rude, even though he had saved her. Then she asked about his mana. Was everything all right? Several hundred swords, a polymorph dragon, and, again, maintaining a third golem in a row. There's plenty to worry about. The young man replied that he felt fine, no problems. He could continue for now. Agnes thinks she wouldn't be surprised by magical exhaustion after all these stunts. But it doesn't look like he's lying or putting on a brave face. How much magical power does he have then? The woman took out some kind of jewelry. Akira asked what it was. She replied that it was a dragon gem. If you hang it around your neck, it will show how much mana you have left. A handy artifact. She decided to check its condition. You need to be prepared for anything. The hero thanked her and said it was a great help. Agnes explained that blue represents his mana. When his mana is spent, it turns red. The ratio tells you how much he spent. The hero said the color hadn't changed. The woman decided to check for herself. Akira suggested that he put it on incorrectly. Agnes can't believe what's happening. To not expend even a tenth of his strength after an unprecedented call. It's impossible. Is he really human? Meanwhile, Katya and Medisfina are fighting the dragon. The student asks her mentor to hold it back. She will use Swingen to get closer. She used Swingen, 4th style, the exploding meteor, Helios Francesca. The girl succeeded. She touched him. Katya shouted at her to return to her stance, and then rushed into the fray herself. The princess fell painfully. The mentor reminded her that by acting impulsively, she loses her balance and opens herself up to a counterattack. The monster uses the overskill Sweeping Strike, then Acceleration and Dance. General Magical Burst, Brevare. Medes was shocked by the Odor's possession of a magical sword. The mentor repelled all attacks. The monster continued to use various techniques. Sweeping Strike, Accelerate, Dance, Instant Kill, and Concentration. But Katya deftly dodged them. She realized he was one of those new magic-immune odors. Smart, using overskills one after another without overloading thanks to his high regeneration. The situation was truly extraordinary. The next moment, the girl tried on the Helios Francesca exploding meteor. There was almost nothing left of the monster. The woman said she could do something too. Something more powerful than anything he would repeat over and over again. The strongest, absolute buff that ever existed. During the war against the undead, the infection reached the heroes due to ignorance of the Odor's abilities. But she will say this, no matter how they evolve, they remain nothing but monsters. And they will never be able to defeat Mayan, the descendants of heroes. Under the Odor's helmet is a girl's face. What kind of stone is glowing on her forehead? She's definitely different from the Odor of old. Katya told the princess to step aside. She was going to pierce her heart at top speed and extract that strange stone. Metis realized her mentor was serious. The girl thinks her mentor has real power to defeat the new Odor. Her attempts to cling to Mayan's blood are nothing compared to that. Suddenly, the girls became wary. The girl took off her armor. They wondered why. She started to transform into a dragon. Was she trying to fly away? Katya wouldn't allow it. She decided to cut off those wings first. She used Swingen 50x acceleration. Metis watches this and thinks that no one can escape from such a network. However, the enemy put up a shield. All the blows bounced off. Metis asks her mentor about what just happened. Someone says that allowing a loss here would be a grave mistake. The Odor generals are messengers of despair, summoned to bury the princess. They cannot leave the stage yet, and to make sure everything goes smoothly, the hated Mayan clan, superior even to the generals, is a hindrance. Metis doesn't understand what he's talking about. He appeared out of nowhere and is spouting nonsense. But for some reason, from the very first glance at him, she cannot stop trembling. Katya thinks he's also giving orders to the new Odor. It seems the Odor have their own puppet master. It's mind-boggling. The goddess's guard dogs have always had a keen sense of smell. He sees what his instincts immediately told him, a being far beyond their comprehension. The girls are shocked by the creature's existence, which is beyond their comprehension. But it's too late. the cursed reminder of the goddess. It's time for them to turn to dust at the hands of the spatial mage, the singularity of Mayan. Katya doesn't understand why he called himself a singularity. Karamase observes what is happening and says it is beautiful. The fresh souls of men fallen in battle are consumed by the odors and collected in this morion. No matter how much she watches, she can't suppress the thrill of excitement, for one day these souls will become life. Their beacon of the great shadow's sorcery, Icarus Enlil. Oswald said this wasn't enough. At this rate, it would take decades, if not hundreds of years. The collection area needed to be expanded to encompass the entire world. Therefore, one of the goals is to subjugate the world to Sinai D, the abode of their magical cult. Pennsylvania will be in charge of everything, containing the troublesome holy church of the goddess Faruna, and the first step will be the weakening of Stormheim at the hands of the Odor and its transfer to Pennsylvania's control. But the princess, the symbol of their country, is standing in their way. The throne must surely pass to Prince Oswell. The woman says that, unfortunately, under the protection of the hero-loving queen, Medisfina's claim to the throne has only strengthened. But now it would have been much easier if she had died as a child. The man reminded her that the princess had been saved by a boy who knew who, and this time it seems he's her escort. A twist of fate. If he hadn't gotten involved with the princess, he wouldn't have died in vain at the dawn of his life. Karamase said this young man was one of the few men who had ever aroused her interest. Just the memory of him made her hot. Things could turn out much more interesting. Agnes thought about how Akira didn't look tired at all, despite having been operating the advanced golem for quite some time. She guessed that the princess had landed behind the hill. The hero thinks that advanced levels don't change his mana, but just recently he spent almost 10% in one go. He's worried that using polymorph takes a lot of energy. He'll have to be more careful next time. In any case, the most important thing now is to get to the others. He asks Metis to wait. Katya is currently fighting the odors and telling them not to come any closer. She's saying there are too many of them. The princess shouldn't let this nonsense about singularity distract her from thinking about retreating and joining the army. The creature might appreciate the desperate desire to save at least the princess, but unfortunately, this will not change the scenario. Squash the Stormheim vanguard, forcing the Odor invasion. Cause chaos by dividing the army into 3 parts and rousing them to call for help from their Tolnas, so that the princess would rush here in a panic, deciding that no one else could help. So much effort was put into just inviting the princess on stage. Could he really let her go? Suddenly, 4 pillars emerged from the ground. Katya couldn't understand what he was planning to do. The monster tells Mayan to feel it fully, the helplessness in the face of the suffering of someone dear to him. The monsters surrounded Katya and Midis. These 4 pillars generate a gravitational field around themselves. The singularity. Legends speak of them as the ones who maintain balance on the underside of their world. Could he really be one of them? Whether that's true or not doesn't matter. What matters is something else. Why does the singularity give orders to the odors? Weren't the odors a natural disaster? The princess fell to her knees. Under such pressure, she couldn't move. Metis pressed herself to the ground. The mentor realized that this was an ancient magic of attraction. Katya said that such a trick will not break her spirit. She uses the skill Bloody Ash. The girl, the dragon, is in shock. And the singularity expected this from the heroic race. She lives up to her reputation as the heir to a mutation that arose at the dawn of history to protect the goddesses who created the world. What does hero even mean? Nowadays, it's used to describe the line of House Mena, which has passed down the legendary red-eye buff for generations. But it originates in the era of legends, when in the world created by the goddesses, a war began between the shadows that ruled over singularities, and perfect warriors appeared who accepted the will of their divine creators and fought for humanity. The warriors of antiquity, who burned themselves to the ground for the sake of the world beloved by the goddesses, and were their supreme weapon, capable of single-handedly defeating even a shadow, passed these aspirations down through the generations through their blood. This is who the heroes originally were, revered by people for their strength, as deities of battle. Many myths and legends tell how, with a divine sword in hand, they fought for the world and people on behalf of goddesses who themselves could not intervene. But as time passed, so did their blood. The divine grace weakened, and the heroes took their place among the 7 great houses. However, the will of the god of battle left its mark on the blood of future generations. and this is the bloody ash seal of red eyes. Here it is, the blood of heroes who once hunted singularities with ease, terrifying even the shadows. But now that greatness is nothing more than a fairy tale. After all, today's heroes are no deities, but just ordinary people born with a slightly stronger buff. Katya thinks it's gotten even heavier. It's simply absurd. But the odors are also unlikely to be able to move in a gravity field. We need to take advantage of this to get the princess out of here. Suddenly, the dragon girl lunged at Katya. She was shocked. The teacher used a strong attack. She can't use swinging properly inside a gravity field. Metis doesn't understand why the odor can move so freely here, even using his overskill acceleration. The monster said the poor princess had misunderstood something. It's hard for just the two of them to move here. The 4 pillars, mana stones, don't create a gravitational field. They act, so to speak, as converters and amplifiers for the area of effect and power of his spells. It turns out he chooses his own targets. From the very beginning, he was targeting only them. And all the other Oderas inside the field can, without any interference, cut off the princess's head at any moment. Katya realizes she won't make it in time. The attack flies towards the girl. But someone is repelling the attack. Archduke Cord repelled the dragon's attack. He asked what Mayan was doing. Is it worthy of the title of a heroic race to drag one's feet under gravity like this? Metis admired him for using such forceful overskill despite the situation. He's the leader of a great house, after all. Katya asked him why he was here. He replied that it was a stupid question. They'd finished intercepting the 1st and 2nd garrisons. The remaining troops were already on their way. Having joined forces with the survivors of the 3rd garrison, the army was transferring all its forces here. He told Katya to take the princess and retreat. He's honestly trying to help, but the slightest mistake here will cost them their lives. Cord can't understand how Marie ended up standing before him like this. The odors flee to attack Mayan. Cord uses hyperspace jump and destroys them. Metis realized this was Gilsaden's movement technique. It was astonishing to be able to move so freely within a gravitational field. With the ability to leap from point to point, he could fight without feeling the effects of gravity. Metis tells his mentor that everything will work out. By joining forces with the Archduke, they will defeat the enemy. Katya is shocked. Cord wonders if she's talking nonsense again. Marie rushes into the attack. The man of words dodged the attack. He thinks about how to split his head open as quickly as possible. He uses the sword of loss and flame. There was an explosion. The princess hoped he had succeeded. However, much effort had yielded little result. Heroes and great warriors alike are considered monsters only by human standards. Before them, possessing the ancient power of singularities, they are nothing more than an unsuccessful mutation. Cord is shocked. He doubts he heard the words about the singularity correctly. The monster began to attack the heroes. They were able to dodge. Cord told Katya not to hesitate. Grab the princess quickly and run. He thinks things are very bad. It doesn't matter whether he is a singularity or not. His intuition tells him that he is on a completely different level. Katya grabbed the princess and told her they needed to get out of there as quickly as they could. They couldn't miss the chance the Archduke had given them. The mentor looked at her comrade and apologized to him. She asked him not to dare die until she returned. Singularity called them fools. What made them think they could escape from here? Suddenly, the girls fell. They felt very heavy. They couldn't move. Cord wanted to rush to help, but Marie began to attack him. The odors rushed at the immobilized Katya and Metis. The teacher decided to use Silingen, the 2nd style. She used Piercing Spear, Longus Oratorica. It was close. However, she overextended her arm due to poor posture. However, the odor managed to bite her. Princess Cord is in shock, and the singularity is watching what's happening. The odors pounced on the mentor. Metisfina shouted the girl's name. Katya was surrounded by the odors. Metis cries and screams her mentor's name. The singularity understands that it has been bitten, and that means it's all over. The princess wanted to rush to the teacher's aid, but Cord stopped her. He said not to let her in there. Katya had already been bitten on the neck. Very soon, the infection would consume her organs and take over her mind. And having turned into an odor, she will be ready to mercilessly attack those who were dear to her. It's heartbreaking, but such is the fate of the infected. He told Metisfina to get up. Katya couldn't be saved. They were retreating. The girl asked if the man was serious, as if she would flee, abandoning her mentor alone. She'd rather fight alongside her and die protecting her. The man couldn't stand it and pushed her away. He said that these were the words of the future head of the kingdom. He promised her mother that he would protect her. Whatever happened, he would not allow her to die before her eyes. Like Celeria, the man remembered the beautiful woman's words. He would no longer run from this. He told Medisfina Stormheim to rise. The death of her comrade should not stop one who had chosen the difficult path of leadership. The girl recalls the Archduke's words about his hatred of Mayan. When there's a war with the Odors, there's no safe place. She stays here. Was everything he did really to protect her? There was an explosion. The heroes turned around. They looked at Katya. She said the Archduke was right. No one should approach her. The sad thing is that she won't live to see the princess become queen, but ensuring her safety at the cost of her life is a great honor for her as a knight. She, Katya Mina, does not regret anything. She said she trusted her highness Cord. It might take all her strength, but she would cover them during their retreat. Metis wanted to rush to her mentor, but Cord told her to stop. She was resisting the infection to the last. Didn't she understand how it felt to be used as bait? The girl thinks about something she doesn't understand. Why did everything turn out this way? Singularity observes what is happening. He says that a very touching scene is unfolding, but this will not change the ending of the story, in which the princess dies. He uses spatial plates and mass summoning of odors. More odor generals have appeared. The heroes are shocked. He summoned more odor, along with the generals. To resist, he'd have to make several jumps, but hyperspace travel was impossible with the princess. He should have waited for an alliance. Cord didn't know what to do. Suddenly, someone announced that the drawing was finished, and the next moment, there was an explosion. Everyone turned in shock to look at the one who had committed this act. Even the singularity was not spared. There were many divine beasts and dragons around. They couldn't understand where so many of them came from. The creatures began to attack the odors. Cord doesn't understand what's happening. These are all summoned creatures. Did they really make it in time? The Alliance's squads of mages and summoners have finally arrived to help. Medis said no. He was the one who came. Cord didn't understand who she was talking about. She replied that he was usually reserved and kept to the shadows, but when it came to his friends in trouble, he was ready to selflessly rush into battle. He came to the rescue again. Akira Reinford, the world's strongest summoner. Katya demands an explanation from Her Highness about who this Akira Reinford is, and why has he been missing from the magical aptitude test list all this time. Metis knew she couldn't hide him forever. Now that her mentor had learned everything, her lame excuses would only make matters worse. His abilities would be scrutinized, and he would be under state control. So she chose an alternative. Instead of being a mage bound to the royal palace, perhaps Akira would be better off at her side as a, quote, vassal. To make him her vassal and thereby protect him, she desperately convinced her mentor how special he was. But it was then that she realized what she was truly doing. She no longer acted out of pure motives, but simply because she wanted to see Akira. He would certainly hate her. But Akira not only didn't hold a grudge, but also said that Akira, being such an adult, would fight for her. No matter how much she puts on a brave face, he always sees right through her. Because he seems so much more mature, she begins to rely on him more and more, without even realizing it. She cries out, crying about something about her mentor. The hero realizes something has happened to Katya. Cord noticed an incredible gathering of dragons. How many summoners did he bring with him to gather such a flock? Agnes approached her comrades and asked about their condition. Cord asked her what was going on. All these dragons. Could this really be the Alliance army? A squad of summoners had arrived. She replied that there was only one summoner. The man didn't believe her. How could one person be capable of such a thing? Agnes asks him to believe that everything is true. All the dragons and divine beasts he sees are the work of a single special summoner, Akira Reinford. The man thinks this is impossible. If he's truly capable of something like this, then he can no longer be called human. The hero asked about Katya's condition and clarified whether she could fight. The mentor thinks about Akira's arrival. Everything will be fine now. Agnes says this is their chance. While the odors are being driven back by fire, they need to get the princess out of here quickly. Even an extraordinary summoner has his limits. After that attack, the gravitational field also weakened. Cord asks the summoner to remain vigilant. The enemy calls itself a singularity and gives the odors prizes. He also reports that Katya has been infected. He added that nothing could be done about it now. The boy should focus on getting the princess out. The young man became angry. He called the singularity a name and asked what he had done to Katya. The young man used water breathing. However, the enemy repelled the attack. The hero doesn't understand what just happened. Cord leads Metasphina behind him. They must leave while they still can. She remains worried about her mentor. The man asked her why Katya sacrificed herself. To dispose of the odors in one fell swoop and open a path of retreat. This is truly astonishing magical power and summoning technique. However, expecting this to allow them to escape would be a grave mistake. The heroes were pressed to the ground by a strong gravitational field. Akira doesn't understand what's happening. He's being pushed into the ground. Cord says this is ancient attraction magic. The magical pillars must be destroyed to stop all this. The young man began to look around. He noticed the pillars. There were several of them. The Archduke said there were only 4. He would take on 2. And he asked the young man to handle the rest. The man explains that they can't escape the gravity field as long as the enemy uses them to enhance his magic. Akira realizes that this is what's holding everyone back. He completes the drawing, and he summons 2 golems, which destroy the pillars. Cord is shocked. He doesn't understand how this is possible. Agnes thinks about how, after everything that happened, he summoned 4 more advanced golems, and simultaneously destroyed all 4 pillars. Singularity thinks that the young man is truly an eyesore. Cord was shocked that the young man had broken all 4 pillars. He also summoned 4 advanced golems without breaking control of the dragon flock. The Archduke recalled the girl's words about being safer with him than any fortress. He thought he was overpraising Mind's blood, but it wasn't empty bravado. It's all about him. That's the source of the princess's confidence. But how many summoning contracts does he have? And with divine beasts, too. Cord had never heard of anything like that. Special Summoner Akira Reinford is even more powerful than what he's already demonstrated at the level of great warriors. His power can be compared to disaster. The hero can't understand how his opponent avoided the blow. He decides to test it again. Refining complete. Water Divine Beast Spear. Fire Divine Beast Spear. The commanders are shocked. They don't understand what's happening. The Divine Beast has transformed into a spear. Cord asked Agnes what it was. TA replied that she didn't understand it any more than he did. The hero decides to use his abilities to protect himself from this. Singularity in shock. The boy thinks about whether it's a barrier or something else. He'll break it with even greater force. Akira's Divine Beast transformation. Meta screams that he can't fail. Agnes supports the guy. The singularity formed a protective barrier. Spears crashed into shields. The heroes' mouths dropped open in surprise. There was an explosion behind the enemy. Singularity absorbed both spears of the divine beasts and threw them behind his back. The space in front of and behind him was connected by panels. It was like a wormhole. The boy realized there was something anomalous about this singularity. Tables began to appear around again. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come alone. The enemy says that Akira Reinford is truly exceptional. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, and the young man pursed his lips. He doesn't understand why he knows about him. The singularity asked the young man if he knew that those who, like him, possess the gift of rewriting the laws of the universe will never be accepted among mediocre people. They are like creatures beyond their comprehension, doomed to suffer the pain of manipulation and betrayal. The words that he would never accept echoed in the boy's mind. He remembered how his friends had told him not to talk as if he alone was responsible for the entire manga industry, and how the girl who broke up with him had said that they had too little in common to be together. Now he'd noticed it himself. His immense power was being exploited. As proof, even the princess who had sworn her friendship so easily broke her promise. She thought only of herself. Even now, isn't she still manipulating him for the crown? But that's not her fault. He's the one tempting those around him when he tries to be a friend to the weak and the wretched. Therefore, the enemy proposes to Akira Reinford as a transcendental entity to become a singularity. That is, to become one of them. All the hero wanted to achieve with his talent was to inspire people and help his mother. But the more he accomplished, the more corrupted his mother became. She kept demanding more money because his new work was selling well. The singularity suggests that talentless people become dependent on his extraordinary skills. They turn into worthless, pathetic materialists. And ultimately, they hurt him by betraying him. That's why he should be with his equals, with those who won't be seduced by his power. So he offers Akira Reinford the chance to become a singularity. The hero considered the idea of putting others in a dependent position. He looked at the crying Metisphina and wondered if perhaps it wasn't so far from the truth. What if the strong and collected Metis was becoming weak because of him? Just like my mother, who was once kind despite her poverty, changed. Singularity asked the hero not to misunderstand him. He must not take responsibility for the ignorance of simpletons who are unaware of this pain. After all, clinging to power, waiting for someone else's help, that's the very nature of base people. Cord and Agnes, faces twisted at this expression. The enemy invites the young man to join their side. Within him lies the singularity that can rewrite the foundations of the universe. He must not allow this gift to be tarnished by turning it into a political tool for those in power. Someone shouted that everything was wrong. Everyone looked towards the person who said it. Katya said Lady Metisphina wasn't that self-serving. She tried to keep her word until the very end. She forced the information out of her against her will. The one who pressured her into breaking her promises to him was Katya Mayan. Everyone was very surprised by this statement. Katya continued to say that she had always been like this, self-centered, blind to her own world, rude, the black sheep of the Mayan household. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that her eldest brother Sword married Princess Celeria and her eldest sister, Calvina, was betrothed to Prince Oswell. Blinded by power, her father simply sold her brother and sister to the royal family. Therefore, she also disliked the child he had with the princess. But when she was assigned to teach her fencing during their lessons, she noticed that open and clear gaze, just like her brothers. Having lost both parents at once and become heir to the throne, she must have been endlessly lonely. And yet, her eyes stubbornly looked only forward, not blaming anyone for anything. So she decided to guard this child until the end, instead of Sword and Celeria. It was the only thing she could do for her brother, after all the trouble she'd caused. Make Metisphina Queen of Stormheim. Katya apologized to Akira. It was she who had drawn his attention and forced Lady Metisphina to enlist his support. It was low of her. When did she become like the father she despised? Singularity said her parting words had been heard, as had her feelings for the princess. However, her blood was already infected. Even if the hero's power offered a reprieve, the infection would soon spread, and she would become his servant. And then she'll turn the sword against her precious princess. Akira refuses to believe Katya would do that to Metis. The mentor warns him not to underestimate Mayan. Does he really think they haven't prepared any countermeasures after losing Sword, their next leader? The enemy didn't understand what countermeasures she was talking about. Then, the girl decided to use the skill Full Bleeding. Everyone is shocked by her statement. The girl says that when the blood ash reaches its limit, all the blood is released from the body at once, and the heart stops. This leads to a state of suspended animation and rids the body of the infection. After that, the heart needs to be restarted and begin pumping blood very quickly. The success rate is 30%. It's a risky move, but she'll take it with the determination befitting a hero. Katya asks Akira to listen to her. Even at the risk of her life, someone like her would likely bring him nothing but trouble. And yet she wants to ask him a favor, as a comrade he once fought alongside. The girl was preparing to draw her sword. If she fails to survive, she begs him to protect the princess and not leave her alone. Akira recalls all the memorable moments he and Katya shared, when she said it was better to approach girls their own age with such overt compliments, or when she offered to be the bait. Finally, she made a request of him. If she did not survive, she begged him to protect the princess and not leave her alone. The mentor fell to the ground, lifeless. Metisphine began to cry and call for her teacher. Cord and Agnes closed their eyes and lowered their heads. Metis tried to approach the mentor, but the commander held her back with all her might. Singularity realized that Katya had resorted to extreme measures. With the infection spreading through the blood, it was a waste of effort. Even a hero couldn't survive complete blood loss. Fearing to hurt the princess with her own hands, Katya decided to take her own life. Then, it makes sense. The enemy hopes that Akira Reinford now understands that even the foremost of the great houses, the line of heroes, are helpless before the singularity. He urges him to accept his offer. Otherwise, he will simply meet a needless death, just like that stupid woman. Medisfine is crying. Cord and Agnes look at the demon with disdain. The hero said he understood everything perfectly. Singularity was shocked that he had finally made a decision. Akira thanked him for such a kind and clear explanation of what bad and terrible creatures they were. Suddenly, the heroes noticed a sharp increase in his magical power, which was visible to the naked eye. Akira was angry. Singularity said he was very sorry. He'd thought they could be friends, but if he wasn't willing to let go of that narrow-minded way of thinking, then so be it. He will take the lives of all the people who have become his burden, and turn him into a beast. Akira told him not to get cocky. He didn't mean to say something so cliched, but right now he was genuinely furious. He began reworking the drawing again. He will never forgive someone as bad as him. Cord and Agnes are shocked that the hero can summon giant spears made from divine beasts, and in such numbers. The singularity erects protective barriers. He thinks that he certainly won't win with colossal, magical power alone. An explosion occurs. Attack magic, through division into attributes, developed in the direction of achieving greater effectiveness with less effort. At the same time, summoning magic, in exchange for outstanding destructive power, is distinguished by more intensive mana consumption and strict limitations in manipulation. However, Akira Reinford's summoning has no such weaknesses. Furthermore, he can change its form at will, and is not bound to attributes. These are rather chaotic blows of high magic that have taken the form of a summoning. The singularity stopped the hero's attack, causing all observers of the battle to be shocked. The creature considers the volume of mana and destructive power so vast that it can't fully absorb it with its spatial plates, and is forced to go on the defensive. As far as it knows, only 2 others were capable of something similar. Another singularity is the sorceress Reinamia Delta, as well as the unrivaled Shadow and Supermage, the slayer of goddesses Iquora D-side. He's probably just imagining things. No matter how extraordinary a disruptor he is, he's still, ultimately, just a man. He's not a shadow or a singularity, which means his power isn't limitless. And if he doesn't intend to become one of them, it's best to get rid of him here and now. Akira is shocked that this guy defended himself against everything and neutralized the divine beasts, spears with such ease. Cord shouted at the hero not to stop. When the enemy set up a defense, the gravitational field weakened. He had to keep attacking. Apparently, he can't maintain the field while fighting. Cord asks the hero to buy time to take the princess away. The young man decides to unleash a flurry of attacks. When the singularity began to defend itself, Cord confirmed his theory. The pull of gravity immediately weakened. Now Metis could be saved. He wanted to call the princess, but Marie rushed to attack him. Agnes also recognized her granddaughter. She wonders if the girl who raised her sword against the Archduke is really her granddaughter. Cord asks Agnes not to hold a grudge for his next action. To defeat an odor that can recover from physical attacks, you need to destroy its flesh with a powerful spell, or destroy the heart with a magic sword. Cord uses a general magical blast, Bravar. Medisfine and Akira can't believe that with the help of Gilsadin's art of movement, it is possible to accelerate the already fast magic sword and bring Bravar's speed to the level of Suingen. The number of flashes is less, but the skill of execution far exceeds his technique. Suddenly Marie disappeared. Metis tried to warn him of the danger. The enemy used divine speed. Cord realized the interval between the movement techniques was too long. He was finished. Suddenly Agnes pierced her granddaughter's heart with a sword. Everyone was shocked by the old woman's actions. She told Marie to stop. Since it turned out that the power she gave to protect Kalinets was turned against his excellency, the least she could do was to free her soul from suffering with her own hands. Her dear granddaughter, Marie Cougar. Not only to lose her beloved granddaughter, but also to have a sword pointed at her, even in the very center of this nightmare. Metis remains a mere observer, incapable of anything, forever protected by someone. Those dear to her take the brunt of the blow, and she just watches. How could such a helpless person be worthy of the crown? The enemy tried to use gravity on the heroes again. Akira tried to neutralize him again. But he decided to get closer to him, since summoners are vulnerable in close combat. It would be enough to infiltrate his brain and subjugate him. Suddenly, Medisfine cut off his hand. The commanders realized the girl had used agility. Had she really foreseen this attack? The next moment, the girl fell. She was lying head down. She promised Akira that she would protect him even at the cost of her life when they went to Kalinets together. Abandoning him and running away alone would mean she didn't deserve to be queen. To turn one's back on one's subjects in a fit of cowardice, the life of such a man is worth nothing. Metis urges the Archduke to fight. If Akira can focus on the attack, they have a chance. She won't be a burden. Together, they will defeat the singularity. The man remembered his friend, the girl's mother, who told him not to give up. Everything would definitely work out if they fought to the end. He was ready to protect her to the end. Her daughter, as stubborn as Solaria. Singularity asks if he understands correctly that instead of running away, the princess herself offers him her life. He said that this was a very good answer. Suddenly he called Marie again. Other opponents also appeared, namely the Odor generals. He decides to restrict their movements with gravity and eliminate them one by one using the generals. Akira begs Her Highness to leave. It's madness to try to win here when it's hard to even move. Metis asks him to attack with all his might again. He thinks he's out of reach there, but that's not true. The more they force him to defend himself, the weaker the gravitational field will be, and then they will plunge them into him, their fangs with the Archduke Gilsedan and Mayan. Metis isn't suggesting they act rashly. Unlike at the start of the battle, Akira is with them now. His attacks have shaken the singularity and weakened the gravitational field. So with Akira, they have a chance. By covering it with all their might, they will definitely figure out how to defeat the singularity. Metis tells the guy to keep attacking and not give him time to catch his breath. Spears flew at the enemy. He wondered how much longer he would have to absorb these attacks. What kind of absurd magical power was this? Torn between attack and defense wasn't the best idea right now. Suddenly, the attraction subsided. The singularity thinks that humans, a bunch of insects, think they've seen the light. But even without a gravitational field, if you can't avoid it, the outcome won't change. Metisphina tries her best to protect the hero from attacks. None of the enemy's attacks hit the hero. Cord realizes the girl redirected everything with Swingen. She intends to act as Akira Reinford's shield. Amazing coordination, albeit at a slower pace. Could Metis really be revealing her true strength while defending herself? Marie suddenly came back to life, so Agnes missed her weak spot. Suddenly something hit her in the neck, and she fell again, lifeless. It was fire magic. Metis said that Archduke Cord was slow to respond. She asked what he was waiting for. Did he really want Agnes to kill her granddaughter a second time? Now, when the gravitational field can be removed, they need his presence at the forefront more than ever. The man recognized Metis as his friend Solaria, the strong and beautiful second princess of Stormheim, which controlled Kalinets. A swordswoman adored in every corner of the land. Such was Solaria Stormheim, his first love. Following the kingdom's traditions, she married a member of the heroic line and bore him a child. All he had to do was accept it. He hid his feelings deep inside and just did what he could to make her happy. Solaria was 4 years older than him and treated him like a younger brother. And her husband, Sword Mayan, gifted and charismatic from birth, was a man impossible to dislike. Cord wanted to be strong, or at least not be seen as weaker than Sword in Solaria's eyes. That's why he went to war with the Odors. Although he understood that, having barely reached the age of 15, he was still too inexperienced to be responsible for a great house. Solaria told him to retreat immediately. He still had his whole life ahead of him. He couldn't die in a place like this. Cord told her he couldn't abandon them. If they were going to leave, they'd all go together. The Odors were extremely dangerous creatures. Sword would hold them off until he and the soldiers were safe, and she would fight alongside him as his wife. She told the boy to leave, and in case they didn't return, she asked him to protect Metisphina. They were counting on him. Cord thinks that this was an image of real heroes. Time after time, throwing himself into battle, he considered it his duty to dedicate the life they gave him to the country and the people. When word reached him that the princess would arrive in Kalinets, only one thought crossed his mind: to protect the girl entrusted to Solaria and return her to Stormheim with victory in hand. He felt the need to atone for surviving at the expense of Solaria and Sword. But perhaps he was mistaken. He turned to Solaria and Sword. He told them that their daughter was not one of those who would stand under his protection. Possessing the same leadership qualities as they do, she is willing to risk her life for others. She is a true hero. As a hero and as a member of the royal family, she will protect her comrades.